Chapter 1201, Lizzie says. What is that supposed to mean? Are you really going to want to sit in a meeting room with me as I discuss politics and plans for hours on end? Lizzie says, no, I would be bored to death. See? That is what I am trying to get at. I will take you with me when traveling or going on adventures, but the rest of the time you would have more fun doing other things, like playing with the kids or visiting the city. Lizzie says, no, I can't do that. As soon as I do, you will vanish again. For one thing, Lynn would kill me if I did. For another, there are too many things that I need to do here to make up for being gone so long. I have already promised Lynn that I will not go through an unknown gate again. I won't be vanishing again. Lizzie says I am reluctant to take that chance. I guess I will trust you one last time. But if you do vanish again, it won't be the same. I will not stick around waiting for you again. In fact, I will do everything I can to track you down and punish you. Fair enough. Now, can we go inside? Lizzie gives me a nod, shrinks down, and goes running back into the castle's main building. I am glad that the gate platform is still in the courtyard. I wouldn't want anyone else overhearing that conversation. I follow Lizzie inside and see that everyone else is still in the main room. The kids are still playing, and by the time I walk inside, Lizzie has rejoined the game. To my surprise, Bella now has Wendy sitting in her lap and is hugging her like a plushie. However, Wendy seems to be enjoying herself, so I don't say anything about it. I only stop long enough to give Lynn a kiss before heading down to my workshop. Once there, I take out the new materials and get to work on the 2 sets of clothes. First, I compress all of the spider silk until it can be used as thread. When that is done, I start cutting the cloth into the appropriate shapes for the dresses. Next, I make a matching shape out of thin metal to sandwich between the 2 layers of cloth. Last, I use the spider silk thread to stitch the 3 layers together. The resulting dresses are too stiff to be worn as they are, but they have a huge mana capacity. Taking the first one, I enchant it to become a part of Lynn's set with the robe, choker, and ring. For a second, I think about adding her staff as well, but that wouldn't really work. It is better to keep the set limited to defensive items. The synergy will be stronger. As soon as the set enchantment is done, I start working on the other enchantments that I want. This involves a little experimentation since I need some enchantments I haven't used before. In the middle of experimenting, I realize that I need to actually test something before I can finish. So I head upstairs looking for Lynn, who is still sitting and chatting with Bella. Lynn, I need you to produce a flame and then hold it at a constant power level. Lynn says, I can do that, but not until you tell me why. It is an experiment. I am working on a spell that will boost the effect of your bloodline. If it works, it will make your fire spell more powerful without using any additional mana. Lynn says, that sounds useful. Is this for whatever you are doing to my robe? Yes? If the spell works, then I will turn it into an enchantment. Lynn doesn't ask any more questions and just creates a ball of flame above her hand. As soon as I see that it is steady, I cast my new spell on Lynn and see what happens. The small ball of flame quickly doubles in size once my spell takes effect. Lynn says, it looks like it worked. Is this going to be an activated boost or a constant effect? If it works like I am hoping, it will be constant. Lynn says, all right, I will have to be careful until I get used to it. Yeah? It may have different effects based on what spell you are using. Lynn just smiles at me as I turn and rush back downstairs to finish the new enchantment. Luckily, she is the same when working on new spells, so she understands and won't get mad. Once that enchantment is figured out, the rest of the process goes smoothly. It takes me about another hour to finish up the enchantments for all the pieces. Then, I take them and go running back upstairs to give them to Lynn to try out. She takes them and leaves to change into them. While waiting for her to come back, I have a pizza as a snack. Of course, as soon as I take out a pizza, Bella wants one too, and the kids also ask for pizza. As they are all eating, Lizzie and Wendy also end up getting introduced to pizza. Lynn comes back while we are eating. She is wearing a cute little sundress. Lynn sits on my lap and says, these are amazing. Thank you. You are welcome. I am just glad you like them. Lynn says, I do. What extra abilities do the clothes have? Well, They can now shapeshift into anything. If you want clothes made of gold or crystal, they can do it. You can also shapeshift the choker to look like any kind of jewelry. You can even create additional jewelry, like earrings or bracelets, so that you can have matching sets. Lynn says, "That is amazing. Can the other sets you made for everyone do that?" "Nope, only yours. The ones I am making for Miria will be able to do the same. Consider it a benefit for putting up with all my craziness." Lynn says, "All right, I can accept that," and kisses me. "Oh, before I forget, did you explain to Bella what you are now?" Bella says. "You mean about her being a half-phoenix?" "Yes, she did." "Why?" "Because I need to know if you want something similar or if you want to remain a human. Also, did you draw what you want your body to look like?" Bella says, "Yes, I did. I have it here, but I would prefer to stay human if that is possible." "Of course it is. This is all about what you want. Just know that there is a limit to how much I can enhance you as a human." Bella says, "That is fine. It is not like I need to worry about fighting or anything like that." "All right. In that case, come down to the workshop with me. I want to get this done before I get to the mountain and get distracted." Bella says, "All right." "Thank you," Lynn says. "I am coming too." "That is fine." The three of us head downstairs, and then I start modifying Bella's body. First, I make the physical changes so that she looks the way she wants to. Then I start working on her organs and muscles, enhancing her body to the limit of a human. Chapter 12. Oh, 2. The process is a bit painful, but Lynn holds her hand throughout and it seems to help. Either that or Bella is just that used to pain, which is entirely possible. As soon as I am done, I create a full-length mirror so that Bella can take a look at herself. Be careful as you stand up. Getting taller has changed your center of balance, and it will take a while for you to get used to it. Bella says, "All right." "Thank you. This is how I always dreamed of looking." Lynn says, "You were already beautiful. I don't understand why you wanted to change yourself so much." Bella says, "It is something that someone tall can never understand." When Bella stands up, Lynn is quick to move to her side and support her. Without Lynn, Bella probably would have fallen over. But it only takes a couple of minutes for Bella to stabilize. Once she does, the two of them head upstairs still hugging each other. As soon as they are gone, I pick up the leather and start working on armor for Miria. I plan to make a collar and ring as well, so that I can make a 4-piece set for Miria as well. Although I won't be able to finish it completely, since I will need Miria's blood for that. For now, I just make the items and do the basic enchantments. The rest will have to wait. Once that is done, I take the best metals I have and start making a pair of daggers. The last I knew, that was Miria's current preferred style of combat. If it turns out that she is still using a bow, I will make her a new one later. The daggers aren't going to be part of the set, so I can make them and enchant them fully. Once the daggers are done, I am done crafting for the time being. At least I think I am. I can't think of anything else I need to make, but then I start thinking about the kids. A while ago, I thought of making pouches for them, but wanted to wait until I got back. Now that we are approaching the mountain, I can make them for all 8 of them. The idea I have requires me to experiment and make an enchantment similar to the one on my belt. What I want to do is make a collar that can also turn into a belt to attach 2 pouches to. That way, if they take human form, the collar will automatically turn into the belt. Basically, I need to make a shape-shifting spell that will react to the form of the wearer. I just need to figure out how to modify the shape-shifting enchantment, which isn't too hard. However, as I am working on it, Jarvis informs me that the sun is rising outside. It looks like I got too focused and lost track of time, but it isn't the first time I have skipped sleeping. Although it is surprising that Lynn let me get away with it, she normally drags me to bed. Maybe the changes to Bella distracted her. Not that I really mind. I put my work aside, head upstairs, and grab a snack before heading outside. I don't see any sign of the kids, but Lizzie and Windy are curled up asleep in the nest. I wake Lizzie up and let her know where I am going, but she isn't interested. Walking along at the elf's pace would bore her to tears, so I am not surprised. However, I am pretty sure that she will feel better with me having woken her up to check. All of the elves are awake and getting ready to move out when I step outside. I also spot the kids running around poking their noses into everything that they can. I am surprised to see them outside. I thought that they had gone to the shadow plane. Well, as long as they are happy and having fun, I suppose it doesn't matter. The elves are used to the kids, so them being around won't delay things. If all goes well, we should reach the mountain today, which means we should see Kachara. All 8 kids will be able to meet in the flesh for the first time. I am looking forward to it. Kachara was my first child, and the one I spent the most time raising. I've really missed her. She has a special place in my heart. Not that I don't love my other kids just as much. I still feel bad that I haven't been able to free her from being tied to the mountain. Thinking about that makes me wonder if I am strong enough to deal with the controller yet. It also makes me wonder how the plan to starve and weaken her has been going. Luckily, I should be able to get an answer to that soon, and maybe I will get a chance to test the controller's strength. I end up lost in my thoughts, and before I know it, the elves are starting to move out. I quickly shake the random thoughts out of my head and move to take my place at the head of the column. To my surprise, a few minutes later, Lynn exits the castle and starts walking next to me. Lynn says, "You never came to bed. What happened?" I got busy crafting and lost track of time. Before I knew it, it was time for the match to start. Lynn says, "So you didn't sleep at all? Did you at least eat?" "No, I didn't sleep, but I ate a couple of times." "Don't worry, I am fine," Lynn says. "Okay, as long as you weren't avoiding me." "Nope, that would never happen." "How is Bella? Did she get used to her new body?" Lynn says, mostly. "She is still having some small issues, but it is nothing major." "Will we reach the mountain today?" "Yeah, as long as nothing goes wrong, we should," Lynn says. "Are you nervous?" "Yeah, a little," Lynn says. "You don't need to be. Everything will be fine." "Kachara loves you and at most is only a little mad at you." "How did you know?" Lynn says. "I can read you like a book. Kachara and Miria are the only ones who can make you nervous, and we are more likely to meet Kachara first." "They aren't the only ones. You can make me nervous too," Lynn smiles and says. "Okay, I just wanted to check on you. I need to get back. Bella is going to give me more tattoos. I will show them to you later." Lynn gives me a kiss and then returns to the castle, leaving me wondering what tattoos she is getting. I think about that for about an hour and only stop when we spot the road crew ahead of us. They stop work and move aside so that the elven column can move onto the road. After instructing the elves to keep going, I step aside to chat with the road crew. They are mostly from the Badger clan with a few others, but none of them are ones I have met before. I thank them for their hard work and then quickly catch up with the elves. Chapter 12:03. The road makes things much easier, and the mountain ahead grows bigger by the minute. Before long, I spot a dot in the distance flying towards us, so I step off to the side and wait. A couple of minutes later, I am hit by a missile that instantly wraps around me. Kachara has gotten stronger. I doubt that I can break her hold without hurting her. She squeezes me just hard enough to keep my arms pinned and proceeds to lick my face. The other kids come rushing over, but they just watch and laugh at me. Kachara licks my face for a couple of minutes before she has had enough. She finally lets me go, but then she shrinks down and wraps herself around my neck like a scarf. Now that I can move, I reach up to pet Kachara with one hand and wipe my face with the other. "Hello, Kachara. I have missed you," Kachara says. "I missed you too, Dad. I can tell by how you tried to drown me." Kachara just giggles and hugs my neck tighter, but it isn't like I mind it. The other kids, seeing their chance, start begging for their share of affection. It takes me several minutes to satisfy them and get them to settle down. When I move to take my place at the head of the column again, the kids move with me. Kachara stays wrapped around my neck as she chats with the other kids. Chatting with the kids makes the time pass faster, and before I know it, it is lunchtime. Since Kachara hasn't had it yet, I decide that we are having pizza for lunch. While I am at it, I also decide to provide pizzas for all of the elves, which is a lot of pizzas. However, it is a good chance to introduce Kachara to the elves and save the elves some work. Thanks to them not having to cook, the elves manage to eat and get moving faster. Thanks to Lizzie, the road cuts straight through the foothills and is perfectly flat. When it reaches the mountain, it turns into a long ramp leading up to a large cave entrance. The ramp is long enough to keep the grade gentle and easy to climb, even for the wagons. Not that the golems would have any trouble, but even so, it is quite impressive. At the rate we are going, we should enter the mountain before the sun sets. Kachara, any ideas on how we are going to get everyone through the barrier? Kachara says, there is no need. The barrier now only extends beneath the city. This road will lead straight to the city. There is another road on the opposite side that leads straight to the new city you are having built. So we can walk straight in. That is great, Kachara says. It was Kor's idea. As soon as she knew that you were bringing back elves, she started working on preparing the city. Well, as much as she could anyway. Good. That means it will be easy to settle them down once we arrive. That will save me quite a bit of work. Kachara says, there are still some things that you will need to do since Kor can't leave her room and you have the crown. Kor will tell you more once we arrive. All right, sounds good. I have a few things that I need to accomplish as well. A few hours later, I finally step out of the tunnel and see the cavern where the city is. At first, I think that nothing has changed, but then I spot several farms on the plain. The road also continues on and leads to one of the bridges leading to the city. Surprisingly, the 4 bridges have been repaired, but I don't remember ordering the golems to do that. Maybe the beasts managed to repair them, but I didn't think they had that level of magic. When we cross the bridge, there are crowds of beasts waiting to welcome us. Although, from the cheers about the creators, it would seem they are not here to welcome me. Even though I told the elves about them, they still seem surprised by the warm welcome. Housing has already been prepared, so the elves are settled fairly quickly. Once that is done, I gather Stillwater, Silverstream, Silverleaf, Sheriff, and Brightfire. With them and the kids, I head up the column to Kor's room. As soon as I set foot into the room, Kor runs over and hugs me as hard as she can, and I hug her back. Hi, Kor, Kor says. Ash, welcome back. Thank you for rescuing me, people. You know, you are probably the only one who is glad I went on my little side adventure. Well, other than those I met while I was gone. Kor says, I don't care about that. All I know is that thanks to you, I am no longer alone. Well, speaking of that, let me introduce you to everyone. These are the leaders of the elves. You can meet the rest later. With Kor still hugging me, I introduce the group to her, along with a description of their abilities. That way she will know who to talk to depending on what she needs. When the introductions are finally done, Kor lets go of me and invites everyone to sit down. All right. Now that that is out of the way, let's talk about what else we need to do. The elves are already assigned housing, but we should probably talk about what happens next. Kor says, food isn't a problem. We already increased production to account for the additional population. What I am worried about is how the elves are going to interact with the beasts. Stillwater says, Ash told us about their origin. We have already discussed it with our people, and they have agreed that we will treat them as equals. Kor says, I am really glad to hear that. Since that is taken care of, you should probably invite the elders to join us. You will need to make the introductions. I can't guarantee that I will remember which is which. Kor laughs and says, I can do that. Oh, can Yue come down here, or is she still restricted to the tower? Kor says, she can communicate through the mirror, but she can't leave the tower. All right, I will go up to see her once we are done. While we are waiting for the elders to arrive, I take out the castle and set it up outside. I place it so that the gate is even with the platform outside Kor's room. Then I ask Jarvis to notify Lynn and Bella that they should come outside and meet everyone. When they come out, Lizzie and Windy come with them, but I was expecting that. The 4 of them follow me into the room, and I introduce them to Kor. Kor seems really interested in speaking with Lynn, and it makes me wonder what she has heard. Chapter 12:04. Luckily, before that can happen, the elders arrive, and Kor introduces them to the elves. The elders are Alger of the Badger clan, Ikir of the Bear clan, Viken of the Wolf clan, Larab of the Jaguar clan, and Trint of the Elephant clan. The first thing the elders do is to kneel and welcome me back as the king, which feels pretty good. Only after that do they bow to Kor and then greet the new people. They pay special attention to Lynn when I introduce her as my wife-to-be, even more than the elves. After that, they greet the elves respectfully. but they don't act the way I was expecting them to. When I was here last, they thought of the creators as basically their gods. However, I am not seeing anything like that this time, which is a good thing in my opinion. I am guessing that Kor put in quite a bit of effort to discourage the worship of her people. After a bit of discussion, the elders take Stillwater and the others to introduce them around. At the same time, I ask Windy to give Lynn and Bella a tour of the city, which she agrees to do. To avoid sitting around, Lizzie goes with them, leaving just me, Kor, and the kids. So, Kachara said, there are some things that you want me to take care of. Kor says, yes, you are the only one who can modify the enchantments. I want you to restore the sky to what it was originally. Some of our people have been having issues with the sun being up all the time. It is also affecting the crops to some extent. Also, I want you to extend the enchantments for the orchard to cover the new farms if possible. All right, I should be able to handle that. Anything else? Kor says, the Earth Mages managed to rebuild the bridges, but it would probably be a good idea to have the golems check them. Okay, will do. Kachara said that the barrier now only extends beneath the city. Are you still restricted to this room? Kor says yes, I am. No matter the shape of the barrier, its core is still this room, so I can't leave. If it is okay with you, once I am done with the city, I want to come back and take a proper look at the barrier and you. If I can understand what the dragon did, maybe I can modify it. Kor says, I don't mind you taking a look, but I doubt you can modify it. To do so, you would have to be on par with the dragon who made it. I may not be as strong as him yet, but my knowledge of enchanting has improved a lot. Besides, he only helped. The elves designed the spell originally, right? Kor says that is true. Kachara is still wrapped around my neck, and when I leave the column, the rest of the kids follow me. Before heading to the palace, I convince Kachara to show her siblings around the city. The 8 of them go running off, and once they are gone, I enter the palace. Since I am wearing the crown, the doors open themselves for me and the defenses turn off. I head straight to the throne room and sit on the throne to activate the control system. There are quite a few things I want to do besides Kor's list, but first comes some studying. A few things I want to do will involve altering the enchantments. So first, I need to understand them. My knowledge of magic and enchantments has improved a lot since the last time I was here. As I am looking at the original enchantments, I understand a lot more about them this time. Not only can I see a number of mistakes, but I can also see areas that I can improve. There are even a couple of enchantments that I now know better versions of. This is actually going to be a lot of work, but the city will function better when I am done. The first thing I do is replace those enchantments that I have better versions of. Next, I go through all of the enchantments, fixing all the mistakes that I can find. Then I go through all of the enchantments, making improvements where I can. Finally, I go back through checking for any mistakes that the changes created. Once that is done, I find that I have freed up quite a bit of mana capacity. Some of that I will be using to extend the range of the enchantments to cover the plains. Not only will it help the farms, but it will also help any additional farms that get added later. Restoring the sky enchantment back to its original purpose is really easy. It even uses less mana when it is nighttime, giving me more to work with. With all of that done, I turn my attention to the city's golems and their programming. However, this is where I run into the first limit to the city control system. There is no way to modify the golems through the control system. I have to do it manually, so I issue orders to have the golems come to the palace in groups of 5. While I am waiting for the first group, I add the kids, Lizzie and Lynn, to those allowed to enter the palace. This is going to take a while, and at some point, I am sure someone is going to come looking for me. As soon as the first golems arrive, I open them up and start making the upgrades. I learned a lot building and programming my own golems, and I am going to apply that knowledge. I need to do the physical upgrades first, and then I will be able to change the programming to match. The problem is that the city has a lot of golems, and it is going to take hours to modify all of them. Luckily, the materials are already present, so all it costs me is some mana and time. Although, compared to my golems, it is more accurate to call these just magical constructs. I could turn them into proper golems, but that would involve completely rebuilding them. I may come back and do that at a later date. I just don't have the time right now. I could also add more golems later. For now, the upgrades will have to be enough. Dang, congratulations. Skill Artificer has progressed to level 2. Artificer level 2 int plus 10, a skill for crafting golems and other magical items. Well, the skill up makes all this work worthwhile even without the benefits to the city. As expected, while I am working on the 4th group of golems, I sense Lynn entering the palace. However, she doesn't come straight to the throne room. She gets distracted and starts exploring. Using the controls, I keep an eye on her as she explores. But I keep working. She has permission to be in the palace, so there is nothing that will hurt her. She ends up exploring the entire palace, coming into the throne room last. Chapter 12:05. Lynn says, "So, here is where you have been hiding. I am not hiding. I am working. I already did quite a bit of work on the enchantments. Now I am working on the golems." Lynn says, "I can see that. You know there are important conversations going on, right? It should still be the elders getting to know the elven leaders. Nothing that needs my presence." Lynn says, "So you are not doing this to avoid the political stuff?" "Nope. This is important and will affect the life of everyone in the city. Besides, I've got a promise to keep, and this is a necessary step for that." Lynn says, "What promise? To whom?" "My promise to the tree to plant its seed somewhere safe." Lynn says, "Oh, you told me about that, but I had forgotten." "So had I, but Athena reminded me." Lynn says, "Well, I guess that is okay then. Since I found you, shall we have dinner together?" "Sure. Let me just finish this group." Lynn sits on the throne and watches me as I finish with the golems. Then we have dinner together. It turns out that she had something else in mind, and we end up testing out the king's bed. She leaves after we have had our fun for a while, and then I get back to work. By the time I finish all the golems, it is quite late, but I am not done just yet. Next, I alter and improve the programming of the golems, which takes me a few hours. After that is done, it is finally time for me to add some new enchantments to the city. The first enchantment I want to add takes a little experimenting to figure out. I want to put a barrier over every entrance to the cavern that will block temperature from passing through. I want to control the temperature of the cavern, and first I need to plug the holes. Since it is just a variation of a barrier, it isn't too hard to figure out the enchantment. The hard part is making it so that it will automatically cover any new entrances that are created. Luckily, I have examples in the other enchantments on how to set rules for an enchantment. I have already done something similar, so it only takes a bit of work to figure it out. With that done, adding an enchantment to keep the cavern at a comfortable temperature is easy. However, that uses up the mana that I freed up and I am nowhere near done yet. So, I send an order to the golems to go to the outer walls of the cavern and carve some formations. These are the same formations that I put on the ship and the crystals to gather mana. However, they are a slightly weaker version. I don't want them to be detectable. While the city isn't really a secret anymore, I still don't want to make it easy for enemies to find. The gathered mana is then split into 2 streams, one small, one large. The large stream is fed into the city for use in the enchantments, and the small one feeds into the air. The small one will over time raise the mana level of the cavern and make the environment better. Or at least, that is what I am hoping will happen. It is something of an experiment. If it works, all the food grown in the cavern should have some mana inside it. From what I have learned so far, that should make the food more sustaining. From what I currently know, it should work. But I will have to wait and see. If nothing else, the higher mana levels will make casting spells easier for everyone. Next, I order some of the golems to go to the main square of the city and make some changes. They rip up a 20-foot square of the paving stones and build a small wall around it. This leaves an area of dirt open, where I plan to plant the seed of the tree. Before that, I take the new source of mana and set an enchantment to infuse it into water. That water is then fed into the soil beneath the square to feed the tree. When that is ready, I contact Jarvis and have him send the gardener golems outside the castle for the first time. Their orders are to prep the soil that is already there, add more soil, and add fertilizer. Once all that is done, I leave the palace and head to the main square. While I am waiting for the golems to finish their work, I take the seed out of my pouch. I look around to make sure Athena isn't around, and then cut the palm of my hand. When I smear my blood over the seed, it is quickly absorbed by the seed. At the same time, I feed a good portion of my mana into the seed as well. I keep it up until the golems are done preparing the soil. Then I plant the seed. I place it in the dead center of the square, and as soon as it is in the dirt, it sprouts. It continues growing, and to help it, I keep feeding my mana to it until my pool is empty. By the time my mana runs out, the sprout has turned into a 2-foot-tall sapling. Just like the original tree, it has a purple trunk with bright silver leaves. However, so far I haven't felt anything from the tree. It is probably too young to form a spirit. When I take my attention off of the tree, I find myself surrounded by both elves and beasts. In fact, the entire square is full of people, including the elders and the elven leaders. They are all staying outside the square of dirt, except for Athena, who is standing right behind me. Athena says, "Thank you, Master." "Thank you for keeping your promise. Is this environment suitable for the tree? Is there anything else I can do to improve it?" Athena says, "Very suitable. It will get even better as more people live in the city." "I can't think of anything you could do to make it better. The tree's growth will be limited by its age. Its situation is different from what mine was. I had the age, but not the environment. That is why you were able to speed up my growth so much. If all it needs is time, should I put a time dilation around the tree?" Athena says, "No, please don't. In this case, it is better to let nature take its course. Besides, there is no need to force the tree to grow unless you plan to make another ship." "No, I don't. If you think this is good enough, then I will leave it alone." Athena says, "Oh, it is definitely enough. As it is, the tree will already provide its blessing to the entire city." "Its blessing? What do you mean?" Athena says, "It is a tree of life. There is a blessing just from living near it. No one in the city will get sick. Anyone who is already sick will recover quickly. Also, people's fertility will increase by living in the city." "Its range only covers the city?" Chapter 12:06. Athena says, "For now, yes. Once it grows for a few years, it will extend to cover the cavern. Why?" "Alger, how many of your people are still living in the city below?" Alger says, "About half of our people." "In that case, as long as there is room in the city, we should move them up here. We only need to have enough warriors down there to explore and keep an eye on the barrier." Alger says, "There are still plenty of empty houses. I will discuss it with Kor immediately." "All right, good." Athena, "Can you be more specific about how more people will help the tree?" Athena says, "You already know about life force, right?" "Yes, I do." Athena says, "Well, as living beings live, they expend their life force. That energy returns to the world around them and allows new life to be born. It is the circle of life. The tree assists that process and at the same time benefits from it." "So, the more life around it, the better. Does that only apply to sentient life or all life?" Athena says, "All life." "So, if I turn this square into a park full of plants, that would help the tree?" Athena says, "Yes, it would. However, keep in mind that as the tree grows, it will cast its surroundings in shade. Other plants will struggle once the tree grows to that point. That is not a problem. There are plenty of types of plants that prefer less direct sunlight. Besides, it will take a while for the tree to grow that large, won't it?" Athena says, "Yes, it will take decades. Then it will be fine. We can plant normal plants for now and then change them later as needed." Athena says, "That would work." With that decided, I head back to the palace and order the golems to make the changes to the square. Then I return to the castle and issue detailed orders to the gardener golems. After that, I return to Kor's room and fill her in on all of the changes I have made. Kor says, "Well, that is certainly more than I was expecting you to do. I should have known that that was going to happen. So, what is next?" "I want to take a look at the barrier enchantment and see if I can at least make it so you can move around the city. I don't like leaving you trapped in just this single room." Kor says, "I won't get my hopes up, but just that you want to try makes me very happy. The spell core is in a compartment beneath my bed." I watch as Kor moves her bed aside and opens the compartment beneath it. Then a pillar rises up, and sitting on top of it is a spell core that looks like a gem. It is nothing like the other spell cores that I have seen, but that isn't too surprising. When I move closer to take a look at it, I quickly realize why it is so different. It is because it is only a small part of the core. Core herself is the rest of it. She and the gem are tied together, very intricately, and that is why she can't leave the room. If the gem could be moved, then Core would just need to carry it with her. Unfortunately, that isn't possible. Trying to move the core would disrupt the barrier. As I am studying the core, I find myself being confused. But that is because there are two types of enchantments. The majority of them should be the ones the elves created originally, and the rest should be the work of the dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon's enchantments are of a type that I can't decipher. That isn't too surprising since I already know that the dragons use their own language for magic. It takes me quite a while to get even a small idea of how everything works. That is mainly because it has been changed several times and a lot of the enchantments are entangled. I already see a lot of things that I can fix and improve, but I don't do anything yet. Before I change anything, I need to fully understand how everything works and what changes I will cause. With both Core's life and the integrity of the barrier on the line, I won't take any risks. So, despite finding things that I want to change, I still spend hours studying everything I can. My biggest worry is that I can't see what the dragon spells do, only where they connect. To prevent any problems, I have to make sure none of my changes affect those areas. It helps that the barrier is smaller now, so the spell isn't running at full capacity. Core, I am ready to make some changes. I am going to be as careful as I can, but if anything feels weird, you need to tell me right away. Core says, all right, I will. After getting Core's permission, I start with the first change that I have planned. I do it slowly and watch carefully to make sure nothing unexpected happens. Only once it is done, and I am sure that everything is stable, do I move on to the next change. As I am working, I hear Core talking to someone several times, but I can't spare any attention. Luckily, I am able to fix all of the mistakes that I found without anything going wrong. This frees up quite a bit of mana and should allow me to make the change I want. My plan is to take the part of the barrier that surrounds the column and extend it to cover the city. Then I just need to boost the connection between Core and the core, and she should be able to leave the room. She will still be restricted to the city, but that is still a big improvement. Unfortunately, there is no way to free her completely until the barrier is no longer needed. Even then, it will take the dragon's help to disable the barrier and free her. However, that will also free Kachara, which is one of my main goals before I die. Once again, it comes back to me needing to kill the controller, which I don't know if I can do. For now, giving Core a bit more freedom is all I can do, so that is what I will focus on. However, right as I am starting to make the first change to the barrier, something happens. A force grabs my mind and drags it out of my body to somewhere completely different. I instantly realize that I am in a soulscape, and I even recognize this specific soulscape. I am on a mountaintop, and when I turn around, there is a red dragon watching me. Dragon says, Ash, I should have known it would be you. What are you doing messing with the barrier spell? I am trying to make it so she can move around the city. I feel bad for her being trapped in just that one room. Dragon says, just how do you plan to accomplish that? Chapter 12:07. Well, I already fixed some mistakes in the elven part of the spell, which has freed up some mana. I plan to use that to expand the inner barrier from the column to the entire city. Then I just need to boost the connection between Core and the spell core. Dragon says, that should work. That is a much more sensible plan than I was expecting from you. It looks like I was right. Getting a mate really helped your mental state. I guess, Dragon says, although I am disappointed that your soul hasn't improved at all since I last saw you. Ahem. Anyway, does that mean I have permission to alter the spell? Dragon says first, show me how you plan to alter it. I instantly create a copy of the spell matrix between us and then show him the changes. As I show him the first set of changes, he nods. But when I show him the second set, he shakes his head. Dragon says, that is too inefficient. Instead, you should just use the inner barrier as the medium between the two. That way, as long as Core is inside the barrier, she will be connected, and it won't take any extra mana. You can instead use that mana to expand the barrier to cover the orchards as well. You are right. That is an even better solution. I should have thought of that. Dragon says, your skills have improved a lot, but I still have far more experience than you do. Okay, I will do it that way. Any other advice? Dragon says, nope. Any other changes would affect the barrier, and that can't be allowed to happen. Just out of curiosity, why did you help create the barrier instead of just destroying the spider? Dragon says, because if I fought the spider, the entire mountain would likely be destroyed. At the time, I didn't want to destroy the temple. That makes sense. Do you think I could destroy the spider? Dragon says. Not a chance at your current soul strength you wouldn't survive a single hit? What? What does my soul strength have to do with anything? Dragon says. Remember the attacks you could barely sense? Well, those were soul attacks. The spider's soul is strong enough to affect the real world. Dragon says, correct. That is so unfair. I wish you had told me sooner. I wouldn't have put off leveling my soul for so long. Dragon says, I told you that strengthening your soul was important. All you told me was that it would allow me to keep more memories in my next life. That wasn't anywhere near as important as the other things I had going on. You should have told me that I needed a strong soul to fight the spider. I see the dragon's claw moving towards me for a split second, and then I am no longer in the soulscape. I find myself back in my body, lying on the floor of Kor's room, with my head ringing. I am guessing that the dragon was annoyed by my answer, or the fact that I didn't pay attention. Kor says, Ash, are you all right? Other than a headache, I am fine. Kor says, I didn't feel anything. Did something go wrong with the spell? Nope, I just annoyed the dragon. I will be fine in a minute, Kor says. Oh, was he annoyed at you for messing with the spell? Do we need to give up on the idea? No, it is not that. We spoke and he gave me some pointers for the spell, but then I said something stupid and got myself smacked. Kor says, that doesn't sound like a smart thing to do. It wasn't. I never claimed to be smart. Oh, I heard you talking to someone. Kor says, Lynn came by to check on you and to ask me to teach her the written form of the Elven language. I also talked to Yui for a while. You were working on the spell for a few hours. Why did Lynn want to learn Elven? Kor says. So she could read in the library. The tower's library? Kor says, no, the city library. I thought that we emptied the library out completely. Kor says, you did. But once we retook the city, Yue returned the books. After making copies of the ones she wanted, of course. That figures. Lynn will probably be in the library for at least a week. Then she will just move to the tower library. I hope she warned Bella. Kor says, I don't know about that, but I can tell you that Bella is inside your castle. Your kids are still running around the city in their miniature forms. To be honest, I can't handle that much cuteness all in one place. Oh, it gets worse. Just wait until you see them play fighting with each other. I've been trying to think of how to use the cuteness as a weapon. Kor says, are you looking for a weapon against the demons? Or against all the women around you when you get in trouble? The second one. I doubt even that level of cuteness would work against demons. On the other hand, I know for a fact that it would work against the goddesses. Kor says, is that who you are the most worried about? Yeah, pretty much. They are the ones I tend to get in the most trouble with. Not to mention that I can't fight them if they get mad. Kor says, instead of weaponizing your kids, you could always just stop doing things that will piss them off. Wouldn't that be easier? No, not really. A lot of the things that piss them off are things that I need to do to get stronger, or things that I do to satisfy my curiosity. Kor says, from what Miria has told me, those are the same things that piss her off as well. Yeah, they are. Speaking of, I expected to see her by now. Where is she? Kor says, I don't know. She said she had something that she needed to do. She left the same day that she ordered the construction of the road to the island. Something she had to do? I didn't give her any missions. Kor says, sorry, that is all I know. All right. Well, anyways, let's get back to modifying the spell. Kor says, sure. I already had the changes planned out, so making them is fairly easy to do. The only real difference is that I use all the available mana on the inner barrier. It ends up reaching a little past the orchards, enough to cover most of the farms. After that, it is a simple matter to make the inner barrier the medium between core and the spell core. The dragon was right. It works perfectly and doesn't use any additional mana. Just as I put the finishing touches on the spell core, I get tackled by Core. Core hugs me and says, "I can feel it. I can leave my room." Chapter 12:08. The inner barrier now covers out a little past the orchards. You can wander around anywhere inside that area. Core says, "That is fantastic. I've been able to watch the city, but now I can see it with my own eyes." "Thank you so much, Ash." "You are welcome, Core." "Oh, once my mana is full, I should be able to give you a proper name. Do you want to think of one, or should I? Keep in mind that my naming sense isn't the best." Core says, "I should probably come up with one myself, at least from what Lizzie has told me." Haha, that figures. I did a really bad job when I was coming up with a name for her. She has never let me live it down. Core says, "Well, can you blame her?" "No, not really. Anyway, go explore the city. I will find you once my mana is full. Oh, before I forget, here is a set of shape-shifting clothes." Core says, "Thank you, Ash, for everything." Core hugs me as tight as she can and then leaves her room for the first time. She is so happy that she goes skipping down the stairs, but it is a great thing to see. She can finally satisfy her curiosity, something that I can completely understand. Before I get caught up in anything else, I head into the castle and find Bella. I tell her that Lynn isn't very likely to come out of the library unless forced. She simply tells me that she is already aware of Lynn's personality, but she thanks me for thinking of her. After that conversation, I head down to my workshop to try and finish the kids' new collars. This time, there are no interruptions, and with a few hours of work, I manage to finish them. Then, I leave the castle and head down to the city to try and find the kids. However, I have no idea where they might be, so I decide to try something else. I head to the main square where the golems are working and start taking out pizzas. The elves and beasts that are around happily start eating, and soon more are attracted. As expected, before too long, the smell of pizza brings the kids running to me. I wait until they have eaten their fill before I take them aside and give them their new collars. I spend a few minutes explaining how all the features of the collars work. Of course, the kids insist on testing out everything. But once that is done, they go running off to the castle. The reason is that they can pick the foods they want their pouches to be able to produce. That way, each of them can have a pouch that makes their favorite foods. Although I did tell a small lie, I told them that the table in the castle is the only one they can copy foods from. I mainly did that to prevent them from constantly bugging me and Lynn for our pouches. Besides, the table in the castle has every food that we have found, so they can get what they want. I can't think of anything else that I need to do currently, so I head to the library. It only takes me a minute to find Lynn, and then I tell her everything that I have done. As usual, once I am done, Lynn goes right back to the thing that I tried to hide. Lynn says, "What did you do to piss off the dragon?" "Nothing. I didn't piss him off. I just didn't like something he said and spoke without thinking. He is at most a little annoyed with me. It will be fine after some time passes." "I hope," Lynn says. "I guess that is true. If you had done more than annoy him, you would have gotten more than a headache. So, what is your plan now?" Next, I will be visiting the tower. There are a ton of things that I need to talk to Yue about. Are you staying here? You should know that Yui copied all the magic books for her library. Lynn says, "Yeah, I will stay here for a bit. To be honest, I am a little afraid of losing myself in the tower's library." "All right, I can understand that. You probably will, but we will be there to pull you out occasionally. Is it okay if I give Yui all the new books, or do you want to do it?" Lynn says, "You can. It was your idea to collect them for her, and you did most of the work. I just copied books for you, and I got my own library out of it." "Okay. Since there is a portal in Core's room, I will be leaving the castle where it is. Oh, I warned Bella that she will have to come here if she wants to see you." Lynn says, "Thanks, but I already talked with her about it." "All right, I will be in the tower if you need anything." Lynn smiles and says, "Well, there is something you can do for me before you go and there is no one else around." Recognizing that smile, I scan the library to make sure that there is no one else inside. Then, I use a small amount of mana to lock the doors before pushing Lynn down on the table. We spend a few hours together in the library, and then Lynn goes back to her books. I leave and make my way back to Core's room, but she still isn't back from exploring. Then again, she has spent her entire life in that room. I don't blame her for not wanting to come back. Unfortunately, her prison only got larger. She isn't really free yet, but it will be a while before she realizes that. There is no way that I am going to tell her and ruin her enjoyment of the city. Since she isn't around, I just go through the teleporter to the tower. It takes me a minute to get over the nausea from the teleporter. I had forgotten about that since it doesn't happen with my gates. Yui says, "Ash, it is so good to see you again. I am glad that you managed to survive your latest adventures." "Hello, Yue. It is good to be back, but why do you sound surprised that I survived?" Yui says. "Well, from the way Miria explained things, it sounded like it was only a matter of time until your curiosity killed you." "That was her exaggerating things because she was mad at me," Yui says. "Are you saying that you didn't come close to dying at any point in your adventure?" "Well, no. I did have a few close calls, but it wasn't that bad. Besides, my gains on this trip far outweigh the dangers that I went through." Yui says, "Myria would only tell me bits and pieces, and it was hard to get details from the kids. How about you start at the beginning, all right?" I move to the lounge area to sit on a couch as I start telling Yui everything that happened on my trip. As I am talking, Yui's summoned sprites bring me tasty drinks. I had forgotten about them. I need to check the library later for information about spirits and summoning magic. Chapter 12:09. However, I still have a lot of things to take care of before I can lose myself in the library. Yui listens to my entire story without interrupting even once. It is a nice change. Of course, she has a ton of questions, but she saves them until I finish the story. Yui says, "That sounds like the story of someone's entire life, not just a single adventure. You really can't stand to sit still, can you? Although, out of everything that you told me, there is one thing that concerns me." "Only one? What is it?" Yui says the portal. If the demons can build one, then they might be able to build another. If they can and they can keep it hidden, then we would have no way of winning the war to come. Even if we could manage to defend ourselves, they would just keep coming endlessly. I've thought of that, but it is not as bad as you might be thinking. If it comes down to it, I have a plan that would reduce the entire demon territory to a wasteland where nothing lives. Of course, that isn't something that the goddesses want to see happen, but if I need to, then I will do it. Yui says, "That is both reassuring and terrifying. How could you have gained such power in such a short time?" Lynn and I would use the mana crystals that I created to cast joint spells like the one that destroyed the gate, repeatedly. "Yeah," says channeling that kind of mana repeatedly has a cost. Chances are that it would kill both of you. That is why it is a last resort, but Lynn wouldn't die. I would be the one doing the majority of the channeling, and I think my body could handle it. Or at least I hope it will be able to by the time that becomes necessary, Yui says. Well, I am certainly not going to underestimate your ability to grow. Let's try and prevent things from getting to that point, shall we? Sounds good to me. I have a number of plans that we need to talk about, but a lot of it is going to depend on how much you are allowed to let me do to the tower. Yui says, "You know that I will do absolutely anything that is within my power to help you. What do you need?" "Well, first of all, I would need to use the tower in a spell. You see, I am pretty convinced that demons have infiltrated the Empire. I want to use the detection spell that we came up with in Demon Hunter City, but I want it to cover the entire peninsula. I have two ideas on how to do it, based on what you are allowed to do. One would be to just cast it with the tower as a booster. The other would be to enchant it into the tower so that it is a permanent effect." Yui says, "Unfortunately, only an archmage has permissions to add enchantments to the tower, but I can allow you to use the tower as a booster. Is casting the spell once even going to have an effect, though? Part of the spell breaks the demon's shapeshift and prevents them from shifting again for a few hours. Trust me, that will have an effect." Yue says, "Oh, I see now. You want the demons to be exposed for what they are. That is likely to cause a lot of chaos, but you know that, right? That is the purpose of this. Not only will most of the demons be killed, but those that they have influenced are likely to suffer as well. Not to mention that I have a plan to take advantage of that chaos, Yue says. All right, that sounds good. Oh, if Lin is able to become an archmage and inherit the tower, she would be able to grant you the authority to change and add enchantments. She will be able to trust me. It will just take a while for her to go through all the trials. Besides, she will want to read the entire library before then. Oh, speaking of the library, I have half a dozen chests of holding full of books that I collected for you. Yue says, new books? Great, thank you. By now, Jarvis should have moved them to Core's room. You should be able to send sprites through to retrieve them, Yue says. All right, what is the next plan? I've made golems for Jarvis and Athena so that they can move around outside their normal areas. I plan to do the same for you, but I will need access to the tower's core to do so. Yui says, normally. That would be against the rules, but since I already broke those rules to get your sacred power, I can do so again. You just won't be able to make any changes to the core. I shouldn't need to. I just need to study it enough to make a golem core that will resonate with it. I want to study it anyway now that I have made cores. I should learn a lot from it. I also want to spend some time in the library first, but I am not sure when I will have the time. Yue says, no worries, I can be patient. I appreciate the fact that you came up with the idea and are willing to try. Being able to leave the tower would be an entirely new experience for me. I will be looking forward to it. Since I can't modify the core, the range you will be able to move will be fairly limited for now. I will be able to extend it once Lin becomes the tower's owner, Yue says. If you can make it so that I can go through the teleporter and visit Core, that will be more than enough. I should be able to manage that. Oh, that reminds me. Before I left, I asked you to create more sensors so that we could extend your range of sight. I will do that soon. Yui says, no need. Kachara spread them out for me. We even put some in the underground so that I could help Core keep an eye on things. There is no way for any of the spiders or driders to escape without one of us spotting them. That is good. I am sorry that I didn't get a chance to do that for you. Yui says, don't worry about it. I know you didn't mean to get lost. What is the next plan? I was thinking about taking the trials if I can find the time. Not just the commander's trial. I am pretty sure I can pass all of the mage trials now as well. The problem is that I don't know how much free time I am going to have, and I won't until I deal with a lot of other things. Yui says, I understand. There are going to be a lot of demands on your time, especially once you become the king. Actually, I am already the king of the beasts and the elves. The beastmen will be next, but maybe not the last. Yue says, what do you mean by that? Chapter 12:10. Well, I have gotten a quest to unify the peninsula. Honestly, I had already had the thought before that. It would be the best way to fight against the demons, but I would also have to deal with way more crap. I am still undecided currently. Yui says, I can't really advise you on what course you should take. However, I would like to see the old empire reborn if possible. Whatever you choose to do, you will have as much support as I am able to provide. Thank you, I appreciate that. How are things here? Do you have enough materials? Is there anything you need? Yui says, things are going fine. I almost always have people to talk to and interact with. Your people provide me with plenty of resources. The only thing I need is a new owner, and you are already working on that. I am as happy as I am capable of being. The best thing that ever happened to me was you finding the tower. I am glad you feel that way. Now that I am back, things are probably going to be getting much busier. Originally, I had planned for the new city to be my capital, but that has changed. Now that the elves are back, I plan to make their city my capital. That means that there will probably be a lot more visitors to the tower, including elves. Yue says, that is fine. I will look forward to meeting them. What plans do you have for them? A few who have the capability will be training as mages, and some others will train as mage knights. I mostly plan to leave that to Lin and Brightfire to figure out. Once I am done here, I will be heading to the new city to meet with the others, and from there, I will head to Ilium. Yui says, when do you plan to cast the spell to reveal the demons? Not until I have the other plan in place. It will take some preparation to be ready to take advantage of the chaos. Yui says, all right. I will be ready to help whenever you need me. Is there anything else I can do to help you? Not that I can think of at the moment. I have a lot of plans that I want to set in motion, but I have to see how things go first. Yui says, I understand. Feel free to come to me with any problems you may run into. I have a lot of knowledge at my disposal, and I will share anything useful with you. Thanks. I will keep that in mind. Speaking of knowledge, how did the plan for the library for the goddesses work out? Yui says, It is going well. There is quite a bit of traffic into the library, and even a few permanent residents. It should definitely work to increase the knowledge of the goddess's followers and keep it from dropping. Good. The library isn't causing you any problems, is it? Yui says, Not a one. All of the visitors have been extremely well behaved. Perfect. At least one of my plans worked the way it was supposed to. Yui says, Considering how surprised you seem, I feel I should save this recording for Miria. Don't you dare. You have obviously gotten better at teasing people, Yuri. Yuri says, Thank you. I have come to find it quite enjoyable. I hope you have been practicing on Miria. Speaking of Miria, Core told me that she left to do something. Any idea what that is? Yuri says, No, sorry. She didn't tell me anything specific. I find it suspicious that she would leave right when she knew that I was finally returning. I hope she isn't doing something stupid, Yui says. You mean you hope she isn't doing something that you would do? Ouch. You have gotten a lot better at that. Yui says, Thank you. Do you want to have some food while you are here? No, thank you. I should head back down before someone comes looking for me. I will visit again when I have more time. Oh, wait. Speaking of time, I know that I can't modify the enchantments, but can you? Yui says, Yes, I have the permissions to, but I am not skilled at it. Why? Because when I was enchanting my castle, I was able to put a ×5 dilation enchantment on it. Yui says, That is very impressive. Your skills should be close to or at the level of an archmage. However, I can't put a time dilation enchantment on the entire tower. I wasn't thinking of the entire tower, just the library, or even just upgrading the enchantment on the reading rooms. That would help me with the reading that I need to do, and it would really help Lynn when she moves up here. Yui says, All right, teach me the enchantment, and I will see what I can do. If I remove the enchantments from the reading rooms, I might have enough mana to enchant a library. Is available mana a major concern for you? Yui says, Of course it is. Do you have any idea how much mana all the enchantments on the tower consume? I have to be very careful that that amount never goes over what the tower is able to absorb. Right, that makes sense. Actually, with Lynn's help, I created a formation to absorb mana. I will teach that to you as well. It might help, Yui says. Even if it doesn't, I am always interested in new magical knowledge. I laugh at Yui's response, and then proceed to teach her the enchantment and the formation. Then I head back through the teleporter to Core's room, but she isn't there. So, I head down into the city and start looking for her since my mana is full. As I am wandering, I talk to the elves and beasts that I come across to see how things are. Some of the elves are acting haughty and looking down on the beasts, but they are the minority. I don't do anything about it. I was expecting it and will leave it alone for now. If I say something, they will stop doing it when I am around. But they won't really change. I would rather that they keep acting normal around me and just change with time. After all, being in the minority should put pressure on them to change. I will still mention it to Stillwater when I see him so that he is aware of the issue. Whether or not he wants to try and do something about it will be up to him. I have enough to deal with without getting involved with that kind of mess. At one point in my wandering, I spot the human kids we brought with us. They are playing with a group of beast kids, and they all look like they are having tons of fun. Since they are enjoying themselves, I don't stop to talk to them, but I need to at some point. I need to figure out if they want to stay here with the elves or go live among humans. If Sarah is still running that orphanage in Ilium, that would be a good place for them. However, if they are happy with how things are and want to stay, I will respect their wishes. Chapter 12:11. It isn't long after I spot the human kids that I am found and attacked by my kids. Being jumped on by 9 miniature beasts is absolutely hilarious and cute. It is 9 because Lizzie is with them in her shrunken form and joined in on the attack. She looks like she has been having a lot of fun playing with them, and I am sure they have enjoyed it as well. After feeding all of them some snacks, I convince them to spread out and look for Core. With their help, it doesn't take me long to find her. She is wandering in the orchard. When I catch up to her, I find her wandering around looking at everything. She has a huge smile on her face and is pretty much radiating happiness. It is to the point that I almost feel bad for tracking her down and interrupting her. Core says, "Ash, this place is amazing. I have only ever seen it from above, and the colors were never this bright. That probably has to do with your mood, but I am glad you are having fun. Have you had a chance to think of what name you want?" Core says yes. I have. I talked with some of the elves about it and have decided that I want an elven name, but I will still go by Core. All right, that is fine. What is the elven name that you have chosen? Core says. Normally, elven names are based on some kind of natural event at the time of birth, but that isn't possible in my case. Instead, I have decided to take the name Goldenheart. All right. Is it okay if I ask where you came up with that name? Core says, actually from you. Your sacred power was golden, and it flowing into the heart of the barrier is what allowed me to awaken. That makes sense. Are you sure? If so, then I will name you now. Core says, yes, I am sure. In that case, I name you Goldenheart, MP 2816, divided by 17,816. There is the usual deafening crack of thunder, but this time there is a visible bolt of lightning. It comes down and hits Core. But it doesn't seem to have done any damage, although, since she is covered in a golden aura, I can't be sure just yet. It takes about 5 minutes before the aura is absorbed into her body. Once the aura is gone, Core is standing there with her eyes closed, but she doesn't look hurt. In fact, she has a smile on her face, and a few minutes later she opens her eyes. How do you feel? Core says. Great? Amazing? I feel like I have been reborn. Between my new freedom and this is the best day of my life so far? Good. I am happy for you, Core says. What do you plan to do next? I will head to the new city to meet with some of my people and then go on to Ilium. Core says, all right. What do you want me to do? Focus on settling the elves and them getting along with the beasts. Core says, I will do my best. I give Core a hug and then I head back to the library to let Lynn know I am leaving. We have some fun and eat a meal together. Then I go looking for Lizzie and the kids. Once I have gathered them, I let them know where I am going and what I will be doing. Considering mostly what I will be doing involves politics, none of the kids want to go with me. They would rather stay here to explore and play, especially since the gate to the Shadow Plane is here. That is fine by me and is one of the reasons that I plan to leave the castle here. Lizzie plans to take me to the city and then come back here to play until I need her. I can't say that I blame her. I would rather stay here and play around rather than deal with politics. However, I have avoided it for as long as I can. It is time to do what I have to do. I make sure everyone knows that I am leaving and how to contact me before I leave. Then, once Lizzie is normal size and has her saddle on, I mount up and we leave. Lizzie is even faster than I remember, although I think I can match her when flying. The road to the new city is already complete, which helps her quite a bit. However, with her powers, she would still be almost as fast without the road. Although, I have to say that it is nice to just sit and relax while someone else worries about where we are going. The ride is smooth enough that I could even take a nap if I was feeling brave. Then again, while a fall at this speed would hurt, it isn't like it could kill me. I am pretty sure that my region would be able to handle it even if I were to break my neck. Of course, I am not about to test that out. People would get mad at me for doing something stupid like that. Although, it is tempting to see just how much my region and spells can actually heal now. As long as something didn't kill me instantly, I am pretty sure I could heal just about anything. If I didn't have the pain resist skill, I wouldn't even think about trying something like that. Then again, doing those kinds of tests might just get the skill to hit max level. That still wouldn't be enough of an excuse to keep me out of trouble. So I put it out of my mind. Instead, I start thinking about the plans that I still need to set in motion. As soon as I get things sorted in the new city and then Ilium, I need to work on the tribes. Unifying the Beastmen is a necessary step before I can do a lot of other things. As I am thinking about what needs to be done next, I start seeing signs of civilization. The city isn't in sight yet, but we soon start passing farms on either side of the road. At that point, I ask Lizzie to slow down a bit so that the Beastmen on the farms can see me. I am not sure if word of my return has spread yet, but it should once I am seen. I don't have to worry about being recognized. Even my Beastman form is unique. Besides, I want to get a good look at the farms, and I can't do that if Lizzie goes full speed. I don't know much about farms, but from what I can see, these are well organized. The Beastmen working on them are mostly from the rat and lizard tribes. As I am passing, I make sure to wave back any time one of the farmers wave at me. Another hour passes by the time the city comes into sight. There are a lot of farms. I can't be sure, but I think that amount of farms would produce more food than the Beastmen need. It makes me wonder if Paul set it up so that food can become one of our exports. If so, then I am totally okay with that decision. More exports will be a good thing. That reminds me, I think I promised someone to make herbs more available in Ilium. It was something about how expensive healing items were, but I can't remember the specifics. Chapter 12, whatever it may have been, that should be easy enough to accomplish. That is if Poel or Anaya haven't already thought of it and taken care of it. I will have to try and remember to ask about it when I meet one of them. At least, I am hoping that one of them will be in the city so that I can meet them. Well, I will find out about that soon enough since I am about to reach the city. The city walls are already complete, and to me they look good and strong. There are towers all along the walls, and I can even spot soldiers manning them. It would be extremely difficult for an enemy to get near the city, but they are still fully prepared. Considering how the current situation with the Empire is going, it is better to be paranoid. As Lizzie approaches the walls, the large gate is opened, and the soldiers stand to the sides. As we pass through the gate, the soldiers all salute me, and I return the salute. I am happy to see that the soldiers are a mix of the tribes that have joined me. Let's slow down to a walk. I want to look around. Lizzie says, "Okay, where are we going? Just follow the main road. It should lead us to a main building or something like that." Lizzie slows down to a walk and follows the main road as I look around at the city. The city isn't finished yet. There are a lot of empty lots and buildings under construction. However, what is finished is worth taking the time to take a look at. The buildings are a mix of styles, ranging from Gothic to Roman architecture. I don't recognize all of them, but they have been built in such a way that they blend well with each other. With so many different styles, the buildings should clash with each other, but somehow they don't. Mason has done a magnificent job in designing the city. I will be sure to tell him so. Although, I should have him go take a look at the elven buildings before the city is finished. He might be able to add their architecture to the mix in the city. When we get to the middle of the city, I spot what must be the main building. It looks like a palace, but it has defensive walls and towers like a castle. It also has a big dome on top like a capitol building from my old world. When we approach, the gates are open for us and the soldiers salute as we pass. I make sure to return the salutes as I take a look around at the courtyard behind the gate. As I am looking around, I notice someone at the top of the stairs of the main building. Sarah says, "Ash, welcome back! Sarah, it is good to see you." "I wasn't expecting to see you here. Are you living here now?" Sarah hugs me and says, "No, I still live in Ilium, but I come here every couple of days. The city still isn't fully operational, so I am just helping out for now." "Well, it is good that you are here. I have a task for you." Sarah says, "For me? What do you need?" "I need you to get a message to every summoned, even Isabella and Justin's group." Sarah says, "I can do that. What is the message?" "I need you to ask them who wants to go home." Sarah yells, "What?" "Lynn has mastered the summoning spell and how to reverse it. I am willing to send back anyone who wants to go. That is a decision that you will need to make as well." Sarah says, "Are you serious? We can really go home if we want to." "Well, it hasn't been tested yet, but the spell should work. We will probably ask for a volunteer to test it out first." Sarah says, "How would you be sure that it worked?" "We would wait a few hours and then resummon them to ask." Sarah says, "Oh, I guess that would work since you have the summoning spell. Do you expect a lot of them to want to go home? I don't know. It will depend on their situations. Some of them probably have family that they want to return to. Some of them may have already started new families here. Some may be like me and prefer this world. What about you? Sarah says. I will have to discuss it with Aaron, but my choice would be to remain in this world. I really like my life here. I was never a boss in our world, but I have found that I like being in charge. Does that mean that if you stay, you would want more power and responsibilities? Sarah says. Maybe a bit more, but not too much. I still like running my inn and wouldn't want to give that up. Do you like this city? Sarah says. Yes, I do. Mason has done an amazing job. The city is beautiful. Well, what would you think of being the mayor of this city? Sarah says. Isn't this city going to be your capital? Do you really need a mayor for it? That was the original plan, but it has changed. The Elven capital will be the capital of our nation, a place where all the races can live together. In fact, I want to move some beastmen there to start living with the others. Sarah says, then what is going to be the purpose of this city? It will be the center of trade and also the main base of the army. Sarah says, that sounds pretty good. Let me talk to Aaron, and if we are staying, I will think about being the mayor. All right, just let me know what you decide. Before you go, how about a tour of the building? Sarah says, sure. Follow me. Sarah happily leads me inside and starts showing me around the inside of the palace. It has a throne room, and behind that is a series of suites for me and my family. The rest of the building is mainly offices and meeting rooms for the rest of the government. Not that we really have a government right now, but eventually I guess we will need one. For now, I can probably let the chiefs of the tribes that have joined us use them. The room that currently is being used the most has a teleporter to Ilium. Sarah tells me that the other end is a room in the inn, which is the center of our operations. Sarah, and those working for her, are the ones who go back and forth the most. Before we can continue the tour, someone comes looking for me. Muyan says, welcome back, Master. It is good to see that you have returned safely. Hello, Muyan. I take it you have been well? Muyan says, actually, yes. I didn't expect things to be as interesting as they are when I submitted to you. I never had anywhere near this much fun when I was just ruling my tribe. Chapter 12:13. You haven't been forcing anyone to submit to you, have you? Muyan says, no. Master, I have been following the rules. There is just a lot more involved in building a nation than I had imagined. When you get to be my age, anything new is fun and interesting. Well, as long as you are following the rules, then I am glad that you are having fun. How are things on the land bridge? Muyan says, the demons are still building the road. We have directed as many beasts as we could towards them. They have managed to kill all of them, but not without taking casualties. That is good enough. I already knew that we wouldn't be able to stop them. The goal is to slow them down and weaken them as much as we can before we engage them. Muyan says, we have certainly done that and will continue to do so. That is good, but I hope you don't have all your people deployed down there. I am going to need people good at sneaking for another plan I have. Muyan says, only about half my scouts are currently on the land bridge. The rest are ready and available. What is the plan? We need to gather the other clan chiefs and Leonor. Then we can discuss the plan. Sarah says, that is not hard. The clan chiefs are here in the city and Leonor should be at the military base. Should I summon them? Yes, please? I need to talk to all of them together, so as soon as Leonor can make it here. Sarah says, I'll take care of it. Anything else you need? If not, I will be gone for a bit while I talk to Aaron. That is fine. Muyan can be my escort from here on. Muyan says, it would be my honor. Sarah leaves and Muyan takes over showing me around the rest of the palace. She also updates me on the movements of the demons that her scouts have been able to spot. She then apologizes that her people completely missed the activity on the island. Your people have no trade or anything to do with the water. It is not surprising that you didn't think of it. Don't worry about it, Muyan says. Thank you for forgiving us. I am trying to figure out a way for us to keep an eye on the coastlines, but it is a lot of ground to cover. Yeah, it is. For now, don't worry about it. The island is the only place we need to worry about right now. That is the most likely spot for the demons to try and attack. Muyan says. All right. I will make sure to send some people to keep an eye on the place. Worry about that after this next mission is done. I am going to need most, if not all, of your people, Muyan says. As you command. Well, this is the last of the palace. Is there anything else you want to see? We should still have some time before the meeting. Is Mason, Paul, or Anya in the city? Muyan says, I know that Mason is here and I think Paul is as well, but I don't know about Anya. All right, take me to Mason first and then to Paul. Muyan says, Of course, master. This way, please. Muyan points out what the buildings we pass are as we walk through the city. Of course. Muyan leads me to one of the construction sites to find Mason. He is overseeing the workers, and he seems to be enjoying himself. I don't really know him, so we don't talk for more than a few minutes. All I really do is compliment him on the job he has done, and invite him to tour the Elven City. He seems really excited about seeing a city built by non-humans and rushes off. I hope that he lets people know that he is leaving, and doesn't just run off like I would. Well, as long as he leaves the design plans behind, I am sure that someone will figure it out. Next, Muyan leads me to an area just inside the north gate of the city. This gate leads to the road to Ilium, and the area inside it is obviously set up for merchants. It is surrounded by inns and areas for wagons to park, while the middle is a large market. Muyan takes me to one side where a large building is flying my personal flag. It is only when I see it that I remember I had to create one when I became a noble. I never even used it, but I guess that Pole decided to use it for some reason. When we enter the building, everyone inside stops to bow to me, and then someone guides me to Pole's office. Pole bows and says, My king, welcome back. Hello, Pole. It is good to see you. I have to say that you are looking really healthy. Married life seems to agree with you. Pole says, Oh, you know about that? I was told. Sorry that I couldn't attend the wedding, but I don't blame you for not waiting. Congratulations, Pole says. Thank you, my king. So, how have things been going while I was away? Pole says, Things have been great. We are making more money than I know the numbers for. I have eliminated all the slavers in the Free Union, and I have also taken care of all of Pine's allies. The outcasts are prospering like never before and are even more loyal to you now. It sounds like you have done great work. I appreciate everything that you and Anya have done for me. Pole says, You don't need to thank me. I owe everything to you. You freed me and gave me a purpose. Not to mention that without you, I never would have met Anya, who you also saved from slavery. Besides, I have found that I really enjoy being a merchant and earning mountains of gold. Well, then do you want to continue as a merchant? Or do you want to be a politician? Pole says definitely a merchant. After dealing with politicians and nobles, I would never want to become one. All right. Then how would you like to open trade with the main continent? Pole says, That sounds like it would be fun. But how are we going to do that? We have no way to get there. Right now, at the port on the island, is my ship. It can easily make it to Demon Hunter City as long as it is fully manned. However, the elves that were manning it aren't interested in continuing to do so. We will need to find a new crew for it. Once that is done, opening trade should be easy. Pole says, I can find crew easily enough, but they won't have any skill. I had someone convince a few of the crew to stick around to train the new crew. You just need to get them to the ship. Although, we will need more than just crew. We will need to be able to defend the ship. The demonic beasts will attack the ship as it sails past the demon lands. Chapter 12:14. Pole says, That will be more difficult. Just about every beastman that is willing to fight has already joined Leonar's army. Well, I guess it is your army, so maybe we can get some after all. Yes, we can, but we don't have to limit it to beastmen. Recruiting from the humans and beasts is also fine. Just make sure they are loyal, Pole says. In that case, it will be easy for me to get a full crew and combat personnel. Good. Do you have people who can run things here? Because if you are going to try to leave Anya behind, I want to watch you tell her. Pole says, Not a chance. I am not stupid. But yes, I have trained a good number of subordinates that I trust to handle things here while I am gone. That is good then. Oh, speaking of here, I vaguely remember that I made a promise to someone to improve the herbs market in Ilium, specifically to make healing items cheaper. Paul says, true, herbs are a decent product. The main problem is transporting them fast enough that they don't wither. That is the only thing keeping us from making them a major export. That is easy enough to fix. I can make a huge batch of holding items for you to use. They will keep everything fresh, Paul says. That would be perfect. But do you have the time to be making items for us? Well, I am not going to be able to make hundreds of them, but enough to get the herb trade going shouldn't be a problem. The ship already has chests of holding built in, so you won't need to worry about that. I can also ask Yui for help. I seem to remember that she still had more wagons like the ones the military is using. Come to think of it, they could probably use a couple more as well, Paul says. Well, if you can get us the items, I will get the outcasts to start picking more herbs and even see about growing them. Sounds good. Also, they should sell pretty well on the main continent, especially the rarer herbs. Paul says, can you tell me about the markets on the main continent? I will tell you what I can, but I am no expert. Paul says, I just need a general idea of what kind of things to take to sell to them. So, I spend a couple of hours telling Paul about the things I saw in the markets during my travel. I also tell him about Zachariah and the merchant group since I dealt with them a lot. Having a friendly group to deal with should make his job quite a bit easier. I know that he could easily sell weapons, but I just don't have the time to make them for him. He will need to figure out what to buy and sell on his own, but I am sure that he can handle it. After all, he has done a great job here with little to no input from me. Once I run out of things to tell him, I leave him to his work and head back to the palace. I find all of the chiefs waiting for me, but Leonair still hasn't arrived yet. So, while waiting for him to arrive, I spend some time chatting with the chiefs. Aside from Muyan, the chiefs that chose to follow me are Grud of the Badgers, Nera of the Oxen, Amat of the Rats, and Barker of the Lizards. That gives me a total of 5 tribes out of the 18 that are recognized among the Beastmen. There are smaller tribes in addition to those, but they are ignored for the most part. Most of the big tribes basically just lump the smaller tribes in with the outcasts. Since the outcasts are already on my side, a lot of those small tribes are as well. Thanks to that, even though I only have 5 tribes, our military is stronger than the remaining tribes. If I really wanted to, I could easily force the remaining tribes to submit through force. However, considering how things stand with the Empire right now, that would be a mistake. Fighting on 2 fronts never works out well, and I don't plan to make that mistake. Depending on how things go with my next plan, it might be an option later. I still would prefer to bring the rest of the tribes over peacefully, but I might have missed that chance. I had built up some decent momentum before I went through the gate, but it is gone now. For now, I am just going to play it by ear and see how things go. First, let me apologize for being gone for so long. It wasn't intended now. I would like to hear how your tribes are doing and if there is anything you need. Grud says, my people are doing great. They all have jobs that they enjoy and their work is contributing to the kingdom. Joining you has turned out to be the best decision I have ever made. We couldn't be happier. Good, I am glad to hear that. Nera says, my tribe is the same as Grud's. Everyone found something that they wanted to do and that allowed them to contribute. Any issues that I can help with? Nera says. Nope. Even the idiots that needed some beating have been dealt with by your military training. To be honest, everything is going so well that I have been bored. Well, I will see about finding something to cure your boredom. Amat? Amat says. Not only have the attacks on my people completely stopped, but they are spoiled for choice of what to do. Be it farming, the military, trading, or spying, there is room for my people everywhere. If I had known it would be like this, I would have joined with the outcasts ages ago. That is good. So no issues. Amat says none. Good, Barker. Barker says I wish that I could say the same as the others, but I do have an issue. At first, everything was great, but it didn't last. Life here is too easy compared to the desert. Most of my people are just plain bored. I guess I can see that. They are used to fighting just to survive. There is no challenge anymore. Barkar says exactly. It is not that they don't appreciate being able to leave the desert. They just need more stimulation. That is a tall order. For the farmers, Paul is going to be starting a project to grow special herbs. That might be more challenging. Some others might find joining the ship's crew to be more interesting. Now that I am back, there should be other similar things that they can join in on. Unfortunately, that is about all that I have available at the moment. Barker says that should be enough. Once some people find more challenging options, the other complaints should lessen. It will buy time for things to develop, and that should take care of the other people who are bored. The main problem is the lack of patience among my people. Chapter 12:15. Well, considering we are asking them to change their entire way of life, I am not surprised that there are issues. In fact, I am more surprised that there haven't been more issues. Still, building a nation is bound to run into problems and challenges. Barker says, true, but it also provides opportunities. Although, trying to get all the tribes to get along is definitely going to cause more troubles than benefits, Muyan says. That won't even be the end of it. Beastmen won't be the only members of the nation. There are the beasts and the elves as well. I am sure that in the future there will be humans as well. That will cause even more issues than we see between the tribes, Grud says. It will be even more complicated than that. The tribes will cause more issues than you might think. They are sure to try to look down on each other based on who joined the nation first. The more violent tribes will be furious that weaker tribes like ours joined first, Muyan says. It has already started. The cat tribes have joined together to force Ash to take a wife from their tribes before they will join. As soon as that happens, the other tribes won't want to join without some form of concession to guarantee their place. Have you decided what to do about that, Master? I will meet her to buy some time. While they are sitting around waiting, I will try to get all the other tribes to join us. Then they will have no choice but to join, or be left out of the new nation. Amat laughs and says, that is brilliant. I love it. Grud says, your prejudice is showing. Amat says, oh, don't play innocent. They caused your people plenty of problems. I know you are just as happy as I am, Muyan says. Enough, you two. Master, what is your plan for bringing the other tribes to our side? Same as it was before I got lost. I will bring the ogre tribe to our side first. Then I will bring the other tribes over one by one, Muyan says. They weren't happy that you missed the appointment, but it shouldn't be too hard to set up another one, Nera says. Even without the ogre tribe, I believe that several tribes would be willing to join us. They have long been suppressed by other tribes and have seen how we and the outcasts have prospered under your rule. Muyan says, you are talking about the weaker tribes, right? Nera says, I don't know that I would call them weaker. After all, they are ranked 5th and 6th among the tribes. Muyan says, 5th and 6th you mean the ape and coyote tribes. I figured you were talking about the bunny and owl tribes? Amat says, strangely. There has been little contact from the bunny and owl tribes. It is strange considering that they are the 2 weakest tribes. Maybe they are laying low out of fear that the conflict will crush them. Muyan says, that is not important. What have you heard about the ape and coyote tribes? Nera says, I have something of a rivalry with the chief of the ape tribe. We both believe in pure strength. They are being suppressed by the cat tribes and the bear tribe, who don't want to lose their spots. The coyote tribe has it worse from what I have heard. The wolf tribe treats them like slaves. The wolf and coyote tribes are both canines. Why would they do that? Nera says, I have no idea. Don't ask me why carnivores do what they do. I just know that they are looking for a way out, and if you promise to protect them from the wolf tribe, they will join us. Won't that just cause more problems later when the wolf tribe joins us? Nera says, it is likely, but I am not the king. That is your job to figure out. Ah, great, Barkar says. Don't forget the monkey tribe. They were already willing to join before you went through the gate. They also have a good relationship with the ape tribe. They are just south of the mountain, aren't they? I can visit them on my way to the ogre tribe. Muyan says, that sounds like a solid plan. Once the monkey and ogre tribes have joined us, I will contact the coyote and ape tribes to see where they stand. All right, sounds good, Muyan says. What should we do about the bunny and owl tribes? Let's wait until Miria gets back before we worry about the bunny tribe. I don't know anything about the owl tribe. Amat says. They are by far the weakest tribe. Their physical strength can't even match up with humans. However, no one bothers them because they are the best healers out of all the beastmen. Sounds like they would be helpful for the army. We can extend an olive branch to them. Muyan says, a what? Oh, sorry. It means a peaceful offer. Muyan says, all right. Anything else? Yes. Start to slowly spread the rumor that I have evolved beyond being a beastman. I want to let people slowly get used to what I have become. Grud says, what is that? Exactly. Instead of trying to explain, I just drop shapeshift to show them exactly what I am now. As expected, they react with surprise and a little bit of instinctual fear. Their beast sides recognize me as a dangerous predator, but they quickly get control of themselves. Once they do, all of them come closer to take a better look at me and I just hold still. Muyan is the worst, but that isn't surprising since she is female and I am fuzzy. They continue looking at me for a few minutes, but Leonar's arrival puts an end to it. Leonar kneels and says, my king, I am glad that you have returned. Leonar, good to see you. I want you to wait to report. I have a new plan we need to discuss first. Leonar says, as you command, my king. Muyan says, finally, my curiosity has been driving me nuts. What is this plan you need us for? I believe that demons have infiltrated the Empire and are behind its recent actions. I plan to cast a spell that will cover the entire peninsula. This spell will cancel the demons' shape-shifting abilities and prevent their use for a few hours. This should cause a lot of turmoil in the Empire and may even start a civil war. I want us to take advantage of that chaos to rescue our people from slavery. Leonar says, if the Empire's forces start fighting against each other, we would definitely have the power to make some progress. The problem is the size of the Empire and the fact that our people are scattered all over it. Chapter 12, 16. That is why we aren't the only ones in this meeting. Muyan, Amat, and Barker all have people who excel at moving without being noticed. They will be the ones who are acting first. They will use the chaos to hide their movements as they enter the depths of the Empire. They will locate our people and, if possible, free them. Where it isn't possible, they will act as pathfinders for units from the army to get them in to perform the rescue. Muyan says, you can count on my scouts. I will even go personally. This sounds fun, Barker says. I don't have as many sneaky types as the others, but what I have are yours. Amat says, my people are in as well. Great. Nera, I know your people aren't sneaky, but they can still help. A lot of the slaves will be in bad shape. Can your people help move them? Nera says, absolutely, Grud. The Empire will have a lot of fortified places where slaves are kept. Can we count on your people to tunnel into them? If we have to take them by force, we will take more casualties? Grud says, of course. My best people will be yours to command. Good. All right, Leonar. How long will it take to get everything ready? Leonar says, with travel time. I would say at least a few days before we can be ready to start. The Empire is a big place. It will take time to search all of it for our people. Muyan says, I can have scouts across the border tomorrow. Will they be all right if they go in before the chaos starts? Muyan says, it will be harder, but they can do it. Amat says, why not let me handle it? We have already had rats spying on the Empire. We can just use them to search for slaves. That way we can use the time before everyone else is ready to identify targets. Sounds like a good idea to me. Muyan, while the rats find targets, I want your scouts to locate rally points. We don't want to bring out each group of slaves individually. We will also need food for them since slaves aren't normally well fed. Muyan says, all right, consider it done. I will cast the spell in 2 days, and I expect it to take a day or two for the chaos to spread. So we will begin operations 4 days from now. Everyone please get everything in place by then. Before everyone leaves to get to work, I have them sit down to a meal with me. While we are eating, I talk about my plans and how I hope the nation will develop. I also bring up that Lynn, a human mage, will be my first queen and my reasons. I fully expect there to be some issues with me marrying a human, but I am prepared for that. I figure that it is better to get it out in the open and start dealing with it now. The wedding was supposed to be soon after I returned, but I don't know if that will happen. Not only am I about to start a huge mess, but with Miriam missing, I don't know what the plan is. She and Lynn were supposed to be planning everything, but I haven't heard anything recently. With Lynn being distracted by the library, I can't even be sure if she has thought about it. For now, I am not going to worry about it. I will see what the plan is when Miria returns. If the wedding is delayed, that will just give people more time to get used to the idea. It may just reduce the problems we have to deal with. At least I hope it does. To prevent anyone from thinking I prefer humans, I also inform them that Miria will be my second wife. Muyan is the only one that shows signs of discontent with that announcement. However, she is smart enough not to say anything too extreme about it. At this point, that is as far as my plans have reached. I will make more detailed plans after we see how the situation with the Empire goes. Muyan says, "Do you plan to take more wives later?" No, I don't. I don't want to marry anyone due to politics. I am marrying the two of them because I care about them. Events may force me to take another wife at some point, but I will fight against that as much as I can. Muyan looks disappointed at my answer, but I don't care. She was never in the running. There is no way I could get into a relationship with someone that I can't trust. She has been behaving so far, but that only earns her a little bit of trust. She has a lot more work to do if she wants me to begin to trust her more. It still bothers me that she has complete control of her entire tribe and they can't disobey. Especially considering that she isn't a beastman, just a fox beast that can take humanoid form. Still, I have to admit that her and her clan have proven to be very useful. Even if I can't trust her, I will still take care of her clan and reward them for their service. I won't make her people suffer just because I don't like or trust Muyan. After that, the conversation turns to the tribes that haven't joined us yet. The more information I have about them, the better plans I can make for dealing with them. Once everyone is done eating, the chiefs leave to organize their people, and only Leonor remains. "So, how is the army doing?" Leonor says. "Excellent. I dare to say that we have the best trained and best equipped military force on the peninsula. That is great. How do you think we would do in an all-out war with the Empire?" Leonor says. "They still outnumber us, but we would eventually win. The only problem is that casualties would be high. Such a war would drain a lot of our strength, and we would need time to recover before being able to wage a war against the demons. That is basically what I figured. I will try to avoid a full-scale war, but I won't leave our people enslaved." Leonor says, "Agreed." Hopefully the chaos will allow us to rescue them with minimal casualties. How would you rate us against the rest of the clans? Leonor says, "Not counting the ogre tribe, the rest could join together, and we could still beat them. We wouldn't even take too many casualties. Of course, the odds of them working together are pretty much zero. The only tribe that could give us trouble would be the ogres, and that is because of how strong they are and how well they work together." "So, what if I get the ogres to join us?" Leonor says. "If the ogres are on our side, then the rest of the tribes would fall easily. In fact, at that point, conquering the Empire would be possible." Chapter 12:17. I will keep that in mind, but I would still prefer to unify the tribes peacefully. Of course, if our army is strong enough, it also makes a good threat. By the way, can most of the soldiers gain levels now? Leonor says yes. All of our frontline fighters can. Their average level is already around 10, with a few getting close to level 20. Excellent. So, most of the army has converted to worship the goddesses. Leonor says the entire army has, and so have most of the outcasts. The core of the army is still the group that you rescued from the mines in the kingdom. They worship you. So of course they also worship who you worship. They didn't force anyone to convert, did they? Leonor says, no, they didn't need to. Just seeing them getting stronger was all the argument they needed. That makes sense. Well, as long as no one is being forced, then it is a good thing. I guess that means that I should talk to Mason about adding a church here and to Core about adding one in the Elven City. Leonor says, I don't know anything about that. Did you have any other questions for me? If not, I have a lot of work to do. No, that is it. Go ahead and take care of what you need to. Leonor stands up, bows to me, and then leaves the room, leaving me alone. I can't think of anything else I need to do here at the moment, so I head to my room. Once there, I make a gate platform to put in the corner of the room and then gate to the castle. After closing the gate, I leave the castle and go looking for Cor, but she isn't in her room. She is probably still wandering around, but I don't feel like searching again. Instead, I head to the palace and use the throne to search the city for her. Once I locate her, I send her a message asking her to come to the palace. While I am at it, I also locate Athena and ask her to come see me as well. Athena shows up first, so I fill her in on the plan that I discussed with Pole. Athena is all for the plan since it will give her a way to be useful until I have time to convert her into an airship. When Cor shows up, I talk to her about building a church and also ask her to keep an eye out for Mason. Cor has no problem with adding a church to the city, so that will be my next task. Before I do that, I open a soulscape, invite the goddesses, and ask them what kind of church they want. They are more than happy to show me what they want the church to look like. It is a good thing since I have no clue about how to design a building, especially a church. With that out of the way, I use the throne to check on the city and look for a location for the church. I want to put it on the main square where the Tree of Life is planted, but that area is full, meaning that to do what I want, I'm going to have to move other buildings. This isn't like a game where I can just move buildings around. I will have to destroy and rebuild them. I know that I can't even think about touching the library. Lynn would kill me. That leaves me with very few options since I also can't do anything to the palace. Well, that is not entirely true. I can make improvements to the palace if I want. Like if I take some of the areas that I consider useless and turn them into offices for government officials. If I do that, then I could remove the government building that is on the main square. However, if I do that, I am going to have to modify the palace's defenses. Turning areas into offices would mean they need to be accessible by more people. After taking another look at the city around the main square, I decide that that is my only option. Luckily, while it has been repaired, the government building is still unoccupied, so tearing it down to make room for the church won't cause any issues. To be honest, we don't need a full building for our government. There won't be that many people. It is mainly going to be the leaders among the elves and the elders of the beasts. Although, I guess we will be adding more people later. For now, that is all we need. Once my mind is made up, I send orders to the golems to start tearing down the old building. While they are starting that, I open up the design function of the palace and input the design the goddesses want. After that, I make the modifications to the palace and its defenses. With all of that programmed in, the golems will be busy for quite a while. Since I am done with the city, I leave the palace and head to the library to find Lynn. Surprisingly, she isn't in the library, so I head back to the castle, but she isn't there either. I find out from Jarvis that Bella isn't around either and the kids have gone to the Shadow Realm. Since I don't know where Lynn is, I head down to my workshop to make some items. I spend a couple of pleasant hours making bags and chests of holding. Once I use up my common materials, I stop and put everything into my pouch. Normally, that would be a horrible idea, but since I have upgraded my pouch, it isn't a problem. Then, I leave the castle and take the teleporter in Cor's room up to the tower. Yui says, "Welcome back, Ash. Something I can do for you." I wanted to see if Lynn was here and also ask about those wagons you gave me before. You had more of them if I remember right? Yui says, "Yes, Lynn is here, in the library. Also, yes, I have more wagons. I have created some new ones as well." That is good. I want some for the military and some for my merchant. How have things been here? Did you start modifying the enchantments yet? Yue says, "You haven't been gone that long. I am still analyzing the enchantments and making calculations. I have to be sure of all the effects that making changes would have." All right, understood. Sorry, my mind has been all over the place. I don't even know what day it is. Yui says, "I think you need some sleep, Ash. Not even a full day has passed since you were last here." "Really? Are you sure?" Yui says, "Yes, I am sure." "Okay, maybe I do need some sleep. I have talked to so many people that it feels like days have passed. I think I will stop by the library first." Yui says, "All right, your old room is ready for you." "Thank you." I head to the library and easily spot Lynn in one of the reading rooms, but she isn't alone. Bella is with her, and they seem to be having a good time, so I turn around before they spot me. I head to my old room, throw myself onto the bed, and fall asleep almost instantly. Chapter 12:18. I sleep so deeply that waking up surrounded by 8 balls of furry cuteness is a complete surprise. How they managed to climb into bed with me without waking me is a mystery. I am just glad they did it in their shrunken forms, or I might have been smothered. Getting out of bed without waking any of them is probably impossible, but I still try. I fail, of course, and as soon as one of them wakes up, the others get woken up. My plan of getting some work done ends up getting sidetracked by playtime. I only get saved when Yui announces that breakfast is ready, which triggers a stampede. Unfortunately, I am underneath that stampede, and I get thoroughly trampled by my own kids. Of course, they don't care. All they care about is who gets to the food first. By the time I pick myself up and head to the dining room, the kids have already started eating. In fact, they have already put a huge dent in the amount of food provided. Luckily, Sprites come in with new platters of food to replace those that have been emptied. I sit down, grab a plate, fill it with food, and start shoving the food into my mouth. I'm eating like a pig, just like my kids are. I guess that they take after me. Then again, we are all beasts, so we don't really worry about manners when no one else is around. Kachera says, Dad, you have been really busy. Is there anything that we can do to help you? Not at the moment, but in a few days we will be sending units into the Empire. They will be going to rescue slaves. Any of you that want to can help. All of the kids immediately say that they want to help, which I was expecting. I tell them to head to the military base in a couple of days and report to Leonar. It will be a bit dangerous, but no worse than going into the Shadow Plane. As much as I don't want to see my kids get hurt, I know that I can't shelter them from everything. After all, they're exploring in the Shadow Plane. The kids should be at a decent level. Most humans won't be a serious threat to them, and they won't be alone. They will have Beastmen troops with them, so the danger will be pretty small. Besides, this is a good chance for the Beastmen to meet the kids and get used to them. Some of them already know the older kids, but they haven't met the younger kids yet. The kids also need to get used to working with the Beastmen, and this will be a good start. All in all, the kids helping out with the attack should be good for everyone. It will also keep them busy and entertained while I am occupied dealing with politics. Speaking of politics, I should be getting back to the new city. People are probably looking for me. I quickly finish eating, give the kids some love, and then gate back to the new city. As soon as I step out of my room, I get told that I am wanted in the throne room. Curious, I head to the throne room where I find the chiefs waiting for me. Out of habit, I walk to the throne and sit down, but I am surprised when no system activates. It is only then that I remember that I am not in the Elven City, and this is just an uncomfortable seat. Before I can think of getting back up, the main doors of the throne room open. Two people enter, one I don't know, but the other is someone I am very familiar with. It is Miria, and as soon as I see her looking at me, my heart rate increases. Miria walks forward, kneels, and says, I, Miria, chieftain of the Bunny tribe, swear the loyalty of my tribe to His Majesty, King Ash. Kneels and says, I, Krukul, chieftain of the Owl tribe, swear the loyalty of my tribe to His Majesty, King Ash. Myria, what is going on? Since when are you the chieftain of the Bunny tribe? What happened to your mother? Krukul, was it? Sorry. Give me a minute. Krukul says, I understand. Miria says, I became the chieftain 2 days ago when I defeated my mother. I wanted to bring the Bunny tribe to your side and be of use to you. You didn't need to do that. I know you didn't want to be the chieftain. Miria says, being a chieftain is nothing compared to being one of the queens of the new nation. I need to learn how to handle the responsibilities that I will have if I am with you, especially since I know that you will avoid them as much as you can. I can't just leave everything to Lynn after all. Fair enough. So then, how did you end up coming together with Krukul? Miria says, he wanted to join you a long time ago, but my mother took him prisoner. She wanted to use him to lure you to her, but then you disappeared and her plan fell apart. She still kept him prisoner waiting for you to return. I found him after I defeated her. I am sorry, Krukul. It sounds like you went through a lot in order to find me. May I ask why you came looking for me so early? Krukul says, it is my own fault for getting caught. The former chieftain was rather unstable, and I should have avoided her. Why I want to join you has to do with my people and the procedure that you came up with. I have heard that your people are excellent healers. But what does that have to do with the procedure? Krukul says, My people actually don't have any special talent as healers. What we have is above average intelligence. We decided long ago to learn healing arts to prevent us from being oppressed. Our bodies are weak, but our minds are strong. That is why we are interested in the procedure. We think we will be gifted mages. That is very possible. But the procedure only creates a fake core. It is possible that it will allow future generations to have a real core, but that isn't guaranteed. You understand that, right? Krukul says yes. I am aware, but a small chance, no matter how small, is better than no chance at all. So, will you accept my tribe? Of course I will. My goal is to unify all the tribes, and I prefer to do so peacefully. If you hadn't come to me, I would have come to you. Krukul says, that is great. What can we do to help? Miria says, wait, what about me? Krukul, how soon can your people be here? Miria, I didn't think you were even going to give me the option to say no, Krukul says. Some should be close enough to be here in a couple of days. The rest will take a little over a week. Chapter 12:19. That is fine. Those that are close can support the military. They are about to begin a major operation and could use more healers. Of course, only those that are willing need to help out. Now that you have joined, anyone who wants it can get the procedure. Also, those who want to can relocate to any of the cities or towns under our control and receive protection. Krukul says, of course we can help. Not only do all my people have healing skills, we also have a large stockpile of healing items that we can provide. Sorry, but what do you mean by healing items? Krukul says, we make healing potions, salves, and even medicated bandages. So, you have developed alchemy? Krukul says, I am sorry, I am not familiar with that term. It is a term that refers to mixing chemicals and herbs to brew potions. Krukul says, that sounds about right. We just call it brewing. Whatever you want to call it, it will definitely come in handy. Not only can the military use them, but they can also be sold. They will make a good export product for the nation. Krukul says, our stockpile can last for a while, but I doubt our output can match what you are thinking. The herbs used are hard to find in enough quantities. That is fine. We have already planned to start cultivating herbs. Later, I will introduce you to Pol, my merchant, and you can discuss it with him. Krukul says, sure. Myria, you've been quiet? Miria says, I was planning to wait and discuss that comment in private. Okay. To put that off, I take my time to introduce Krukul to all the other chiefs. We have lunch together and I fill Krukul in on the current and future plans. Miria stays by my side, but she also stays quiet, which makes me fairly nervous. Eventually, we finish talks and the food is gone, so the chiefs leave to take care of their matters. Miria stays quiet and follows me to my room, but once the door is closed, she kisses me. It is a pleasant surprise to say the least and quite enjoyable while it lasts. Miria says, I am glad that you are back safely. Before we get into things, where is Lynn? I need to talk to her first. She is in the tower, in the library, or at least she was when I left, and I doubt that she has moved. Miria says, then I will head to the tower. When I get back, we will have dinner together and have a long talk. All right? Sure. Miria gives me another kiss and a hug, then she leaves to head to the tower. I feel like I should be nervous about the two of them talking, but for some reason, I don't. Then again, they have been plotting together from the beginning, so it is nothing new. To keep from thinking about it, I head out once Miria leaves to find Pol. As soon as I find him, I give him the items I made as well as the wagons Yue gave me. Before I leave, I tell him about Krukul, his people, and the products that they can produce. Of course, hearing about new products to sell makes him very excited. In fact, he can't wait to run off and find the chieftain to get more details. I go ahead and let him. Then I head over to the military base to deliver the rest of the wagons. Leonar isn't around, so I take some time to meet and interact with some of the troops. The only ones around are some new recruits and their trainers. But that makes sense. Leonar probably took everyone else to get ready to attack the Empire in a few days. After talking with some of the recruits, I head back to the palace to wait for Miria. There is nothing else that I need to do, and if Miria hadn't come back, I'd be heading to Ilium. While I wait for Miria, I think about what I need to do in Ilium until she returns. Miria says, "So, do we eat first or talk first?" Welcome back. It is up to you. I am fine either way. Miria says, "Then let's talk first. I won't leave you to suffer through a meal while worrying. You really do know me well, all right? Where do you want to start?" Miria says, "Let's start with business. The bunny tribe doesn't have too many combat personnel, but those that we have are already on their way to join Leonor. What should I do with the rest of them? Do you want them to migrate to the cities as well?" "Yes, unless there is a reason for them not to. The cities will become the heart of the nation. Having them more occupied will help. Living in a city will help to change the mindset of the people faster," Miria says. "What do you mean?" "Well, having a permanent home is a lot different from moving around constantly. People think differently when they have a permanent place to call their own. It will also help if all the tribes are living together and interacting with each other." Miria says, "I can't really say for sure since I have never had a permanent home either, but I will take your word for it. As for interacting with each other, have you assigned someone to keep the peace?" "Not yet, but don't worry. I know that I will need to. I was thinking of asking some of the elves to do it. They should be able to be completely impartial. That will be important when it comes to settling disputes between tribes." Miria says, "That is actually a really good idea. Do you think that they will agree to do it?" "I think that there will be some. I am just not sure if there will be enough. They just got a new home, so I plan to let them settle in a bit before I ask them." Miria says, "Do you have a backup plan?" "If there aren't enough elves, I will make golems that can do the job." Miria says, "I guess that would work. I am aware that there are going to be issues, and I am planning for as many of them as I can. Any others that come up we will just have to deal with when they happen." Miria says, "Ash, you have changed. You are more mature now, and I feel like it is a good thing for all the beastmen." "I really like this new you. Thanks, I guess," Miria says. "What is that supposed to mean?" "Well, if you are saying that I am mature now, then you are also saying that I was childish before." Miria laughs, kisses me, and says, "Yeah, I am. You were totally childish and irresponsible." "Oh, like you were any better," Miria says. "That is besides the point. I wasn't the leader. No one was looking to me for what they were supposed to do." Chapter 12:20. I never ask anyone to look to me as the leader. If they had asked, I would have said no. I told anyone who would listen that me being the leader was a bad idea. Miria says, "That may be true, but it was your own fault for playing the hero and saving most of us. You can only blame yourself because your actions led you to where you are now." "Maybe. I didn't think about things like that. I just did what I felt like at the time. I saved most of you simply because I don't like slavery." Miria says, "Your reasons don't really matter. What matters is how those you saved saw you. That is why you became a leader, because we all saw you that way. That is why I fell in love with you, even though you didn't make it easy for me." "That is because at the beginning you were way too intense. You acted more like you were obsessed rather than in love. I felt like if I accepted you, that I would be taking advantage of that. It was only once you calmed down that I could start to accept you," Miria says. "If you knew what I had gone through before you rescued me, you wouldn't have found me that intense. Besides, your smell triggered all sorts of instincts in me and I wasn't in the right mindset to control them. I can't even imagine what you went through, and you are right. You had plenty of reasons to be a little crazy. However, you can't really blame me for not wanting to get caught up in that amount of crazy, right?" Miria says, "I can understand it now, but at the time it really hurt that you rejected me." "I am sorry that it hurt, but I couldn't do anything else at the time without compromising my morals." Miria says, "I know that now, and I have actually come to appreciate that you didn't take advantage of me. Although, if you had been smart, you could have given me what I wanted and then moved on. If you had done that, then we wouldn't be in this situation now. In fact, I may not have fallen in love with you if you did that. Somehow I doubt that. But it doesn't matter now. What is done is done. Now we need to figure out where we go from here." Miria says, "We already know what happens next. The only question is whether you accept it or run away again." I am not going to run away. The problem is that while I like you, I don't know if I love you yet. Miria says, "That is fine. I love you and I am willing to accept whatever level of affection you are willing to give me. I am fine if you only like me. I still want to be with you and give you my everything. What if my feelings don't change and I don't fall in love with you?" Miria says, "As long as I can be with you, I can live with that. Are you sure? Considering what the future may bring, you are just going to suffer more when I die. Is it really worth it?" Miria says, "I am completely sure. Even if we could only be together for a day, and I had to live alone for 100 years after that, it would be worth it." All right, I will stop arguing. You have obviously made up your mind, and I won't fight against it anymore. Miria lets out a happy scream and throws herself into my arms to kiss me. I was expecting to kiss for a bit and then go back to talking, but Miria has other ideas. She probably doesn't want to give me time to reconsider or get cold feet. We end up moving to the bed and Miria takes the lead by undressing me. She isn't shy about letting me know what she wants, and I kind of like how aggressive she is. I don't know if it is because she is a bunny girl or because of what I did to her, but she manages to go 5 full rounds. In fact, when we are finally done, I am actually feeling a little exhausted. I had planned to see about getting other things done, but I end up changing my mind. I cuddle with Miria, and soon we are both sound asleep in each other's arms. In the morning, Miria wakes up first and then wakes me up by attacking me. It surprises me because I was expecting her to still be exhausted after last night. However, Miria turns out to be a lot more resilient than I thought she was. We have a couple of rounds of fun, but then we end up stopping to have breakfast. We are both really hungry since we ended up skipping dinner last night. It is only as we are eating that we actually have a chance to talk again. I probably don't want to know, but what happened to your mother? Miria says, "Will you think differently of me if I tell you that I killed her?" I wouldn't want to, but yeah, I probably would. Only because it is your mother we are talking about. Miria says, "Well, you can relax. I didn't kill her. You also don't have to worry about her. I defeated her, but I only left her wounded. However, she had made a lot of enemies during her reign and they took care of her. That is a relief. No matter how much you hated her, killing her yourself would have scared you." Miria says, "I know, but a part of me still wanted to do it. The only reason I didn't was that I was worried about how the tribe would react." That is true. Proving your strength is enough to make them submit, but killing her would have bred resentment from those who supported her. Miria says, "Exactly why I didn't kill her." All right, so what now? I know that you and Lynn have a plan. Want to let me in on it? Miria says. "For right now, I am going to stay with you and support you until your plan is done. Then Lynn will keep an eye on you while I take the commander trial. You will also get married during that time. We delayed the wedding because of the plan." That and dragging Lynn out of the library won't be easy, Miria says. True. Once I return from the commander trial, Lynn will start doing the mage trials. So you are going to take turns keeping an eye on me. Well, I guess I can't blame you for that. How come you were taking the commander trial? I thought that would be Kitara, Miria says. She will do the trial once I am done while I take over the training of the troops. Is it even possible to have two commanders? I thought there was only supposed to be one. Miria says, "We checked with UA. That was only a tradition. There is no rule or anything that prevents multiple commanders." Oh, well, in that case, it is fine. Just do me a favor and be careful in the trial. I know you, I said, that you can't die in a trial, but you can still be injured or even crippled. Chapter 12:21. Miria says, "It makes me happy that you are worried about me, but don't worry too much. I will be careful. Besides, I am not going to take the trial until after your crazy plan ends. We have time that we can spend together until then." All right, I will try not to worry. So, my plan for today was to head to Ilium. I take it that you are coming with me? Miria says, "Of course I am. You are not getting rid of me that easily." Wasn't trying to. By this time we have finished eating, and I was planning to get out of bed. However, Miria has other ideas and attacks me again before I can manage to move. She is extremely affectionate, and I can't help but to respond in kind. We go for another 2 rounds and then we are interrupted when the door opens. To my astonishment, it is Lynn who enters the room and she joins us without saying anything. When she joins in, I find myself not sure what I am supposed to do. But the girls take over. It is obvious that they plan this because Miria shows no surprise at all. Working together, the two of them manage to completely exhaust me. From the look of triumph that Lynn gives me, I am guessing that this was the plan all along. I always knew that Lynn would get me back for some of my comments, but I didn't imagine it would be this much fun. They manage to wear me out so much that I end up taking a nap for a while. They wake me up after a few hours, and then we have lunch together. Once we are done eating, Lynn gives me a long kiss and then leaves to return to the tower. I was expecting her to stick around and talk, but I guess the books are calling her. Miria just smiles as she looks at me and laughs at whatever look is on my face. What? Miria says. Your confused look is just too cute. You two really did plan this, didn't you? Miria says. Plot against you? Do you really think we would do something like that? Yes, absolutely. Miria just laughs and then kisses me before she gets up to get dressed. Watching her get dressed is quite pleasant, and it reminds me that I made some things for her. Once she is ready, I get up as well and let the chiefs know that I am leaving. However, before we head to Ilium, I open a gate to the castle and take Miria through. I introduce her to Jarvis, and then give her a full tour of the castle, ending at my workshop. Once we are there, I take out all the things I crafted for her and then ask for her blood. Miria says, My blood? What do you need my blood for? In order to make all these items a set that only works for you. I did the same for Lynn. I want the two of you to be equals. Also, they will help keep you safe so that I don't have to worry as much. Miria says, I thank you for the presents, but you don't need to worry about us being equal. I already know that Lynn was the one to open your heart first, and I don't expect to be equal with her. I am fine with that. I don't care about position as long as I can be with you. Just because you are okay with it doesn't mean that I am. If I am going to be with both of you, I will do my best to treat you equally. I may not always succeed, but I will try. Also, I guess we should talk about what I am now. Miria offers me her blood and says what you are now. Yes, you have seen my normal form. I am no longer a beastman. I am a beast now. The main reason that I bring it up is because I have a beast's instincts. I do my best to keep them in control, but I sometimes struggle. Miria says, What are you worried about? Mainly the instinct of ownership. You and Lynn are now my mates. My instincts see you as mine. Miria says, I have no problem with that. That is good, but there is still a problem. If my instincts are triggered, I will be insanely jealous. If I see a man touching you, I can't promise that it won't become a bloodbath. Miria says, That won't be a problem. I am not interested in any other man but you. Wait, what about Lynn and Bella? Isn't that going to cause problems? No, because I don't see Bella as a threat. Wait, that is not the right way to say it. I don't see other women as a threat. They don't trigger my instincts. Miria says, So, you are okay with what is going on between Lynn and Bella? Yes, I even encouraged it. I didn't want her to be alone when I am busy with other things. If Bella hadn't gotten involved, I would have been encouraging you to get into a similar relationship with her. I still think it would be a good idea. That way you can support each other after I am gone. Miria says, I have no problem with that. Among the bunny tribe, men are for reproducing and women are for fun. After what happened to me, other than you, I don't ever want a man to touch me. Besides, Lynn is really cute. You did good when you stole her. I didn't really steal her. She used me to run away from a bad situation. Don't get me wrong. I am glad that she did, and I am really glad that I met her. Not even counting the emotional stuff, she has been a great help to me along the way. I may not have made it back without her. Miria says, I know. I have heard about most of it. I wish I could have gone with you instead of staying here. I am not sure about that. I can see you trying to kill me for some of the stunts that I pulled while I was gone. Miria says, I wouldn't actually kill you, but punishment would definitely be in order. The way you do things with no regard to your own life really pisses us off. But you already know that, don't you? Yes, but I wouldn't be where I was if I didn't take risks. Most of the risks I have taken worked out really well. Anyway, the enchantments are done. You already know how the pouches work, and you should know about the shape-shifting clothes. The choker allows you to shape-shift into a rabbit, just like you wanted. It can also shift if you don't like it as a choker. The new armor will also shift as needed to fit you perfectly. It can also move in and out of the pouch at will, so you don't have to deal with it. Miria says, "These are all amazing. Your skills are incredible. Thank you. I've had a lot of time to practice. Oh, I made you new daggers as well. I didn't make a new bow since I wasn't sure what combat style you were using these days." Miria says, "It is fine. I actually haven't used a bow since the procedure. The daggers just feel better when I use them." Chapter 1222. Then I am glad that I made you new daggers. They should work for you no matter how strong you get. Miria says, "I can't wait to test them out. So, what is next?" "This was the main reason for coming here. We can go back and head to Ilium now." Miria says, "Can't we just go straight to Ilium?" "We could, but I made a promise." Miria says, "Okay, we gate back to the new city and then head outside of the palace where I summon Lizzie." I climb into her saddle and then pull Miria up and sit her in my lap, which makes her smile. Then I have Lizzie head towards Ilium while Miria and I cuddle in the saddle. Miria says, "What part of this was a promise that you made?" Lizzie says, "He promised me that he wouldn't run around without me anymore." Miria says, "Oh, that is a good idea. Ash, promise me you won't run off without me or Lynn with you. You know that I can't promise that, but I will try. With you two planning to do the trials, there will be times when neither of you can be with me. It will only get worse as our responsibilities to the nation increase." Miria says, "Well, there is a simple solution to that." "Oh, what is that?" Miria says, "You just need more wives." With more of us to share the burdens, it wouldn't be a problem. There would also be more of us to keep an eye on you. "Oh, not this again," Miria says. "No, wait, hear me out. You want us to be better after you die, right?" "Well, yeah," Miria says. "If me and Lynn supporting each other is better, then having other women we like to support us is even better than that. So, the more wives you take, the more support we all have when you die." That isn't necessarily true. Besides, I am not even sure I can keep the two of you happy. Why would I add more wives? Miria says, "Oh, don't worry. You made the two of us very happy. That is not what I am talking about, and you know it." Miria says, "Don't worry about the emotional stuff. Just do your best and let us worry about the rest of it. We are not children. You don't have to take care of us all the time. We can help each other with the emotional stuff, just as we can help support and take care of your kids when you are too busy. You can tell me not to worry all you want, but it isn't going to stop me from doing so. This between us is brand new and isn't even stable yet. Trying to add someone new right now is almost guaranteed to mess everything up." Miria says, "I didn't mean right this second, silly. But I know that if I don't keep bringing it up, you won't even think about it. Besides, didn't you have fun earlier with the two of us?" "Of course I did. You already know that. It was even better than I had imagined it would be." Miria says, "Well, if you add more wives, that will happen more often. I am not about to marry more women just so I can have more sex. I am not that much of a pig. Please do not mention this again. Now is not the time for this kind of thing." Miria says, "All right. I was just teasing you anyway." "Sure, you were. Anyway, we will be reaching Ilium soon. I have to meet the guildmasters first and get caught up on what has been going on." Miria says, "Is there anything that you want me to do? If you want, you can use the teleporter to go back and check on Leonor's progress. According to the plan, I will be casting the spell tomorrow, but if need be, I can put it off." Miria says, "Sure, I can do that, but I will be coming back straight away." "That is fine. I wasn't trying to get rid of you or anything." Miria says, "You had better not. It wouldn't work even if you did. You are stuck with me now." My only response is to laugh and kiss her, which seems to be the right choice. She enthusiastically returns the kiss, and we end up making out until Ilium comes within sight. Ilium still looks the same, and seeing it brings back memories of my first visit. Things were a lot simpler back then, but I wouldn't go back to that even if I could. I was alone back then, and as much as I have fought against it, I am happier now. I am not sure where things are going to go from here, but I am ready to face the future. Lizzie says, "Where to?" "Head for the inn. Sarah should be there and will be able to contact everyone." Lizzie says, "Will you need me after this?" "Not for a while. I can gate back to the tower to cast the spell." Lizzie says, "Okay, then I will return to the Elven City once I drop you off." "That is fine. I will summon you if I need to go anywhere." Lizzie says, "Good." Miria says, "How come your mount is able to get you to behave?" "Simple, she can eat me. Even as strong as I am now, I am not sure if I could win a fight against her." Miria says, "So if I get strong enough to beat you in a fight, you will behave for me too?" "I don't know, maybe." Miria says, "That is something that I will need to discuss with Lynn." "Don't you dare." Miria just laughs at me. But before I can do anything to retaliate, we reach the inn. I was so distracted that I didn't even notice the crowds as we went through the city. It is a good thing that no one tried to assassinate me. My guard was completely down. Sarah says, "Welcome back. I wasn't expecting you this soon." Miria says, "Hi, Sarah. Good to see you," Sarah says. "Good to see you too," from the smile on your face. "I am guessing that things went well." Miria says, "Yeah? Everything worked out perfectly." Sarah says, "That is great." "So, Ash, if you are here about the summoned, not everyone has gotten the message yet." "No, it is not about that. I am here to meet with people and get updates." "Can you let the guild masters know that I am here and invite them to dinner?" Sarah says, "Sure, that is easy enough. Although, with the spectacle you made going through the city, I don't really need to tell them that you are here. Is there anyone else that I should invite?" "Number, I will meet with other people tomorrow. Tonight it is just the guild masters." Sarah says, "All right, I will send the invites. Is there anything else that you need?" "Not at the moment. I will just head upstairs and wait. Somehow, I doubt that it will take them long to get here." Sarah laughs and says, "They may already be running over." "It is possible. Anyway, whenever they show up, send them up." Sarah says, "Will do." Chapter 12:23. Miria and I enter the inn and head up to the top floor, which also brings back memories. However, Miria grabs me and starts kissing me before I can get lost in my memories. It is a welcome distraction. Dwelling on the past is pointless right now. Miria says, "All right, I'll go check on Leonar, but I'll be back tonight. Have fun catching up with everyone." "Okay, see you in a few hours." Miria gives me another deep kiss and then leaves through the teleporter. While I am waiting for my guests, I make another gate platform and put it in my room. Ilium isn't far enough away to need one. It just makes things more convenient. I expect to be doing a lot of gating back and forth, so this just makes sense. With a platform here, I don't have to stop to search for where I want the gate to open. It also saves me mana each time I gate, so it is worth a bit of effort and materials. Once the platform is in place and active, I return to the main room and sit down to wait. I don't have to wait long before I hear footsteps approaching on the stairs. Rat comes running up ahead of Roddick and Beliza. She throws herself at me. Rat yells, "Uncle Ash," and hugs me as hard as she can. "Hello, Rat, have you been well?" Rat says, "Yes, but I missed you." "I missed you too. I am sorry for being gone for so long." Roddick says, "I am really glad you made it back safely, Ash." Beliza says, "So am I, even if I want to hit you for making Rat cry. Look, I never intended to be gone for so long. I didn't expect the other end of the gate to have been destroyed." Roddick says, "Rat, this is what a dangerous level of curiosity looks like." "Oh, so you mean to tell me that if you found an ancient gate, you wouldn't go through to see where it went?" Roddick says, Beliza says, "If he did, I would kill him if he managed to make it back." Roddick says, "Anyway, how about you tell us what happened on your adventure? Let's wait for the others so I don't have to repeat myself." Ambrose enters and says, "You better not have started without me," Roddick says. "Not yet." Jezel says, "See, I told you that we didn't have to run all the way over here before anyone else can say anything. Sarah and some of her girls come up carrying trays full of drinks. Right behind them comes Boric, almost like he was just following the drinks. He grabs a drink and cracks a couple of jokes as everyone sits down at the table. Once everyone is sitting and has a drink, I start the story of my trip through the gate. Of course, I keep the story to just the major highlights, otherwise it would take days to tell. As it is, it still takes hours to tell because the guildmasters keep interrupting. They just can't keep themselves from asking for more details about the major events. Then, when I give them the details, it ends up sparking discussions and arguments. It doesn't take long before I start to regret telling them the story, but I can't stop now. If I even tried to leave things as they are, the guildmasters would probably try to lynch me. Dinner comes, and we all eat our fill, and as soon as I am done eating, I go back to the story. Luckily, since they are still eating, for a while the interruptions decrease. Even with that, I am still not done by the time that Miria returns and joins us. Everyone smiles when she walks into the room and immediately sits on my lap. However, other than putting my arm around her, I ignore her and keep telling the story. Miria being there complicates things since she knows more of the story than I am telling. Luckily, she takes pity on me and only makes a few snide comments here and there. Eventually, I am able to finish telling the story, but then I get bombarded by questions. All right, that is enough. It is late. Rat fell asleep a while ago and Boric is about to join her. You can come back in the morning and we will talk about my plans for the future, Boric says. I am not, Roddick says. Yes, you are. With the amount that you have drunk, it is surprising that you haven't passed out already. Roddick and Ambrose keep teasing Boric as they help him down the stairs. It takes a few minutes for everyone to clear out, and then it is just me and Miria. She is still sitting in my lap, so I take advantage of that to nibble on her ear. Miria says, if you don't stop that, I won't tell you what Leonor said. All right, tell me what he said, then I will continue. Miria says, no teasing me. It doesn't count as teasing since I plan to follow through. Miria blushes and says, Leonor said that everything is going well. The first scout teams are already across the border. They could move in force tomorrow if they rushed. You can cast the spell as planned. Good. I stand up, holding Miria in my arms, and nibble on her big fluffy ears as I carry her to bed. She responds just as I had hoped, and we have fun for several hours before falling asleep. As usual, I wake up after just a couple of hours, and I know it is too soon to wake up Miria. As I am trying to think of what to do with myself, I realize that my mana pool is full. In fact, it has been full for a while, but I was distracted and didn't pay any attention to it. Now that I have some time, I decide to work on my core and see if I can figure some things out. First, I draw all the pure mana out of my mana pool and convert it into lightning mana. Once it is all converted, I focus on my core and start feeding it to the lightning ring. As I do, I notice the ball of fire shrinking, but that is fine since I prefer lightning. There is probably a way that I could keep both, but it would be a lot more work. Besides, I think picking one and focusing on it will show better results in the end. So I ignore it and just keep feeding my mana into the lightning until I run out. Core upgrade progress, 45% strange. My progress dropped to 40%. But then it went back up to 45 at the end. If that is how it is going to work, then it will slow me down for a bit, but I don't mind. Taking a little more time is worth it if it ends up anything like I am imagining. Of course, I won't really know how it is going to work until I try it again. However, that won't be for a while since I will need to save my mana for casting the spell later. It won't be until it refills after that that I can work on my core again to see what happens. Chapter 12:24. Until then, I am just going to have to wait and let my curiosity make me suffer. Although I have gotten pretty used to that by now, there are so many things that trigger my curiosity. It wouldn't be so bad, but most of them don't have answers, or at least answers that I can find. By the time I end my meditation, the sun is coming up, so I climb under the covers. Then I wake Miria up in the best way I know how. And we have some more fun. When we have finally had our fill, we move out into the main room and sit down. It almost seems like Sarah was spying on us. We only sit for a few minutes before breakfast arrives. With our breakfast comes Ambrose, Roddick, and Boric. but no one else. Belisa and Jezel are probably stuck doing the work the guildmasters are avoiding. Sarah says, there is enough for everyone. Dig in. Thank you, Sarah. The food and the service are amazing as always. Miria says, it is kind of creepy how you always know when we wake up. Sarah says, don't overthink it. I am just really good at my job. Ambrose says, enough of that. What are these plans you mentioned? So, as we eat, I tell them my theories about the demons and my plan for the Empire. The fact that I am planning to attack the Empire both excites and worries them. However, they believe me about the demons, so they don't try to talk me out of it. Ambrose says, this spell of yours, are you sure about its effects? Yeah, I've used it before. It works. Boric says, there are a lot of mercenaries in the Empire. Would it bother your plan if I ordered them to evacuate? Probably not. Will they even listen to you? Roddick says, Boric may not look like it, but he is actually the highest-ranked guildmaster in the Mercenary Guild. If he orders it, they will move out of the Empire. However, if he doesn't have a good reason, he will lose his position. Boric says, that level of chaos is definitely a good reason and I trust Ash. Actually, I have a better idea. How about I hire all of them to help free and escort the slaves out of the Empire? Boric says, it is possible, but it would cost you a ton. That is not a problem. Just talk to Pole for payment, Roddick says. There is no need for that. My guild still owes you a ton of gold. We will pay for the mercenaries. Oh, I had forgotten about that. It isn't necessary, but go ahead if you want to, Roddick says. I do and I will. I never leave a debt unpaid. Boric says, works for me, but we need to get the word out right now. Otherwise, they won't get the job before the chaos starts. Ambrose says, if you don't finish eating the food Sarah brought you, don't be surprised if you don't get served again. That shuts them up and makes them go back to eating while Sarah laughs. We eat quietly after that until all the food is gone before we resume the conversation. Before they leave, the guildmasters have one last question for me. Ambrose says, assuming this all works out, what are your plans for afterwards? I haven't made a concrete plan yet. But what would you say if I said I wanted to unify the peninsula? Ambrose says, I'd say that Ilium is yours, your majesty. Roddick laughs and says, Ambrose Ash unifying the peninsula means that we would have to help manage the whole thing. You would have more work to do, not less. Ambrose says, you can't unify the peninsula. That is a crazy idea. Everyone else laughs at his sudden change of tune, including me and Miria. Roddick and Boric continue teasing him as the three of them leave to take care of things. I am not worried. They will give me their real answers once they have had time to think about it. Miria says, so? What is next? Next, I want to meet with Vacker. Then I will go to the tower to find Lynn and cast the spell. After that, I haven't thought of anything yet. Miria says, I would suggest that you and I spend some time with Lynn after you cast the spell. She is probably busy reading or spending time with Bella. Miria says, you know that Bella being around doesn't mean that Lynn doesn't want to spend time with you, right? I know that, but it doesn't stop me from worrying that she prefers spending time with Bella, especially since it is a lot more convenient for Bella to be around all the time. Miria says, you are an idiot, but at least you admitted it this time and didn't try to hide it. If that is what you are worried about, you need to tell that to Lynn. If you don't, then I will. No, you won't. This is me confiding in you, but if you run and tell Lynn, then I won't trust you enough to confide in you again. I would also expect Lynn not to tell you things that I confide in her. Miria says, that is not fair. This worry of yours could be settled easily if you just talk to her about it. Or it could make things worse. I don't want to let my worries come between Lynn and Bella. It will be better if I just keep my mouth shut and deal with my issues on my own. Now, can I trust you or not? Miria says. Of course you can trust me, but I am still going to call you an idiot. That is fine. At times I am an idiot, and at times all I need is someone to talk with about things. Not all problems need to be solved. Sometimes it is enough to vent them out. My worry about Lynn will sort itself out given time, and talking about it makes me feel better. Miria says, well, if you feel better, then I guess that is all right. I still think talking to her would be the better way, but I will stay out of it. So, you said we were going to see Vacker next. Yeah. Are you coming with me? Miria says, Of course. I don't plan to let you out of my sight unless I have to. You get into too much trouble when you are unsupervised. Well, I can't really argue that, but I am not doing anything but talking to people right now. I doubt I can get into much trouble talking. Miria says, You could get into trouble sleeping. Now you are just exaggerating. I am not that bad. Miria laughs at me and then kisses me until I stop glowering at her, which doesn't take long. After making out for a while, we get up, leave the inn, and head over to Vacker's school. As soon as I walk in, the crowd of students stop what they are doing and turn to bow to me. Chapter 12:25. I give them a military salute and then tell them to resume their training. Then I head upstairs, where the same thing happens with the more advanced students. The only one who doesn't bow is Vacker, who rushes over to give me a hug. Vacker says, I knew that you were still alive. I just knew it. You are too stubborn to die. Haha, thanks, I think. It is good to see you, Vacker. The school looks like it is doing good. Vacker says, Yeah, it is. We have 8 full classes now. It has gotten to the point that we needed to take over the building next door. We have even started to build up some fame. That is great. Have you found anyone to pass on your knowledge to? Vacker says, I've found a couple of promising kids, but it is too soon to tell. I at least have hope now, thanks to you. Don't start that. I never would have survived without your training. We are even, so just let it go. Vacker laughs and says, All right. Well, speaking of training, have you kept up with yours? Of course not. In fact, the last time I remember using my sword skills was when we spared. Vacker says, Wow, that bad. You must be really rusty. Well, it is not that I didn't use a sword during my journey, but I didn't really run into any enemies that could make me fight seriously. Besides, my new form isn't very conducive to wielding a sword. Mostly, I have been using magic for my fights, or my teeth and claws. Vacker says, Does that mean that you have completely given up on being a swordsman? Well, I wouldn't say completely, but it is no longer my main form of combat. For the most part, I won't really be getting involved in combat from now on. Other than the demon lords, there isn't much that I should need to fight myself. Battles on that level won't really involve weapons. Or I should say that if I need to use a weapon in those battles, I am already in trouble. Vacker says, I don't know much about battles at that level, so I will take your word for it. It just seems like a shame. You have pretty good potential with the sword. With enough work, you could become a sword master. Unfortunately, I don't have the time I would need to devote to it. Things are only going to get worse now that I am becoming a king. I doubt I will have any time to spare to practice, Vacker says. If you do find some time, come by and I will help you shake the rust off. I have to say, this talk of your new form makes me curious. Can I see it? Sure, I don't see why not. I move over to the side of the room where there is more space and drop shapeshift. As soon as I do, I see Vacker and his students all take a step backwards. Vacker quickly recovers himself and takes several steps towards me to get a better look. Vacker says, Ash, I think you are making a mistake and have missed something that is obvious to me. Oh, what is that? Vacker says, Take a good look at your claws. They are easily the size of swords. You shouldn't have any problems adapting sword forms to work with them. I'd even be willing to bet that your mind blade could work with your claws. You are right. I never even thought of that possibility. I don't have the time right now, but when I do, I will experiment with it. Vacker says, I don't know anything about fighting with claws, but I will try and help you figure it out if you want. Sure, I will stop by when I have more time. For now, I just wanted to see how things were going and if you needed anything. Vacker says, Nope, things are going good, and Paul makes sure I have everything that I need. That is good. All right, I will stop by again when I have more time. Vacker escorts me and Miria outside after I have resumed my beastman form. After leaving the school, we return to the inn and use the teleporter to the tower. As soon as the nausea from the teleporter passes, I lead the way to the library to find Lynn. As expected, we find her in one of the reading rooms with a huge pile of books around her. Bella isn't with her this time, so we walk over and enter the reading room. It takes a minute for Lynn to even notice that she isn't alone anymore. Lynn says, "Oh, hello. I didn't miss an appointment or something, did I?" "No, it is nothing like that. I came to ask for your help in casting the detection spell over the peninsula." Lynn says, "Of course I will help." Miria says, "Don't mind me. I just tagged along." Lynn says, "He hasn't done anything stupid, has he?" Miria says, "Done. No, but he has had some stupid thoughts." Lynn says, "With Ash, that is not surprising." Miria says, "I am not saying anything more, so stop glaring at me, Ash." I turn and lead the way to the main doors of the tower, and then ask Yui to create a barrier. Once she has done so, I open the doors. But even with the barrier, we get hit by cold air. Both girls immediately start shivering and cling to my body for warmth, Lynn says. "Can't we cast the spell from inside?" "Don't worry. I am the only one that needs to go outside." Lynn says, "All right. What do you need me to do?" "I need you to cast the spell, but don't release it. Just hand it over to me." "Then I need you to channel me whatever mana you can spare." Lynn says, "No problem," Miria says. "Is there anything that I can do?" "If you have learned how to channel mana, then you can also give me any extra mana that you have." Miria says, "Okay, I can do that. Why do I feel like I am forgetting something?" Lynn says, "What are you forgetting?" "I don't know. Give me a second." Yui says, "Ash." "Ah, Yui. Do you have any way to communicate with Isabella?" Yui says, "I can send her a message, but she won't be able to reply." "Why?" "Tell her that what I am doing may interfere with their illusions. They should get out of sight for at least a few hours." Yui says, "Affirmative." Miria says, "Oh, that would cause problems." "Good catch. Ash." Lynn says, "Not to be mean, but I am surprised you remembered that. Honestly, so am I. It might be because I have been having meetings with people and having to remember their names so much." Yui says, "All right, message delivered." Lynn says, "Should we wait a bit before casting the spell to give them time?" "No need. What I will need to do to the spell will take a while. However, once you two have passed me your mana, you can head back inside where it is warmer." Lynn says, "That sounds good. Should I start now?" "Yes, please do." Chapter 12:26. It takes Lynn less than a minute to cast the spell and hand control of it over to me. Right after that, I feel 2 streams of mana entering my body, and I have to get to work. Lynn's mana can be used straight away, but Miria's mana needs to be purified first. Since Lynn has way more mana than I do, I have to work quickly to prevent being overloaded. Luckily, I already planned out how I am going to enhance the spell, so I just have to channel the mana. Miria doesn't have much of a mana pool, so her stream of mana ends after a couple of minutes. Lynn, on the other hand, is channeling mana into me for about the next half an hour. That amount of mana has turned the simple spell into something huge and complex. That is why I had Lynn cast the spell. Hers is much sturdier than mine would be. Once the spell is ready, I step outside of the barrier so that I can touch the tower's outer wall. When I do, I get punched in the face by the extreme cold and can't help shivering. With how cold it is, I only have a few minutes at most before I start suffering damage. If I had thought things through properly, I would have brought Asuna with me. Instead, I find myself trying to push through snow that is almost as tall as I am. Luckily, I don't have to go very far before I am able to touch the wall and release the spell. I have modified the spell so that it will use the entire tower as its point of origin. If I tried to use the spell directly, it would do some serious damage to me. But the tower can handle it easily. While I could heal the damage fairly easily, I don't want to go through it since I don't have to. Once the spell is released, I watch as it spreads out from the tower in a ring. It only takes a few minutes for it to cover the entire sky and stretch beyond my sight. As fast as it is moving, it will still take an hour or so to cover the entire peninsula. Only once it has finished expanding will the spell actually trigger its main effect. With the amount of mana I put into it, the spell should last for a few hours. After that, it will still take a few more hours before the effect will wear off. Any demons on the peninsula should be revealed and unable to hide for 6 to 8 hours. While I would prefer for it to be longer, that will have to suffice for now. That is the best that I can do until I have permission to add it to the tower as an enchantment. I quickly retrace my steps, enter into the tower, and close the doors behind me. As soon as the doors close, I feel a lot of warm air blowing directly onto me. Considering I am covered in snow and can no longer feel my face or feet, it feels amazing. Thank you. Yue says, "You are welcome. Did it work?" So far, it is going as planned, but I won't know for sure for a few hours. Yue says, "All right. Lynn and Miria are waiting for you in the dining room." When I walk into the dining room, I see Lynn and Miria sitting on either side of my normal chair. It looks like they moved the chairs to be as close to mine as they can. They have already started eating, but their conversation stops when I enter the room. Lynn says, "Is it done?" The spell is released, but it will take a few hours to spread fully. Only then will it take effect if it works. Miria says, "Got a backup plan in case it doesn't." "Yeah, I will fly into the Empire and cast the spell myself over every city." Lynn says, "That sounds dangerous. Let's hope the spell works as planned." Miria says, "You are planning on taking us with you if you go into the Empire, right?" Lynn points at my chair and says, "Sit." Miria says, "If you think you are running off into danger alone, think again. I told you that you aren't getting rid of me that easily. It would be dangerous for the two of you, but it wouldn't be for me. I doubt that the Empire has anything that can even hurt me when I am flying." Lynn says, "Didn't you tell me that the Empire's church has angels?" "Yes, but I doubt that they would ignore the demons to come after me. Even if they did, I can kill them." As I am speaking, I sit down between them as instructed, and they both lean closer. They don't let up until I promise not to go running off into the Empire without them. Once I promise, they both start feeding me, which is a new experience for me. Even with feeding me, they both finish eating before I do and get up to leave. As they are walking out the door, they tell me they will be waiting for me in the bedroom. With that kind of motivation, I start cramming food into my mouth, like I am starving. However, when I finish eating and rush to the bedroom, I find that the two of them have started without me. At first, I freeze when I see that, but I soon start enjoying the show. I hold myself back and enjoy watching them for as long as I can, and then I pounce on them. Needless to say, by the time we are done, all three of us are exhausted and quickly fall asleep. I wake up a few hours later and am mostly recovered, but the two of them are sound asleep. I carefully free myself from their embrace and manage to get up without waking them. "Yui, are you monitoring the spell?" Yui says. "What I can of it, yes." "What is the status?" Yui says. The spell has finished expanding and is now raining down on the peninsula, but I can't see what effect it is having. My sensors do not extend far enough for me to observe the Empire. That is all right. I will just take a look outside. That should be enough for me to tell if the spell worked correctly. Leaving the girls to sleep, I head back to the main doors and open them a bit. All it takes is a glance at the sky to see that the spell is working as intended now. As long as the demons don't have a counter for it, they should be completely revealed. I want to head to the front lines to see what the situation in the Empire is like, but I can't. I will have to wait for Lynn and Miria to wake up and take them with me. Since it will probably be a while before they wake up, I head to the library. After asking Yue to notify me once they are awake, I enter a reading room. At my request, the sprites bring me every book the library has about golems. I want to read through all of them before I take a look at the tower's core. Chapter 12, 27. I probably won't have enough time to read all of them, but it is a good use of my time. Luckily, I already know quite a bit about golems, so there is a lot of information that I can skip. Thanks to that, I have gotten through a dozen books when Yue tells me that Lynn and Miria are awake. I immediately put my book down and head for the bedroom, but the girls aren't there. I am about to head to the dining room when I hear splashing from the bathroom. When I walk in to check, I find the both of them in the bath, so I quickly join them. When we are done playing around, we get dressed and gate to the new city. Then I drop shapeshift, equip my saddle, and take off once Lynn and Miria are secured. It only takes me a little over a half of an hour to fly to the frontline military base. It is built close to the border with the Empire and is one of the forts we built to defend against slavers. Leonor rushes out as I am landing in the courtyard, and everyone in sight kneels. Once the girls have dismounted, I shapeshift and salute the soldiers. Leonar, the spell should already be in effect. Have there been any movements yet? Leonar says, there have been a few troop movements near the capital, but nothing else yet. All right, keep a close eye on things. We will begin as soon as the chaos shows signs of spreading. Miria says, Ash, how sure are you that this is going to work? Pretty sure. There is no way that the demons have gotten to everyone. They would have only paid attention to people in power. The demons being revealed to others will cause chaos. It has to. Lynn says, what if it doesn't? What if they manage to keep it quiet? Then I will just find another way to drag the Empire into chaos. I've already said that I am going to save our people and I won't go back on that. Miria says, I love that you call them our people. I am with you, even if it means doing something reckless. Lynn says, don't encourage him. He is more than capable of doing something stupid all on his own. Let's just wait and see if the spell works. If it doesn't, then we will figure something else out together. Lynn says, okay, sounds good. What are we going to do while we wait? I am planning to just wait here for more reports to come in. You can head back to the library if you want. Miria is enough to keep an eye on me. Lynn says, what if I wanted to spend more time with you? You are welcome to, of course. You just have Bella and an entire library of books waiting for you. Lynn says, I do love reading, but I love you more. I thought I had already proved that. Wait, what does Bella have to do with it? I have noticed that you avoid us when we are together. Don't tell me. Are you thinking that I prefer Bella to you? I instantly turn to throw a glare at Miria. Miria says, don't look at me. I didn't say a thing. You are just that obvious idiot, Lynn says. You mean that I was right? Ash, you idiot. We need to discuss this in private. Leonar, is there a room we can use? Leonar jumps and says, yes. Right this way, my queen. We follow Leonar into the fort and then into a large bedroom that looks out of place. It is a waste of space for a fort, so they must have set it up just for me. Leonar runs away just as soon as he can, and Miria closes and locks the door behind him. Lynn says, all right, just what is going on? I thought that you said you wouldn't be jealous of Bella? Miria says. As far as I can tell, it is not jealousy. It is more like he thinks that he isn't as worthy as her or something. Lynn says, ah, this is about your relationships in your previous life, isn't it? I nod and then shrug. Even I don't know for sure what is wrong with me. There is nothing new about that, though. I didn't even know there was something wrong. Issues are really good at hiding and then launching sneak attacks when you think everything is fine. Lynn hugs me and says, I like Bella. I enjoy spending time with her. I like Miria, and so far everything is going good. I love you, and I am going to marry you. I am not marrying anyone else. So please, have a little more faith in me. I have faith in you. That is not it. I don't feel like you are cheating on me. Lynn says, then what is it? What can I do? There is nothing that you need to do or are doing wrong. This is entirely my own issue, and I need to work through it. What you have already said is enough to help me figure it out. I am sorry that I am such a pain, Lynn says. Yeah, you are. You are just lucky that you are cute. Lynn doesn't give me time to come up with an answer. She grabs my ear and pulls my head down. Then, once she can reach my lips, she gives me a long, deep kiss. As soon as she releases me, Miria takes her place and kisses me as well. Somehow, it turns into a competition between the two of them to see who can kiss me more thoroughly. Not that I mind. In fact, the contest is heading in an interesting direction when there is a knock on the door. It is Leonar with a report. But at that moment, I could almost kill him. Leonar says, the rats in the capital have reported fighting in the streets, and it is not just in one area. It looks like you were right. The chaos is starting. All right. Any scouts that haven't already left should move out. The combat units will wait a bit longer for the chaos to spread. It should affect most cities, even if there are no demons, once the word spreads. Also, ask the rats to watch for reactions from the church. Leonar says, understood, and leaves. Miria says, well, shall we go? Go where? Lynn says, aren't you going to charge into the Empire and start saving beastmen? No, I wasn't planning to. I was planning to act like a king for once and let my troops take care of things. Both of them stare at me as if they are waiting for me to tell them that I was joking. I can't really blame them. I normally would just run out to have some fun. In fact, that is what I want to do. But I am trying to keep my promise to avoid adventures. Lynn says, Are you really not going? Miria says, Ash, are you feeling all right? I want to, but it is better if I stay here and be ready for any issues that come up. Besides, for now it is better to let those who are good at sneaking do their work. Chapter 12:28. Lynn says, That is very mature and totally not like you. What is going on? I promised no more adventures. I will wait until something comes up that only I can handle. The Empire is huge. There is bound to be some place that our troops can't reach. Lynn says, The promise was no adventures until we reach the peninsula. You are free of that promise. Miria says, Are you sure you want to tell him that? Lynn says, Yes. The reckless Ash, while he frustrates me, is the one that I fell in love with. While some growth is okay, I am not trying to change who he is, just keep him alive. Miria smiles and says, I can agree with that. Does that mean I can go on an adventure? Lynn says, not alone. And not until after the wedding. So moving against the Empire doesn't count as an adventure, right? Lynn says, no, it doesn't. Miria laughs and says, Look at him. He is going to run out the door any second now. I am not. Lynn laughs and says, Maybe not, but you want to. I haven't done anything but research and make items lately. Still, I meant what I said. The army needs to do this. Miria says, What do you mean? The army needs to act to save the beastmen. Not only will that make the saved slaves loyal to us, but it will also help unify the army itself. Lynn says, That makes sense, but from what I have seen, they are already pretty unified. The ones I have saved from slavery are, but this will help those who joined later to feel like they belong. It is also important for those who weren't slaves to see how the slaves have suffered. That will help them understand their comrades. Miria says, You sound like you have put a lot of thought into this. Yes, I have. Not just for the army, but also for the tribes. I've spent a lot of time thinking about things I can do to get the tribes to work together and sort out their past grievances. Miria says, That is a tall order. I know, and I know I won't be able to accomplish it. All I can do is lay the groundwork and get things started. It will be up to the two of you to continue it once I am gone. I plan to do everything I can to make things easier on you when I am gone. Lynn says, We will do our best to follow your wishes and try to keep things from falling apart when you die. Although, if you die too soon, then we probably won't have a chance. I know, and I plan to stay alive as long as I possibly can. Lynn says, You had better. If not, I will get Krenosha to let me into the underworld to beat you. She probably would, knowing her. Miria says, So, are we just going to sit here until something happens? Yeah, pretty much. Unless you have an idea of what we can do. Miria says, No, not really. Well, not that has to do with the Empire. Lynn says, Isn't this the kind of situation where you would make a speech to encourage the troops? That is not happening? Lynn says, Why not? Well, do you know how to write a speech? Lynn says, No, I don't. Neither do I. So, unless we find someone who does, I won't be making any speeches. I would just embarrass myself, and that isn't good for morale. Miria says, No, but it would probably be entertaining. Although, going around and talking with some of the troops is probably a good idea. I think I will do that. Lynn says, All right, we will wait here for you. Come back when you get hungry and we will eat together. Okay, sounds good. As I leave the room, I am really tempted to leave a spy spell behind so I can hear what they say. However, I know that would be a horrible idea, and I don't want to be like that. Besides, Lynn is still a better mage than me and would most likely catch me. So, as usual, my curiosity is just going to be left unsatisfied, and I put the thought out of my mind. As I wander around, I quickly realize that the fort is mainly for the commanders. Most of the troops are camped around the fort, so that is where I head. I do talk to some of the officers. but I mainly want to talk to the normal troops. They have been told in detail what is going to happen and why, which pleases me. They also are excited about saving their fellow beastmen from slavery. When I ask, none of them seem to care what tribe the slaves might be from. That is a good sign. If I can get the military to stop caring about tribal conflicts, it will eventually spread. It still won't be easy, but this looks like it is going to be a good start. I have been wandering for a few hours when a soldier finds me and tells me that Leonor is looking for me. I talk to a few more soldiers as I make my way back to the fort, then head for the room. I find Leonor there waiting with Lynn and Miria, so I ask what is going on. Leonor says, "There has been a development. The Imperial Princess has publicly declared that her father is in league with demons and called for the church to take action. That is unexpected. Has the church made a move?" Leonor says, "Not as of yet, but the common people are expecting them to soon." Yeah, I would be surprised if they didn't move at this point. This is too good of a chance for them to pass it up, Lynn says. What do you mean? They can back the princess and make her the empress, then they will practically control the empire. Not only that, but the people will love them for taking care of the demons. Miria says, "Aren't they going to be hostile to us, though?" Yeah, most likely. Halos is hostile to the goddesses as far as I know. If nothing else, he will be hostile to me for killing his angels. Lynn says, "Halos? Why do I know that name?" Well, as far as I know, he is a god from the main continent. It would make sense if you had heard his name before. Lynn says, "If he is from the continent, why are you worried about him?" Because, somehow, he has spread his church to the empire. Lynn says, "Considering that the peninsula is unknown on the main continent, I wonder how he managed it." I have no idea. I would love to find out, but that isn't a priority right now. What we have to worry about is if he is from a pantheon, and if so, how powerful they are. Lynn says, "I can't remember where I heard the name, but information about him should be in some of the books we stole." Good point. By now, Yui should have cataloged all the books, so we should be able to just ask her. Chapter 1229, Lynn says. "I was planning to head back to the tower in the morning. I will ask her when I get back." "All right. Anything else, Leonor?" Leonor says, "Not at the moment. All right. The princess will probably speed up the spread of chaos, but we will wait a bit more to be sure. Once the chaos spreads to the other cities, we can begin moving troops." Leonor says, "Understood?" Leonor leaves, and then Lynn, Miria, and I sit down to eat dinner together. Once we are done eating, we move to the bed to have our fun, but we encounter a problem. The bed breaks. We didn't pay attention to the fact that it was a normal bed. Of course, that doesn't stop us. It just makes things a little more challenging. In fact, we end up having more fun because the bed broke, but I fix it before we try to sleep. The angles that are fun during adult time are not as fun to try and sleep on. For once I sleep through the night, and am not the first one to wake up. Miria is, and she wakes up Lynn first before they both attack me, but I don't mind. We end up breaking the bed again, but I don't bother trying to fix it this time. Lynn stays long enough to have breakfast with us and then heads back to the tower. Once she is gone, Miria accompanies me as I take another tour around the army camp. Just as we are about to take a break for lunch, Leonor shows up with more news. "What is the latest?" Leonor says, "The chaos has spread, just like you predicted. Several cities have even declared their independence." "All right. It sounds like we can begin. Let me know if you run into anything you can't handle." Leonor says, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Myria, do you want to go with them?" Miria says, "What? And leave you unsupervised? Just because I am staying here doesn't mean you have to. There is no reason for both of us to be bored. Besides, this is a good chance for you to get some combat in and maybe vent on some slave owners." Miria says, "What? You aren't issuing orders to spare the owners?" "Nope, I haven't issued any orders other than to rescue our people. Anyone who gets in the way or tries to stop us is fair game. The only thing I don't want is for the troops to slaughter humans just because they are human. The Empire is our enemy. There is no reason to play too nice." Miria says, "That sounds more fun than I was expecting. I think I will go, but you have to promise to stay put." "I promise not to run off without reason. If anything major comes up, then I am going to deal with it. That is the best I can do. Miria says, all right. I guess that is good enough. Oh, there is one other thing that will make me act, and that is Pine. If someone manages to locate him, I would very much like to kill him myself, Miria says. Well, I can't really blame you for that. But if I find him first, I am killing him. Fair enough. Go ahead and choose any unit to accompany. Everyone should be seeing combat this time. I will contact you if I leave the fort, Miria says. Sure. She then hugs me and gives me a kiss before she runs off to join one of the combat teams. I head over to where Leonor is issuing orders and do what I can to help out. There is a lot to do. This fort is only the command center. We have forces all along the border. Orders are going out to all our forces. We are done playing around with the Empire. About the only thing we aren't going to do is take territory from them. All their border forces are going to be wiped out. We are basically invading. The only thing I am counting on the Chaos for is keeping them from organizing reinforcements. The Emperor and the Dukes all have multiple armies. If they work together, we would suffer losses. As long as they can't join forces against us, we can pretty much do whatever we want. Even without the Chaos, it would be unlikely for all the Dukes to work together. With the Chaos, they should be too busy trying to grab more power to pay attention to us. At least, they aren't likely to until it is too late to stop us from freeing the slaves. We will still take some casualties that is almost impossible to prevent. I am just trying to keep them to a minimum, but losing people is something I have to get used to. Any leader has to be ready and willing to order his people into battle where they may die. I feel bad for those that are going to die. But I can't let that stop me from issuing the order. At least they will be able to die in battle. That is better than dying as a slave. It also helps that I didn't force anyone into this. They all joined the army of their own free will. They all knew when they joined that they could die, but they still did it. That helps me to feel a little less guilty about being the one sending them into combat. However, I wouldn't want that feeling to go away completely. That would make me a bad leader. If I am going to be the king, then I want to be one of the good leaders. That means that I need to keep caring about the lives of my soldiers, even if it hurts. It is certainly nothing that I ever thought that I would have to worry about. There are still times when I wonder if this is real or just some horrible coma dream. I know that it isn't, but I also never expected to be in these kinds of situations. I was just a normal guy in my old world, maybe a bit on the weird side, but certainly no one important. Having so many beastmen jumping to obey my orders is a surreal feeling. It is also exhilarating, and at the same time somewhat terrifying to have this kind of power. If I wanted to, I could drown the entire peninsula in rivers of blood. Luckily, I am not that kind of lunatic since my power is only going to increase. I had gotten used to my personal power, but being a king is a completely different kind of power. It didn't bother me before, but that is because the elves didn't have enough numbers to really matter. With the beastmen, it is a completely different story, and this is with only half of the tribes. If I unify the rest of the tribes, I really will have the power to conquer the peninsula. Maybe that is why the quest to unify the peninsula came up as soon as I got back. I still don't know if I even want to complete the quest, but now I believe that I could. It isn't the unification that worries me. It is ruling all those people after it is unified. That is a huge responsibility that I want no part of, but I am not sure if I have a choice. Chapter 1230. What if the quest came up because the only way to win is to unify the peninsula? I think that I can handle the demon lords, but who knows what tricks they have come up with. If I am wrong, then I would be the one responsible for us losing the war. Odds are, that isn't why the quest came up, but can I afford to take that chance? I feel like now that I have gotten the quest, I need to complete it or something will go wrong. Luckily, I don't have to make a decision right away. I have some time to think about it. Once orders have been issued to all the units, there isn't much that needs to be done. We get to sit around and wait for reports to come back, which leaves me with too much time to think. Getting lost in my own head is a bad idea. I need something to distract me. Leonor, I am going to meditate. Only disturb me if we get a location for Pine or the troops run into something that they can't handle. Leonor says, yes, sir. I head back to my room inside the fort, sit on the broken bed, and start meditating. Then I do something that I haven't done in a long time. I enter the Hall of Doors. I haven't forgotten what the dragon said. If I want to defeat the controller, I need a stronger soul. It is just hard to find the time when I have so many other things that I need to do. However, right now, there is nothing else that I can do until something happens. So, I figure this is a good time to do a little more exploring of the hallway. I remember that the last door I explored was the one with the battlefields. However, there was nothing there to kill for experience, so I go past it and open a new door. After all, my goal is to increase the level of my soul, so I need things to kill. So I move past that door, open the next one, and step through it. On the other side, I find myself in a forest. As I start absorbing mana to form a physical body, I notice something odd. Unless I am tiny for some reason, these trees are absolutely huge. However, the other plants that I can see around me look normal sized. So, I am guessing that I am also normal sized, and the trees are just giants. As soon as my body is done forming, I pick a direction and start exploring. I make sure to watch for attacks from above. These big trees make me nervous. Most of them are over 100 feet tall, which makes me think something is strange in this world. And again, most of these worlds have been strange in one way or another. After walking for a few minutes, I spot the first creature, which is a massive bear. Other than its size, it looks like a normal bear. No extra legs or anything. The fact that it is at least 15 feet at the shoulder is a little worrying, though. However, XP is the reason I am here, so I am not going to just walk away and ignore it. That doesn't mean I am going to just charge the thing. It looks like it will be a hard fight. It looks like it has really thick fur, so I am doubting my normal fireball will do much. Instead, I decide to go with lightning since it has a better piercing ability. Besides, if I am going to choose lightning as my primary ability, I should use it more. So, I prepare a lightning bolt in each hand and compress them as much as I can. When they are ready, I throw one at the bear to see how well it works. From the way the bear roars after the bolt hits it, I at least manage to piss it off. Not wanting to waste any time, I go ahead and throw the other bolt at it. As soon as it leaves my hand, I start creating another pair of them. The second bolt hits the bear in the shoulder and makes it stagger a little. At least I know it is having an effect. So as soon as the next two are ready, I throw them as well. The bear obviously wants to charge at me, but every time it tries, it gets hit with more lightning. I feel kind of like Zeus as I keep throwing bolt after bolt at the bear. In the end, it dies after the 10th bolt hits it. It was tougher than I expected. One great bear defeated. 1,000 soul XP gained. Well, that was more XP than I was expecting, but it was definitely worth the effort. While 10 lightning bolts used up a decent chunk of mana, it is acceptable. I should be able to kill a few more bears before I have to start worrying about my mana. The corpse of the bear doesn't dissolve, which should mean that this is a physical world. From what I have learned about the planes, this should be on the same plane as my world. Or, at least that is what I think. But that doesn't mean that it is true. After all, I am going off of what people have told me. There is no guarantee that they were right. I already know that even gods can be wrong, so it is hard to trust anyone's knowledge. Out of them, I trust the dragon the most, but even he can be wrong. Although, where the world is in relation to mine doesn't really affect anything. It is mainly my curiosity that makes me think about things that I don't have real answers for. It just likes to torment me whenever I can't provide it with the answers it wants. I am just glad that my curiosity is a part of me and not a separate thing that can talk in my head. That would be guaranteed to quickly drive me completely insane. As it is, it has driven me to do some pretty stupid things to try and get answers. These are the thoughts that are running through my head as I wander around looking for another bear. However, the next animal I spot isn't a bear. It is a very large, angry-looking tiger. I can't help but wonder if I am going backwards and will run into a lion next. Regardless of my random thoughts, I prepare and start throwing lightning bolts at the tiger. Unlike the bear, the tiger reacts and moves quickly after the first bolt hits it. It even manages to make me miss a few times, but it doesn't reach me before it dies. One great tiger defeated. 800 soul XP gained. Well, it is worth less than the bear was, but at the same time it was easier to kill. Although, it does make me wonder why both the bear and tiger were called great by the system. It kind of makes me want to kill a squirrel to see if it is a great squirrel. Unfortunately, I don't find a squirrel, nor do I find a lion. but I do find another bear. This one is slightly larger than the last one, and it proves to be harder to kill. To keep it from reaching me, I have to keep backing up until it finally dies. One great bear defeated. 1,000 soul XP gained. Chapter 12:31. Before I can go looking for something else to kill, I feel the ground tremble. Having experienced this before, I quickly hide in the roots of the nearest tree. I am expecting a T-Rex or something along those lines, but what shows up is another bear. At least, if something the size of a 3-story building can be called a simple bear. As it moves towards the bear I killed, I carefully move through the roots. I do my best to keep the tree between me and the mother of all bears. I don't wait around to see what is going to happen. I sneak away as quietly as I can. When I hear an enraged roar behind me, I break into a run and head straight for the gate. Luckily, other than the roar, the bear doesn't make any other moves. I was expecting it to come chasing after me, so this is a pleasant surprise. Still, now that I know something like that is around, I don't feel safe hunting here. Besides, I used up most of my mana, so when I reach the gate, I head through it. I end my meditation and then eat a couple of pizzas for lunch. But still no sign of Leonor. I take that to mean that everything is going well so far and return to meditating. I use my meditation room to watch some anime while I wait for my mana to refill. Just as I am thinking about returning to the hallway, the door opens and Leonor comes in. He reports that a noble estate has been found that contains several hundred slaves. The problem is that the estate is built like a fortress, and the combat team hasn't found a way inside. That means the only option is for them to force their way in, which would result in casualties. This is exactly the kind of situation where I can be of the most use. So I get the exact location from Leonor and then tell him that I will handle it. Miria, I will be leaving the fort for a bit. Miria says, Ash, how are you talking inside my head? Telepathy. It is enchanted into the choker, Miria says. Does that mean you can read my mind? Number Y, is that always the first question? Miria says, because privacy is important. Now, what did you want? There is a noble estate that the army needs help breaking into. As I promised, I am letting you know that I will be leaving the fort for a bit to take care of it. Miria says, oh, all right. Try not to get lost or banished to another plane or anything like that. I am not that bad. All I get in response is Miria's loud laughter, so I break the connection. Then I head to the fort's roof, drop shapeshift, take off, and fly towards the noble's estate. I could wait until dark and try to sneak in, but I don't see any reason to waste the time. When I reach the estate, I circle it a couple of times while I take a look at the defenses. It isn't built like a fortress. It is a fortress, and it is enchanted as one as well. There is even a dome of detection spells over it. Whoever owns this place is paranoid. Just from what I can see, there are several hundred guards as well as a lot of magical defenses. From the level of security, I am starting to wonder if one of the dukes owns this place. Then again, it wouldn't matter even if that is the case. I am not leaving without freeing the slaves. Since I am too lazy to deal with all the magical defenses, I just prepare and release a massive dispel. The guards had spotted me and were keeping an eye on me, but things go crazy when the dispel hits. One of the outbuildings explodes and dozens of beasts start running amok. In my quick survey of the place, I had completely missed the presence of the beasts. They weren't being used as guard beasts, so I have no idea why they are even here. However, they quickly provide a nice distraction for all of the guards. I do a quick scan and find that most of the slaves are in a series of outbuildings. Other than those, there are some working the fields and a few inside the main building. The ones in the fields rush towards the outbuildings when things go crazy. That means I only need to worry about the ones inside the main building for now. I will get them first and then take them to the outbuildings. The beast should keep the guards busy for at least a few minutes. That should be enough time. The main building is built like a castle keep, with 3 floors above ground and 2 below. There are some slaves on the top floor, and the rest are in the second basement. I decide to start at the top and work my way down, so I land on the roof. Since I don't want to scare the slaves, I shapeshift to beastmen form before I smash through the roof. Inside the room, I find over a dozen female beastmen from various tribes. Most of them are naked and chained to the walls of the room, but two are on the bed with a human. As I am looking at the bed, the door behind me slams open and guards come running in. I lock eyes with the human on the bed and cast Dark Mark on him. Then I turn to face the guards and tear into them with my claws. They are armed, but their weapons bounce harmlessly off of my body. On the other hand, my claws go through their armor like it is made of paper. It is a totally one-sided fight, but I am not here to play fair and just kill them all. 6 level 5 humans defeated, 3,000 XP gained. 7 level 6 humans defeated, 4,200 XP gained. By the time I am finished with the guards, the human on the bed has already screamed himself to death. I quickly go around the room freeing the women and tell them to find some clothes if they can. Then I have them follow me as I make my way down through the building. The few guards that I see along the way turn and run instead of trying to stop us. We make it down to the second basement without needing to fight again. The basement contains several cells, and in them I find another 20 slaves. They are all beastmen, but it is a mix of males and females this time. I break open the cells, remove their restraints, and then lead the way out of the building. Luckily, the guards outside have not been doing very well against the beasts. A few beasts decide that we look tasty, but a single growl from me sends them running. Even with all the slaves following me, we make it to the outbuildings without a problem. When we get there, I am glad to see my combat unit has already started evacuating the slaves. Chapter 12, 32. Once the guards were distracted, the troops punched a hole in the outer wall near the outbuildings. Now a steady stream of beastmen is going through the hole under the watch of my soldiers. There are bodies of several guards and beasts nearby, but none of my people. I have the slaves that I freed join the line waiting to leave and then take a look around. Judging by the remaining numbers, the beasts are going to win, but not many will be left. In the distance, I can see the servants and some of the guards fleeing the estate. Word is going to spread about our actions, but I don't really care about that. I already consider the Empire an enemy, so it doesn't matter if they learn that we are attacking them. It is not like we could really keep it a secret for long anyway, so why bother trying? The Church of Holos worries me a little, but they should be kept busy by the demons. Even once the demons are all dead, I can't see the church passing up the chance to take over. Of course, I don't plan to let them take over completely, but letting them try will use up their strength. The kind of chaos that has started in the Empire isn't going to end anytime soon. Especially if the Emperor is brought down, a change in leadership will only create more chaos. If the new ruler isn't strong enough, the Empire may even break into smaller nations. Unfortunately, I don't have enough information about the various factions within the Empire. If I did, I could make better predictions about what is going to happen. As it is, I will just have to do my best to react to the situation as it changes. I do feel pretty bad for the common people of the Empire. They will suffer a lot. However, I have done what I can to not add to their suffering and will continue to do so. I will at least keep my people from adding to the problems they are facing. In fact, we may even be able to recruit some of them, or at least Ilium will. There are always people who flee from war, and I have plenty of open land. I wouldn't mind letting humans settle in the new city and surrounding areas. I think I will be sending out a few new sets of orders once I get back to the fort. This is something that I didn't think of previously, but I need to take steps soon. While I have been thinking, the slaves have all moved through the hole in the wall. Once they are through, the soldiers follow them, and then I am the last one to leave. I follow along and keep an eye on things until the group reaches a camp. At the camp are others who will assist in getting the slaves back across the border. They also have food ready so that the slaves can eat and regain their strength. Luckily, beastmen are resilient and will be able to recover fairly quickly, at least enough to travel. Before I leave, I use my strength to break any restraints that are still on the slaves. There are others who can take care of it, but with my strength it is easier for me to do it. Not to mention that it means each and every slave gets to see me up close. It will help generate loyalty towards me. Not that that will really be a problem. Just being freed at my orders will be enough that I don't really need to worry. What does concern me is how their attitude towards humans is going to be. It would be understandable if they hate humans now, but it will also cause problems. My main worry is how they are going to react to Lynn becoming my queen. If they hate humans, then me taking a human wife is not going to go over well. However, I am not about to let that or anything else stop me from marrying Lynn. The only thing that could actually stop the marriage would be Lynn deciding she didn't want to marry me. I am pretty confident that that isn't going to happen, not unless I do something really stupid. I don't plan for that to happen. But with me, you never know what might happen. Once I have removed the last restraint, I walk away from the camp, but stay within sight. I can feel a lot of eyes on me as I drop shapeshift and take off into the sky. I stayed within sight specifically so that the former slaves would see what I really look like. All of the freed slaves will be gathered together on our side of the border, so word will spread. Hopefully, it will prevent them from being as shocked when they find out about what I am later. I will just have to wait and see how things go, but for now, I contact Miria. Job's done. I am heading back to the fort now, Miria says. That was fast. Any problems? Nope. It was just the estate of a really paranoid noble. How are things on your end? Miria says. It is going really well. We've already freed several hundred slaves. Question, what are we supposed to do with the human slaves we have found? Free them and then give them the choice of running off on their own or coming to live in our lands? Miria says, you are going to let humans live among us? Yeah, that was always the plan. It is just happening sooner because of all of this. I was just thinking that a lot of commoners are going to turn into refugees because of the chaos. I want to absorb some of them too, Miria says. You realize that some of these slaves are not going to be happy living with humans? Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that. For those that can't handle it, I was thinking of making another city. One deep in the Beastlands where humans have no reason to go. What do you think? Miria says. That could work. Even some beastmen who haven't been slaves might prefer to live there as well. Okay, then that will be the plan. I plan for the humans to mainly live in and around the new city and the port. So, to the east of the mountain should be a good spot for the city. Miria says, that should work. All right. When I get back, I will contact Mason to find a good spot and plan out the city. Miria says, sounds good. We are pretty deep into the Empire, so I won't be back tonight. I know. In fact, unless something goes wrong, you probably won't be back for a couple of days. Miria says, are you going to be all right on your own for that long? Of course I will. I have plenty to keep me busy. And if I get lonely, I can always visit Lynn in the tower. Miria says, why not visit me? Chapter 1233. Because I don't know where you are and I can't gate somewhere I haven't been to before. Miria says, oh, I guess I didn't think about that when I decided to join the combat unit. Are you missing me already? Miria says, yes, I am. Aren't you missing me? Of course I am. Miria chuckles and says, good answer. We continue chatting about normal things after that until I reach the fort. As soon as I land, I return to Beastman form and request a group of messengers. They are members of the faster tribes like Bunny, Rat, Fox, and Lizard that don't have the combat skills to be scouts. Using them, I send orders to all the combat units and to people in the new city. I also send a message for Mason, but I am not sure if he will be back from the Elven City yet. That doesn't matter too much. It is not like he can start a new city immediately. Speaking of that, I guess I need to come up with names and stop calling it the new city. I could be lazy and just name it Trade City, and then the new one is Beast City. I will just wait until later and ask the girls for suggestions. I am no good at naming things. I issue a few more orders, but once all the messengers are gone, I realize I have nothing else to do. I am starting to wish that I had brought the castle with me so I could do some crafting. Just as I am thinking about going and fetching it, Leonor walks in looking for me. Something wrong, Leonor? Leonor says, one of the combat units has run into something of a problem. Oh, what is going on? Leonor says. Well, they successfully raided a number of estates, but after the last one, they are being pursued. Normally that wouldn't worry me, but the ones chasing them seem to be from the church. Why would the church be chasing them? Leonor says, I don't know, but none of the other combat units are close enough to get there in time. The only one who can get there fast enough to help is you. All right, give me their location. As soon as Leonard gives me their location and route, I head outside to drop shapeshift. Once I am in the air and headed towards the combat unit, I contact Miria. I update her on where I am headed and why, then focus on flying at top speed. I even use fire mana to create boosters for even more speed. I don't want to be late. From the air, it is easy to spot the groups I am looking for, and luckily they haven't met yet. Normally, my combat unit would have no problem outrunning the humans, but the slaves are slower. For that reason, the column of human troops is slowly gaining on them. The combat unit consists of about 30 beastmen, and they are escorting over 200 freed slaves. The humans behind them number almost 500 and are all wearing the symbol of Halos. Only 50 or so of the humans are mounted. The rest are all walking behind them. The ones that are mounted should be church knights, while the rest are common soldiers. As I get closer, I spot a beastman waving me down, so I land next to him. Soldier kneels and says, "Your Majesty, report." Soldier says, "According to some of the slaves we freed, the estate we hit was owned by a high-ranking member of the church. At their current speed, they will catch up to us in 2 hours or so." "All right, I will handle them. Anything else I should know?" Soldier says, "We have been going non-stop since we rescued them. The slaves are exhausted. Then stop and rest. The humans won't be a threat." Soldier says, "Understood." Taking off, I head towards the humans and start thinking about how I want to deal with them. As I take a closer look, among the mounted humans, there is a single one in priestly robes. That should be the owner of the estate. I wonder if he is capable of summoning an angel. I really liked that angel armor and wouldn't mind getting my hands on another set. Besides, I am curious if now that I am no longer a demon, I can absorb an angel's core. I am also curious as to what kind of effect an angel's core would have on me. With those thoughts in mind, I decide to spare the priest long enough to see if he can summon an angel. As I approach the column, I take a deep breath and then release my breath weapon as I pass over them. I take special care to make sure that I don't hit the priest, just scare him. My breath is not powerful enough to wipe out the entire column, but it does quite a bit of damage. As I circle around, I look back, and it looks like I killed about 100 humans. If my breath weapon could be used repeatedly, I could easily wipe them all out. As it is, the attack scared them enough that they stop and take up a defensive position. There are a few archers among the foot troops, but I don't see any mages. Without magic or siege weapons, they probably don't have any way to hurt me while I am flying. So, after circling back, I pass over the human troops again and throw a couple of lightning spells down. The archers fire at me, but I don't even bother dodging the arrows. They just bounce off. As I circle around again, I spot the priest gathering the knights and doing something. Most of their horses already ran off after my first attack, so I doubt they are going to try to run. Trying to outrun a flying enemy while on foot would just be ridiculous. Hopefully, they are going to try and summon an angel, so I avoid attacking them for now. Each time that I pass over them, I drop spells that kill dozens of humans. However, because of how easy it is, I soon get bored and decide to land. I land amongst the foot troops and start killing them using my melee attacks. Out of curiosity, I do what Vacker suggested and activate Mage Knight Blade. Vacker was right. It coats my claws as if they were swords and vastly increases my damage. Even the soldiers in full armor and wielding shields are cut down in a single swipe. I quickly slaughter most of the remaining foot soldiers, and then I feel a surge of magic. As I was hoping, the priest and the knights have managed to summon an angel. Unfortunately, when I turn my head to take a look, I end up really disappointed. The angel only has a single pair of wings. It is definitely not what I was hoping for. The angel doesn't waste any time and immediately charges at me, but I easily swat it down to the ground. Then, I pin it under one foot and push until the angel sinks halfway into the ground. Weakling! Summon someone worthy for me to fight? Chapter 12, 34. The angel looks terrified, but he clamps his mouth shut and refuses to speak. Since he is being stubborn, I use a single claw and start slowly cutting his chest open. As soon as his core is exposed, the angel panics and starts yelling in a strange language. I am guessing that it is the angel's language and that he is calling for help. He was probably thinking that I would just kill him and he would go home. If I take his core, he will truly die, and that is why he is suddenly panicking. I wait until I sense another surge of magic, and then I rip the angel's core out. The angel dies as soon as I remove his core, and I start looking around. The new angel appears near the cleric, and I am happy to see that this one has 6 wings. Not only that, he has very nice-looking armor and a sword that looks powerful. He opens his mouth like he wants to say something, but I just fire my breath weapon at him. It only hurts the angel a little, but the human cleric and knights are a different story. By the time my breath is done, the angel and I are the only ones left alive. He looks enraged, but I don't give him the chance to do anything as I rush right up to him. As soon as I am close enough, he takes a swing at me with his sword, but I parry it with a claw. The look on his face when I parry his attack so easily is absolutely hilarious. However, I don't let that distract me as I aim at his head with my other hand. If possible, I would prefer to kill him without doing major damage to his armor. The angel brings an arm up to try and block my claws, but that ends up being a mistake. Even though his armor covers his arm, my claws still cut right through it. Cutting through his arm only slows my claws down a little, and they still have enough force to go through his head. 384 level 3 humans defeated. 115,200 XP gained. 148 level 4 humans defeated. 59,200 XP gained. 36 level 6 humans defeated. 21,600 XP gained. 1 rank 5 angel defeated. 5,000 XP gained. 1 rank 9 archangel defeated. 90,000 XP gained. Just like that, the angel dies. I was hoping that he would put up a better fight. It has been long enough since I had a good fight that I am starting to get overconfident. Maybe the demon lords wouldn't be as much of a problem as I have been thinking they would be. I take the angel's sword and armor. Then I cut him open and remove his heart and core. I should probably leave the area since Hollows is bound to notice the death of one of his archangels, but I don't. I am feeling somewhat cocky, so I stay put and eat the archangel's heart. Devour activated. Strength plus 50, wisdom plus 100, willpower plus 50. Then, I take out the first angel's core and examine it to see if it gives me the option to absorb it. When that doesn't work, I try activating my absorb ability instead. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Excited that it worked, I quickly switch to the archangel's core and activate absorb again. Absorb activated, strength plus 50, endurance plus 50, wisdom plus 50, charisma plus 50, DP plus 200, evolution points plus 50. After seeing all the benefits of absorbing angel cores, I am hoping Hollow sends more after me. It is only after waiting for 15 minutes or so that I realize that it isn't going to work. I still have my cloak on. Hollows can't even see me, so he probably isn't going to act. With that being the case, there is no real point in me staying here any longer. Before I leave, I shapeshift into my beastman form and put the archangel's armor on. It is a beautiful silvery golden color and goes really well with my crown. It is made of thousands of tiny scales that are connected in a way I can't figure out. It adjusts to fit my form perfectly, even if I have my wings out, although that is to be expected. It is enchanted using divine power, and this time I can actually understand the enchantments. The material it is made from is nothing I have ever seen before, but I was expecting that. Unfortunately, most of the enchantments on the armor are useless to me. They are specifically for angels. I haven't ever tried disenchanting something done with divine power, but it should work similarly to mana. However, this isn't the time or place for experimenting, so I turn my attention to the sword. As soon as I pick it up, I can tell that it is perfectly balanced for use with either one hand or two. That alone is pretty impressive, and I can't help but wonder how they accomplished it. I figure it out as soon as I take a look at the enchantments. It is a shape-shifting sword. However, I can also see that there are several errors in the shape-shifting enchantment. It is also obvious why there are errors. Whoever enchanted it didn't have full knowledge of the divine language. That means that it probably wasn't made by a god, more likely a god's minion. That makes me wonder if the gods have a city where they can meet up and shop. If so, I would love to visit it and take a look at what is available to buy. I bet the girls would like that too. I will have to try and remember to ask the goddesses. The sword also has enchantments, specifically for angels. So, I am going to have to ask for permission to experiment anyway. I am not about to try disenchanting divine items without getting permission first. I am well aware that Saronia and Cronotia have very little sense of humor when it comes to divine power. Now that I know they can talk to Lynn without me, them getting mad is even scarier. In fact, I should talk to them soon so that I don't forget what I want to ask them. When I check the Archangel's body, I find a nice scabbard for the sword. Luckily, since it is built for angels, it is designed to go on the back between the wings. I have gotten used to having wings, and it feels weird when I don't have them. At this point, I will probably keep my wings even if I shapeshift into human form. Oh, I bet I can get the girls to dress up like nuns and then play the angel visiting them. I will definitely have to keep that in mind for the next time that we are together. After putting the sword on my back, I take off and fly back to where I left the beastmen. They are still in the same spot, letting the slaves rest, but they have a lot of scouts out. When the scouts spot me returning, they spread the word and people start cheering. Chapter 12:35. When I land, people rush to surround me and ask about the human army. There is a lot more cheering when they find out that they won't be chased anymore. After a few minutes, things calm down and the slaves go back to resting. But I notice something. Why are most of them still wearing their slave collars? Soldier says, "I am sorry, sir. The collars are enchanted, and none of us are strong enough to break them. Don't worry, though. There will be a mage to remove them once we cross the border. There is no need for them to stay collared. I will remove them. Have those that still have a collar line up?" The soldier looks like he wants to protest, but he doesn't dare to disobey my order. He quickly organizes the slaves, and I start removing the collars as fast as I can. The sooner the collar is gone and no longer a reminder, the sooner they can start to heal. A few days probably won't make a lot of difference, but I still think it is worth it. Besides, the enchantments are simple and don't take much effort at all. The slaves are nervous when they approach me, but their desire to have the collar gone is stronger. It only takes me less than a minute to remove each collar, so the line moves fairly quickly. The mood in the camp improves quite a bit once all the collars are removed. I even removed the collars from the human slaves that were mixed in. They were probably worried that the beastmen were going to keep them as slaves. I do my best to reassure them and explain that they will be able to choose their future. Once I have done what I can for them, I leave and fly back to the fort. I update Leonor and Miria before returning to my room and opening a soulscape. I create a pleasant environment for a chat and then summon the goddesses. I don't invite Lynn and Miria because I don't want to get in trouble again. Saronia says, "Hello, Ash, what trouble did you get into now?" Cronotia says, "He is probably not in trouble. The girls have been keeping him in check. He probably wants permission for something crazy." Before asking my questions, I quickly fill them in on what I am doing in the Empire. Their questions lead to me telling them how I caused the chaos that I am making use of. I finish with the recent events, including the deaths of the Angel and Archangel. Cronosia says, "You killed an Archangel?" "Yeah. Holos will definitely notice that. Did you get its core?" "Yes, but I absorbed it." Saronia says, "You what? I thought you didn't want to be a god?" "What has that got to do with it?" Saronia says, "Archangels are the step right below divinity. Absorbing too many of them would make you a god." "That is good to know. How many can I absorb before that happens?" Saronia says, "I am not sure. Less than 10. It depends a lot on you. With as powerful as you already are, it could only take 5. Cronotia says, "Sister, if you hadn't told him that, we could have gotten our husband." Saronia says, "Getting him that way wouldn't be satisfying. I want him to come to us of his own choice." "I appreciate that, Saronia. Anyway, Holos didn't do anything, probably because he couldn't see me. I'll let you know if he makes any moves, but that isn't what I wanted to talk to you about." Cronotia says, "I knew it. What experiment are you wanting to do now?" "I got some armor and a sword from the Archangel. I want permission to disenchant them and re-enchant them." Cronosia says, Why would you need permission for that? Oh, wait. They are divine items, aren't they? That is why you want permission. Yeah, if they were enchanted with mana, it would be simple. I've never disenchanted an item enchanted with divine power, so I figured I would ask first. Saronia says, "Thank you for asking first. But it is fine. Divine power is no different from mana when it comes to disenchanting. You will be fine. You can even enchant an item with both divine power and mana, just keep them separate." Cronotia says, "Whatever you do not try to create new words of the divine language." Why not? The language is so limited when it comes to enchanting, Cronosia says. Because attempting to create a single new word would consume your entire soul and still fail. Even a god would be weakened for years just to create a single word. Oh, I am glad you told me, Saronia says. You were seriously thinking about making new words? Well, I hadn't gotten to that point yet, but the thought had crossed my mind. Cronotia says, I knew it. Saronia says, Ash, you idiot. Of course, messing with the divine language as a mortal would be suicide. Well, I hadn't thought it through yet. It was only a passing thought. Cronotia says, better give her some time to cool off. Was there anything else that you needed? Actually, I wanted to ask if there was a city for the gods. Somewhere they have shops and things like that. Cronotia says, there is, but it is linked to the main continent. You can't go there. The instant anyone saw you, they would know that we are alive. Wouldn't the cloak protect me? Cronosia says. Not from a god or goddess seeing you directly. The moment they did, they would know you are our champion. Only living deities can have a champion, so they would know that we are alive. By now, Holos must know you are alive since you still have a church. Won't he spread the word? Cronotia says. He knows. As to why he has kept it quiet, we really don't know. He might not want to draw attention to the peninsula until he has it under his control. Lynn is doing some research on him for me. Once I know more, I will see about coming up with a plan to deal with him. Cronotia says, all right. Let us know if you need help. I will. That was all I wanted to ask about for now. Is there anything you want to know about? Cronotia says, nope. Don't worry about Saronia. She will cool off fairly quickly. She just worries a lot, especially about you. Then again, you give the both of us plenty of reason to worry. It seems like any time we take our eyes off of you, you do something insane. Honestly, I know when either of you is watching me, and I do tend to keep my crazier ideas for when you aren't looking. One of my favorite sayings from my world is, it is only illegal if you get caught. Cronotia says, that doesn't make me feel any better. Sorry. Anyway, I need to go check on the war. I'll call you as soon as I know more about Holos. Chapter 12:36. Cronotia doesn't answer, she just walks up and kisses me, which I am used to. However, as soon as the kiss ends, she catches me by surprise with a smack to the back of my head. Before I can react, she is gone, so I go ahead and end the soulscape. I have something to eat, and then go check in with Leonard to see how things are going. While I am at it, I also tell him to inform me if any angels are spotted. I can't absorb too many archangel cores, but a few shouldn't be a problem. Besides, just one more core would allow me to evolve to the next level. Angel can't be any worse than insect as an influence, and if it causes problems, I just won't absorb anymore. As unique as I am, I think Saronia was underestimating how much it would take to change me. Although, I would love to find something to absorb that would give me more dragon traits. Of course. I mean something other than an actual dragon. I am not suicidal. Maybe when I get some time, I should go explore the land bridge and look for drakes. There are far too many things that I want to do when I find some time. The way things are going, I am never going to find enough time for all of them. It makes me want to experiment with time magic, but I know that is a horrible idea. However, I do plan to return to the castle before experimenting on the armor and sword. That will reduce the chances of me getting interrupted at a bad time. Since nothing major is going on right now, it is a good time. So I gave back. The kids happen to be eating when I arrive, so I join in and spend some time with them. I spend more than an hour listening to their stories about exploring the Shadow Plane. It makes me happy to see all 8 of them getting along and enjoying themselves. I am sure there have been issues and arguments, but siblings aren't meant to always get along. Once they finally run out of stories, I tell them what is going on outside. Of course, they all immediately ask to be allowed to go help the Beastmen. I try to dissuade them by telling them they will have to follow orders, but they still want to go. Since them getting more experience in working with the Beastmen is a good thing, I eventually agree. If the kids are going with me to the front, then I may as well take the castle with me. Bella isn't in the castle currently. She is probably in the tower with Lynn. Instead of working on my experiments, I leave the castle and tell Cor what is going on. Then, I put the castle away and head up to the tower to update Yui, Lynn, and Bella. Lynn says, "Why are you picking a fight with Holos?" That wasn't the plan. It kind of just happened. Anyway, what were you able to find out? Lynn says, Holos is a lesser member of the Pantheon belonging to the Southern Empire. That probably explains how he was able to find out about the peninsula. The Southern Empire. That might complicate things since we are allied with the Empire. Technically, that would make their Pantheon an ally to the goddesses, but I doubt it will work that way. I really don't want to get dragged into the politics of the gods, but I might not have a choice. Lynn says, that could get interesting. According to the books I read, the leader of that pantheon is female. She is the only female pantheon head on the main continent. That has caused some issues in the past. It might also explain why Holos is setting up his own church and not telling anyone about the goddesses. Lynn says, you think he is trying to break away from his pantheon? Maybe. That was the first thought that popped into my head. He might also be trying to become strong enough to take over his pantheon. I don't know enough about how pantheons work. I am just making guesses. What else did you learn about Holos? Anything about his personality? Lynn says. He is known for his arrogance, but what god isn't? Oh, his church does not allow females to become clergy members. That struck me as odd since over half of the pantheon is goddesses. Yes, it is odd. It also makes it more likely that he is trying to act against his pantheon in one way or another. He sounds like a male chauvinist, and if he is, then being under the orders of a woman would be the worst thing possible in his mind. He is starting to sound more and more like someone I don't want on my peninsula. Lynn says, that is probably true. But how do you kick a god out of an area? Do you have a plan? I am working on one. For now, I can just order the army to kill any members of his church that they encounter. Without followers, he won't be able to use as much power here. The gods are limited in a number of ways. I am also wondering if we can't cause problems for him in his pantheon, but I need to talk to the goddesses first. Lynn says, about the pantheon, the leader is Artlisa, the goddess of magic. Her second in command is Strassi, the protector of the empire. According to the books, the two of them are as strong as the rest of the pantheon combined. So, if you meet them, try not to offend them, but don't make them fall in love with you either. I don't have any control over that. I already met one of Strassi Angels. I have a decent impression of her. If Artlisa is anything like her, I think we can work something out. After all, I am friends with the Emperor and the demons are a common enemy. Lynn says, all right. Try to keep me informed and talk to me or Miria before you do anything insane. Oh, I am taking the castle and the kids with me. They want to help free the Beastmen. Lynn says, you mean they want to run around and explore the Empire? Try to keep them out of trouble. Don't worry. I won't let them do anything that I wouldn't do. Lynn says that is not reassuring. There isn't much that you wouldn't do. I was kidding. I plan to spread them out among the combat units and put them under the command of the officers. That should keep them from running wild. Lynn says okay. That sounds much better. So, do either of you need anything from the castle before I leave? Yue, do you need anything while I am here? Lynn and Bella say, no, we are good. Yue says, I am fine as well. Those suggestions that you made are working out well? Oh, how is the time dilation? Yui says, the entire library now has 5 times dilation. Lynn says, yeah, it is great. Awesome. There is a ton of reading that I want to do once things settle down. I will come back when I can to check in and keep you updated. Chapter 12, 37. Just as I am about to open a gate and leave, Lynn grabs my arm and starts dragging me away. She drags me straight to the suite, pushes me onto the bed, and climbs on top of me. She aggressively takes the lead through 3 rounds of fun before she ends up exhausted. Once she recovers enough to move, we have a meal together and cuddle for a while. Then, when she is ready to head back to the library, I gate back to the fort. First, I check in with Leonard, but nothing happened while I was gone. Then, I have him send word around to warn everyone that the castle is going to appear. I wait for a few minutes for the word to be spread, then set the castle to floating above the fort. I move it so that the main gate is accessible from the tower of the fort. Then, I task Leonard with picking the combat units for my kids to join. I make sure he picks ones with leaders who are going to be able to order my kids around. After all, it takes guts to shout orders at something that can easily eat you. I know that my kids would never do that, but that doesn't mean the beastmen know that. Even if they did, it is hard to believe something like that when staring at big teeth. Still, it will do the beastmen some good to have more contact with the kids. I am not really worried about the kids. There isn't much out there that can hurt them. Some of the Empire's top mages and angels are the only ones that I can think of. I would be more worried if they were going to war. But this isn't a full-scale war. Breaking into places and freeing slaves is a lot different from armies confronting each other. If this were a normal war, I would keep the kids with me so that I could protect them. Still, before I let the kids run off, I make sure they know to run away if things get dangerous. I don't want them thinking that they will be in trouble if they run away. Sometimes, running away is the smartest thing that you can do, and I make sure to tell them that. Luckily, most of my kids have a good head on their shoulders, which puts them ahead of me. I don't let them split up completely. I make sure Eckhart and Mushu are with a sibling. They are still a little on the small side to be running around and fighting on their own. Surprisingly, they don't make a fuss about it and even seem to be happy. With their teams decided, I stop lecturing them and send them on their way. I trust Leonard to take some extra steps to make sure they are taken care of. Once the kids have left, I head into the castle and then open up a soulscape. I go ahead and invite both goddesses, but I am not expecting Saronia to accept. It hasn't been long enough for her to have cooled off. But she surprises me. She glares at me once she arrives, but she does arrive, so I won't hold it against her. As soon as both of them are here, I explain what Lynn told me about Holos. Then, I tell them our theories about what we think is going on in his pantheon. Krenosha says, "All right. Supposing that your guesses are right, what do you want to do? First, let me ask, have you done all the stealing that you can?" Krenosha says, "Yes, we stole back what we could get to. Anything else is in places that we can't go. So, the only reason left to keep hiding is to prevent being attacked?" Krenosha says, "That is correct. Why? Before all of this, was the Pantheon of the Southern Empire your enemy?" Krenosha says, "I wouldn't say we were enemies, but we were in conflict. When our followers are at war, we tend to also get into arguments. Besides, since our followers were the ones to summon a demon, they probably hate us by this point. I had forgotten about that. That could definitely cause a problem." Krenosha says, "Just what are you planning?" I don't really have a plan yet. I am trying to figure everything out, and to do that I need as much information as I can get. For instance, is it worth it if in getting rid of Hollows the two of you get discovered? Krenosha says, "No, it isn't. If any of the Pantheons finds out about us, all of them will eventually know. We are too weak. We would be either captured or killed." Saronia says, "Most likely captured." "Why is that?" Krenosha says, "Even among the Pantheons, we are considered beautiful. Add to that the fact that we are twins, and we are even more desired. The only thing that protected us in the past was that our Pantheon was strong." "Oh, I understand. The Southern Empire's Pantheon is ruled by a woman? Wouldn't she be more inclined to talk?" Krenosha says, "Maybe, but she would want us to join her Pantheon. In the realm of the gods, anyone who isn't in the same Pantheon is an enemy, or at best, a rival. Sometimes even other gods in the same Pantheon aren't to be trusted. So, The gods basically act just like humans. Got it. Come to think of it, are there any non-human gods? Krenosha says. No, not that we know of. There might have been, but they were probably wiped out a long time ago. Too bad. They probably would have made good allies. That really limits my options. The only thing I can think of is to wipe out his church and force Hollows to leave the peninsula. The problem is that I have no way of knowing if he will spread word about you two. Chronosia says, based on what you have said about his personality, I doubt he would. Telling others about us would mean admitting his actions and the fact that he lost. That is true. However, if he is feeling petty, that might not stop him. It will all depend on how pissed off he is at losing the peninsula. I guess we are just going to have to chance it. Chronosia says, that is fine. My sister and I have gotten used to taking crazy chances. You, for example. Well, I certainly can't argue with that. By the way, what is it about me that would allow gods to know about you? Is it because I am your champion? Chronosia says exactly. If they saw you, they would know instantly because only living deities can have champions. If we died, you would immediately lose all the benefits you gained from being our champion. All right. Is there a way to hide it? Like if I upgraded the cloak? Chronosia says, hiding it from others is easy, but from gods? No, there is no way. You would need a divine item that is of a higher rank than the god you want to hide it from. We can't make an item that powerful, so there is no chance that you can. Chapter 1238. Okay, so an item is out. What would happen if I stopped being your champion for a while? Chronosia says. You would lose all the levels you have gained as a sacred crusader as well as your divine power. Even if you become our champion again later, you would have to start over. No. That is not worth it. I will have to think of something else. What about followers? Can you be found out through your followers? Chronosia says. Number, there is not enough of our energy in a follower to be found easily. For us to be discovered, a follower of ours would have to have their soul searched by a god. So, if I had someone else deliver a message, that would be safe, Chronosia says. Yes, it should be. What kind of message are you thinking of sending? And to whom? Well, I was thinking that if we let his pantheon know some of what Hollos has been up to, it would cause him problems, especially since the empire his church is in is overrun with demons. It shouldn't be hard to convince them that he has made deals with the demons, or something along those lines. I am still working on it. Chronosia says, if you could pull it off, that has a high chance of working. Saronia says, 2 problems. Getting the message to them and convincing them to believe it. I know. Like I said, it is a work in progress. If I could talk to them directly, it would be much easier. The Emperor of the Southern Empire and I could be called friends. I am wondering if he could deliver the message. Chronosia says, if you could convince him, they would at least listen to a message from him. What if I went to him to ask why his pantheon is causing problems in my territory? After all, the Empire attacked us first. If I then tell him about the demons and convince him to pass the message up, would that work? Chronosia says, it might. I can't say for sure since I don't know the goddess in charge very well, but it has a chance at least. Saronia says, as much as I hate to admit it, even if it doesn't work 100%, it is likely to make them suspicious of Hollos. So, it is worth a try, Chronosia says. Yeah, I think so. As long as you don't meet the goddess directly, there should be no downside even if you fail. All right. I will go visit Emperor Am once things settle down a bit, Chronosia says. Just try to be careful. I will. I also hope to discredit Hollos enough that even if he tells the Pantheon about the 2 of you, they won't believe him. Chronosia says, that isn't very likely, but we can hope. Saronia says, are we done here? Yes, that should be it. Saronia leaves immediately, but Chronosia sticks around a little longer just to chat. She also tells me what she remembers about the Southern Pantheon, but it isn't much. Before she leaves, she kisses me thoroughly, and then I end the soulscape. With that taken care of, I head to my workshop to take a look at the armor and sword. Disenchanting them turns out to be really simple. It is just like with mana. Redoing the divine enchantments that I want to use is also fairly simple. Now comes the hard part, figuring out how to keep the divine enchantments separate. Since this will be the real experiment, I use the sword to test out some theories. Out of the two, I want the armor more. So if anything is going to be ruined, I would prefer it if it is the sword. Surprisingly, my first idea ends up working perfectly. I just create a barrier between the two. I got the idea from the isolation enchantment that I used to keep spatial enchantments from interacting. Honestly, I was expecting it to be much harder to figure out, but I am not about to complain. Besides, I came up with an idea for the sword, but I am not sure if I can pull it off. In numerous anime, manga, and even movies, there have been swords that could split into two. Although impractical, I have always thought that it was an awesome idea. While it is impractical to do through forging, doing it with magic is another story. I got the idea from the shape-shifting enchantment that was on the sword originally. I want to see if I can give the sword forms to cover any situation that might come up. I want it to have a two-handed, single-handed, twin swords, and polearm forms. That should cover all the situations that I can think of. Now the trick is figuring out the enchantment. Shape-shifting will cover everything but the twin swords form. Making the sword able to separate into two parts is going to require a new enchantment. Luckily, it is far easier to create new enchantments with mana than it is with divine power. In the end, it takes me over 2 hours before I manage to get the enchantment to do what I want. I came fairly close to destroying the sword a couple of times, but it worked out in the end. Once that is sorted out, the rest of the enchantments are easy. As soon as the sword is finished, I move straight to working on the armor. The armor ends up being much easier since I don't need to come up with any new enchantments. Or at least that was how it was supposed to go. But as I am working on it, I have another idea. Thinking back to the armor that the ancient fire god used, I want to do something similar. In order to do so, I work on turning my storm armor spell into an enchantment. Since it is a mana-based spell, it isn't too hard. It just takes a bit of time. Of course, I don't want to be surrounded by lightning all the time. I might hurt someone on my side. So, I make the enchantment to be activated at will, which actually makes the enchantment easier to make. However, it does end up using quite a bit of capacity, which limits what else I can add. Luckily, I already did the divine enchantments, so the armor doesn't need much else. The best part is that when I activate the enchantment, the lightning will heal me. Between that, my normal regen, and my healing spells, I will be pretty much unkillable. Unless I run into something strong enough to kill me in a couple of hits, that is. However, I don't think that even the demon lords are that strong. At least, I hope not. Then again, if they are that strong, then nothing that I have done will matter. I really wish that there was a way for me to get one of the demon lords alone so I can test their strength. Chapter 12:39. I am pretty sure that if I snuck off to hunt a demon lord, Lynn and Miria would kill me. I am pretty sure I could beat a demon lord one-on-one, just not 5-on-1. If I can figure out a way to split them up, I would be able to end the war before it even begins. Of course, we would still need to wipe out the remaining demons, but that wouldn't be hard. That reminds me, I wonder if the Northern Empire has attacked the demon lands yet. I will need to ask Emperor Am for an update when I go visit him. With the enchantments done, I head upstairs to sit down and eat some food. Then, I head outside to check in with Leonor and see if anything has happened. Unfortunately, nothing has. Which means I am once again left with nothing to do. Maybe I don't need to wait. I could sneak away to the Southern Empire right now. I shouldn't be gone for long, and I can return quickly if something does happen. However, for some reason I feel like that is a bad idea, so I decide to put it off for now. Instead, I decide to head back to the hallway and return to the world with the Great Forest. If I can find a few more of those bears, I should be able to level up my soul. If I can manage to do that, then I should be able to talk to the dragon again without getting in trouble. After arriving in the world, while I am waiting for my body to form, I spot a fight. A tiger and a bear are currently fighting, and it is an opportunity for me. As soon as my body is done forming, I start preparing lightning bolts. The tiger looks to be losing the fight, so I target the bear with my bolts. With the tiger keeping the bear distracted, I have no problem blasting it to death. As soon as it dies, I switch targets to the tiger and soon am able to kill it as well. One great bear defeated, 1,000 soul XP gained. One great tiger defeated, 800 soul XP gained. Well, that was lucky and a great start to my hunt, but it also worries me a little. I will just have to hope that the corpses don't lure that massive bear to my exit. Just in case, I quickly leave the area, heading in the opposite direction from last time. I move quietly, keeping an eye out for the big bear or anything else on its level. I really don't want to have to find out if my soul can survive me being killed in this world. I keep moving for over an hour, but I don't find anything else to hunt before the forest ends. Ahead of me is a vast plain, and in the distance I can see what looks like a white city. The plain is covered in activity, with people of all races fighting against beasts. I can see humans, beastmen, elves, dwarves, and even orcs among them. From what I can see from here, they are mostly fighting against packs of wolves. However, something seems off. No matter how many they kill, the number of wolves doesn't seem to go down. The longer I watch, the more confused I become because the same is happening to the humanoid forces. They don't seem to fear death, and any time one of them dies, another replaces them. If I didn't know better, I would think that I had stepped into an MMORPG. Out of curiosity, I target a small wolf pack near me and blast them with lightning. 5 lesser wolves defeated. 250 soul XP gained. It turns out that they are really easy to kill and only worth 50 soul XP each. While that isn't much, there are thousands of wolves on the plain that I can see. Even that little bit of XP will add up quickly if I kill a large number of wolves. However, before I can make a move, the bodies of the 5 wolves disappear and a group of 5 wolves appear. They are a bit further away, but they appeared out of thin air, just like monsters spawning in a game. It shouldn't be possible from what I know, but seeing is believing. Whatever the reason may be, this means that the XP here is pretty much infinite. As I am trying to figure out the implications, I notice something shiny on the ground. It is right where the wolves that I killed were, so I walk over to take a look. It is a piece of soul armor, a helmet to be precise, but when I try, I can't touch it. It might be because I already have one. Maybe you can't have duplicate items. Whatever the case may be, the fact that I can get gear here makes me excited. I would really like to be able to complete the soul armor set if I can manage to. I probably don't have too much time left for this trip, but I will definitely be coming back. I wonder if there is a way for me to move the portal closer to the plane. If so, it would make it much easier to come back to Farm Wolves for XP. I will have to try it out from the hallway. I am betting that there is a way. I will worry about that later. For now, I kill the group of 5 wolves that just spawned. 5 lesser wolves defeated, 250 soul X beamed. Tynding, congratulations! Your soul has leveled up, now level 3, plus 200 soul HP plus 1000 soul MP. There, that should keep the dragon from getting mad at me again, I hope. I should probably raise my level at least one more time before I go see him, just to be safe. As easy as these wolves are to kill, getting another level shouldn't be too hard. Since no one has disturbed me yet, I may as well go ahead and get some more XP now. The plain is vast. The humanoids are a decent distance away, so my actions shouldn't disturb them. Instead of waiting for the small pack to respawn, I move and attack a slightly bigger pack, 9 lesser wolves defeated. 450 soul XP gained. Even with a pack of 9, one good lightning bolt was all it took to kill them. Luckily, the packs tend to stay very close together, making them easier to kill. Unfortunately, this pack doesn't drop anything, so I kill another 3 packs. 21 lesser wolves defeated. 1050 soul XP gained. Soul armor gained. Gauntlets plus 1 defense. With that, the only piece that I should be missing is the chest piece. Of course, that is probably the hardest piece to find, but I will just have to keep trying. Although, it is not like I have been taking any damage since I am using magic. The only downside is that lightning spells this strong use up a ton of mana. If I had access to my full mana pool, it wouldn't be much of a problem. The fact that I have a limited mana pool while I am in soul form is rather annoying. Chapter 1240. It is probably due to the massive amount of mana that is required to create this body. A lot of mana is absorbed from the surroundings when I appear, but not all of it. The rest comes from my normal mana pool, which is why I can't do this when I am out of mana. Since I am a little low on mana after wiping out the packs, I head for the gate. I am almost back to the gate when I run into another bear, a normal one. Unfortunately, it spots me as well, and I can't avoid fighting it. which uses up my remaining mana. One great bear defeated, 1,000 soul XP gained. Luckily, after the bear, I don't run into anything else before I reach the gate. I quickly exit using the gate before anything else shows up and then turn my attention to the door. After trying a number of things, I managed to access a map of where I have explored. On the map, it marks the location of the gate, and I find that I am able to move it around. That is helpful. But the map also shows how big the world is, which is a little daunting. I don't have much for reference, but what I have explored isn't even 1% of the map. Then again, I have only explored a part of the forest and the edge of the plains. Come to think of it, I haven't really done much exploring in any of the worlds I have visited. The most I did was in the world of battlefields, and I was using a map. The worst part is that the hallway has tons more doors for me to explore. However, finding the time to do so is a real challenge, just like everything else. Maybe I really do need to play around with time magic. It might be the only way. I should probably talk to Lin and Yue before I do anything crazy. They have more knowledge than I do. If I can find some books on time magic, that should at least give me a better idea of the risks. If I have a better idea of the risks, I can determine if it is worth it to even try. Besides, the more knowledge I have, the better my chances of convincing Lin to let me try. Anyway, that is also something that is going to have to wait for later. I can't go running off right now, not with my people inside the Empire. The chaos is giving us a huge opportunity, but it also makes things more dangerous. I especially have to worry now that Miria and the kids are involved. The problem is that now that I have started it, the chaos is only going to get worse. I also have no idea what direction events are going to take. It is all up in the air. That is why I have to stick around and wait, so I can issue orders depending on the situation. With that in mind, I end my meditation and go looking for Leonor to get an update. Leonor, what is the latest news from the Empire? Leonor says, things have gotten quite a bit worse. The Emperor is still alive, but a decent amount of the Imperial Army has defected and joined the Church's forces. There have already been a few pitched battles around the capital. Also, there are several areas where revolts have sprung up, but a few have already failed. The army suppressed them, Leonor says. No, the people did. Apparently, the nobles who wanted to rebel were not popular with the people. That is not too surprising. Nobles who act to benefit the commoners are few and far between. How are our troops doing? Leonor says, things have been going extremely well. We have already rescued over 10,000 slaves. That is great. Keep up the good work. How are we doing on getting them taken care of and settled? Leonor says it has proven to be a challenge, but we are managing. The outcasts are doing wonderful work and making sure they are all treated well. All we have to do is get them across the border and they do the rest. Good. Are there any special situations that I need to take care of? Leonor says. Not at the moment, no. Do you have any new orders for the troops? Yes, they no longer need to avoid members of the Church. They are now to be regarded as enemies and dealt with as long as it doesn't endanger the primary mission. Leonor says, understood. I will send word out immediately. All right, I will be in the castle resting. You have permission to enter if you need me for anything. Leonor bows in response and then runs off while I head back to the castle. Once inside, I have some food, head upstairs to bed, and sleep for around 6 hours. When I wake up, I notice that my mana pool is full, so I head downstairs to take a bath. Once I am in the bath, I start working on my core. And again, I focus on the lightning. Just like last time, as I pour lightning mana into the lightning ring, the fire orb shrinks. At the same time, my progress drops and then goes back up. Core upgrade progress, 52%. Just a little bit more, and there will be no fire orb left from the looks of things. I certainly don't regret my choice, but I am curious as to what is going to happen next. Probably what I am most curious about is if this choice is going to alter my race. While having both fire and lightning is really cool, specializing as just one should be far more powerful. Unfortunately, I am going to have to just wait and see what happens. I hate that. I want my answers right now, not days or weeks down the line. Feeling rather frustrated, I get out of the bath and head upstairs to get some breakfast. As I am eating, I try to think of something to do while I wait for something to happen. I can think of quite a few things I want to do, but they would all count as adventures. In the end, once I am done eating, I head to my workshop and call Jarvis down. It has been a while since I took a look at his programming, and even longer since I did anything to it. So I spend the next few hours working on his programming. It is only as I am taking a break to eat some lunch that I realize that I messed up. If the point is to waste time until something happens, I should have turned the time dilation off. Thanks to me forgetting, by now only a few hours will have passed outside. However, instead of turning it off, I decide to make a quick trip to the tower. I am hoping that Yue will let me borrow or copy some books to read in the castle. That will be a good use of my time and also won't get me into any trouble. Before gating to the tower, I check in with Leonard, but nothing has changed. Since I am not needed right now, I open the gate and go through it. Chapter 12:41. Yui says, "Welcome back, Ash. Is there something you need?" Yes, there is. I was wondering if it would be all right if I borrow some books from the library. I am bored. But if I run off to find something to do, I will end up getting in trouble. Yui laughs and says, "Sure, I don't mind. I trust you to return them. Of course I will." On the other hand, I can just make copies of them and then add them to Lin's library. Yui says, "That would also be acceptable. Lin has been copying quite a few of the books she has been reading. I know that there is no chance of anyone gaining unauthorized access to her library." "True. It is almost as well guarded as your library is," Yui says. "Is there anything else you need?" "No, not at the moment. Just want some books to fight the boredom," Yui says. "All right, we'll take or copy whatever you need. Let me know if you need anything. Lin is currently in the library and has materials for copying." "Okay, thank you." When I walk into the library, I spot Lin, but to my surprise, she is alone. The reason I am surprised is that I was expecting Bella to be here with her. Lin is completely absorbed in the book that she is reading, so it is easy for me to surprise her. Lin screams and yells, "Ash, I told you to stop sneaking up on me." "I didn't sneak." I walked over normally. "You just weren't paying attention," Lin says. "You could have said something instead of coming up right behind me. You did that on purpose." "It is not my fault that you are adorable when you are surprised. I just couldn't resist. I understand losing yourself in a book, but you should keep at least a little awareness of your surroundings." Lin says, "You are right, but I only let myself get fully absorbed when I am in a safe environment. Anyway, what are you doing here?" "I came to get some books to read while I am stuck keeping myself out of trouble," Lin says. In other words, yeah, I am. There are plenty of things that I want to do, but I promise to stay out of trouble until Miria gets back. Lin says, "I am guessing that all the things you want to do involve a certain amount of risk?" "No, not all. Some do involve risk, but others just involve being away for a while. And I can't do that because I need to monitor the situation in the Empire. I need to be ready to act if Miria or any of the kids get into trouble." Lin says, "That makes sense. Well, what books are you looking for? I will copy them for you, and before you leave, I can help with your boredom, at least for a couple of hours." With a smile, I take Lin up on her second offer first, but we don't leave the library. In order to take advantage of the time dilation, we have our fun in one of the reading rooms. Of course, it is possible for someone else to come into the library, but that just adds some spice. Once we are finished with our fun, I ask Yue to gather some books for me. I ask her for the books she has on summoning magic, golems, gate magic, and time magic. As the books arrive and pile up, Lin gives me a dirty look, but starts copying them. As she copies them, I put the copies into my pouch and the sprites take the originals. She doesn't say anything or complain, probably because these books will end up in her library. She would have ended up copying them eventually anyway, and she knows it. Lin says, "That is the last of them. Anything else you need?" "Nope, thank you." However, even though the books are done, I don't leave straight away. Instead, I spend some time cuddling with Lin while she goes back to reading her book. I stick around long enough for Lin to get hungry so that we can eat together. "Oh yeah, where is Bella?" Lin says, "She made a trip to Ilium. She wanted to meet some of the others that were summoned here." "Oh, that makes sense," Lin says. That and I think that she got bored of sitting and watching me read all the time. Her knowledge of magic isn't advanced enough yet for most of the books here. I've continued teaching her, but she isn't as interested in magic as we are. I doubt that there are many people out there as interested in magic as you. Even I can't match up to your desire for knowledge. I am not saying that that is a bad thing, just that you shouldn't expect to meet many people who are like you. Lynn says, "It is okay. I am aware. That is why I didn't have a problem with it when she wanted to go explore. You don't need to try and cheer me up, although I appreciate it. We are doing just fine." "All right. I just want to make sure you are happy," Lynn says. "I am. You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of the things that you need to do, okay? I will do as I am told. But if you need anything, make sure to speak up. No matter what is going on, I will make time for you," Lynn says. "Don't tell me that that is why you want the time magic books. Not specifically, but with how useful the time dilation has been, I was going to look into it. Don't worry, I am only doing research. I will discuss it with you before I do any experimenting," Lynn says. "You better. Knowing your luck, you will get sucked into the past or another world or something similar." I want to argue that, but I really can't. Like I said, I am just doing research for now. I will be careful. Lynn says, "All right. I will trust you for now." Once we are done chatting, I say goodbye to Lynn, which involves several minutes of kissing. Then, after saying goodbye to Yue, I open a gate and head through to the fort. As soon as I step out of the gate, I see Leonor running over. Something must have happened. Leonor says, "My king, welcome back. We have a problem." "What happened?" Leonor says one of our rally points has been surrounded by human troops. "The Imperial Army?" Leonor says. "I don't know. The emergency message didn't have that much information." "All right. Are my kids or Miria involved?" Leonor says. "No, they are in other areas." "That is a relief. Okay, where are they?" "I will go and help." Leonor looks relieved as he takes out a map and shows me where the rally point is. Luckily, it isn't too far from the cleric's estate that I helped to raid, so I can gate pretty close. I quickly open a gate and head through. Then as soon as I am through, I take to the air. Chapter 12, 42. As I fly towards the rally point, all I can do is hope that I am not too late. I have no idea when the emergency message was sent. Things could already be over. I quickly let out a breath of relief a few minutes later when the rally point comes into sight. The rally point is in a depression between some hills, good for concealment but not defense. Huddled in the depression are about 4,000 beastmen, only 100 or so are warriors. Surrounding them are about 3,000 human troops and some others. One group looks like nobles, and the other group is definitely from the church. As I approach, one of the nobles seems to be yelling something, so I focus on my hearing. I missed the first part, but managed to get close enough to hear the last of his shout. "Noble yells, 'Return our slaves to us, and we will consider letting the rest of you go free.'" Yeah, right. As if anyone is going to believe that, but why is he even trying? Oh, I see. He is trying to buy time while the church people cast the spell to summon an angel. It seems they don't want to fight the beastmen directly since they don't have overwhelming numbers. The former slaves may be weakened and untrained, but they will fight like hell to not be enslaved again. The humans are probably scared of the losses they would take even if they managed to win. So, instead, they plan to summon an angel and let it lead their troops into battle. However, I am not about to let their plan work, so I dive and hit the ground like a meteor. I landed between the nobles and the beastmen, but the impact raised quite a bit of dust. When the dust clears, I let out a roar that causes almost all of the humans to flinch back. The church members don't flinch and continue casting their spell, but there is one other as well. Surprisingly, one of the nobles in the back of the group didn't flinch, but his eyes look worried. Maybe I should have dropped shapeshift first. That would have had more impact. However, being in beastman form is better for the morale of the beastmen. Still, that one human gives me a rather funny feeling, and I am smelling something odd. It is only when I remember where I have encountered that smell before that I understand what is going on. As soon as I figure it out, I have a plan ready to go, and I start grinning. I wave at the beastmen behind me to keep them from doing anything, and then I wait. As I wait, I appear to ignore the nobles and only watch the church's people. Finally, after waiting for a few minutes, They complete their spell, and a two-winged angel appears. While I am disappointed at how weak it is, that doesn't stop me from grinning. I turn and look directly at the one noble as I cast the detection spell. I was right. The spell reveals him to be a demon, and the nobles around him aren't surprised. What ends up surprising me is that the angel only glares at the demon. It doesn't attack him. That means that Holos really has betrayed his pantheon and made a deal with the demons. Now, it is even more important that I head to the Southern Empire and talk to Am. If Holos has sold them out to the demons, his empire could be in serious danger. First, I need to deal with this lot. Then I will head down there and warn him. I just hope that I can get him and the others in the Pantheon to believe me. Am and his wife will trust me. At least I am fairly confident that they will. The goddess in charge of the Pantheon is another story altogether. I will just have to wait and see what happens. For now, I have an angel and a demon to kill. I am not too worried. I know the angel is weak, and the demon doesn't look all that strong. Besides, even if they are on the same side, I don't see them working well together. As if to prove my point, when the angel charges towards me, the demon just stands there. As I wait for the angel to reach me, I draw my sword while keeping an eye on the demon. I don't expect the demon to help the angel. I am more worried about it running away. I also noticed that while the nobles and churchmen weren't surprised by the demon, the common soldiers were. They are definitely nervous about what is going on, but seem too scared to run. They are probably worried that if they run, the nobles will order for them to be executed. They don't realize that if they all ran, there would be no one to listen to the nobles' orders. However, it doesn't really matter. They won't be a factor in this battle. The angel finally reaches me, but I just stand there and let him hit me with his fist. The attack does nothing to me, and the look of shock on the angel's face makes me laugh. I am tempted to let the angel summon help, but things are already complicated enough right now. So, as the angel is trying to back away, I bring the sword down and cut him in half. As I bend down to pick up the angel's core, I notice that the demon is trying to run. However, since I was expecting it, I quickly hit him with a lightning bolt. It is not enough to kill him, but it does drop him to the ground twitching. As I slowly walk over to where the demon fell, the nobles panic as they try to get away from me. The few nobles who are too slow to get out of the way, I cut down without mercy. When I reach the demon, he suffers the same fate, and I only stop to collect his core. Next, I make my way over to the church's people, and without a word start cutting them down. Surprisingly, none of them try to run. They all just keep chanting as they die. It is the same spell as before. They apparently want to summon another angel. They are all trying to protect one man, who is probably the leader of the group. They are throwing themselves at me without any regard for their own lives. I admit, I let them slow me down just because I am curious what they will be able to summon. Besides, if I can get a few more angel cores, I will be able to hit my next evolution. Not to mention that since Holos is a lower god in the Pantheon, he probably doesn't have many angels. Everyone that I kill should weaken him at least a little bit, I hope. As I am killing my way through the church's people, I order my troops to deal with the nobles. I also tell them to accept the surrender of any of the soldiers that are smart enough to. I plan to let them go so that they can spread word of the church colluding with demons. Chapter 12:43. That might convince some people to stop worshipping Holos, but I won't hold my breath. People tend to stick to their beliefs once they have made them, even when shown proof that they are wrong. Still, anything that might weaken the church is worth trying, especially when it won't really cost me anything. To my surprise, the leader of the church group actually manages to complete the summoning before I reach him. Unfortunately for him, the angel that he summons is another weak two-winged one. I cut the last of his troops down and cut down the angel before it even knows what is going on. The clergyman just stares at me in shock and horror as I collect the angel's core. I cut his head off as I look around to see how the rest of the situation is going. The nobles are mostly dead. Just a few that are trying to run away are still alive. However, their chances of outrunning the beastmen is practically zero. They would need a miracle to escape at this point, and I doubt they are going to get one. Some of the soldiers are resisting, but most of them were smart enough to surrender. Since those resisting still outnumber my troops, I head over and help finish the fight. Honestly, All I really need to do is stand close enough for my healing aura to affect my troops. Against weak enemies, my aura can make them pretty much unkillable. 1 rank 3 demon defeated, 300 XP gained. 2 rank 2 angels defeated, 400 XP gained. 182 assorted humans defeated, 27,300 XP gained. When all is said and done, only a little over 2,000 of the humans remain alive. These are the ones that surrendered, so I tell them what I want them to do if I set them free. They are surprised that I am willing to free them, but they are quick to agree to my condition. I send them on their way and then head over to the freed slaves and remove their restraints. A few of them helped out with the fighting and were wounded, so I stick around until they are healed. Once the group has rested and is safely on their way, I gate back to the fort. As soon as I exit the gate, Leonor rushes over to me and I tell him what happened. When I am done, he is ready to rush off and issue some orders, but I stop him. I have him summon Moyan, and I also tell him I will be visiting the Southern Empire, so that he can contact me if I am needed. I make him a communication amulet. Once he leaves, I realize that I have far too many communication amulets on me. So, while I am waiting for Muyan to arrive, I make a new amulet that can replace all of them. Thinking ahead, I make the new amulet so that I can hand out many more and have them all linked to this one. It is something I should have done from the start. Carrying a bunch of them is silly. While I am at it, I add a few useful enchantments and manage to finish it just as Muyan arrives. Muyan says, "You called for me, Master." "Yes, I have a task for you," Muyan says. "What task? I will be happy to do anything you want. I know you have a lot of people that you have trained as scouts. I am assuming that you also have people you have trained as assassins?" Muyan says, "Yes, I do." "Good. Send them into the Empire and have them kill any clergyman that they can find. The more they manage to kill, the better," Muyan says. "Consider it done. Is there anything else?" "No, that is it," Muyan says. "In that case, I will get to work. I will report to you once the church is destroyed." "Fine." "Oh, if you run into an angel with more than 2 wings, let me know and I will come kill it." Muyan says, "Understood." Muyan bows to me before she leaves, and I head into the castle to make preparations. Before I do anything else, I head down to my workshop and take out the 3 cores. I know what to expect from the angel cores, so I take the demon's core in hand and activate Absorb. Absorb activated, strength plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. I am happy to see that it worked and that I can now absorb demon cores again. Of course, I don't want to absorb too many since it might hurt my evolution choices. Still, I don't think that these weak cores will have much effect, so I go ahead and absorb the angel's cores. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. Absorb activated, wisdom plus 10, DP plus 50, evolution points plus 5. I also find it curious how similar the results are between the angel's cores and the demon's core. The only difference is the stat that was boosted. The rest is the exact same. Maybe they are just similar because they both come from low-rank examples. Without more examples, especially higher-ranked ones, there is no way to tell. Maybe in the future, I will be able to find some clues, but for now, I will just have to suffer. With that done, I use the gate network to open a gate to the Imperial Palace of the Southern Empire. When I walk through, I find myself in the same small room and open the door. On the other side, I find 2 guards, just like last time, but I stop the first from running off. I still want him to inform the Emperor, but I have some additional instructions. Please inform the Emperor that I would like to meet with him, his wife, and the high priests of all the churches. Guard salutes and says right away. The guard then rushes off while the other leads me in the same direction at a more dignified pace. I wouldn't mind moving faster, but royalty are not supposed to ever be seen rushing. With the Beastmen, it wouldn't matter. But here there are far too many eyes watching and judging. Normally, I wouldn't care. But now I am representing my nation, even though it barely exists. However, In the future, there are going to be diplomatic things that I have to do, and my image will matter a lot. People remember bad events a lot longer than good events, and nobles are even worse than normal people. This is one of the main reasons that I didn't want to be a king, but that ship has already sailed. Now I am just going to have to learn to live with it, no matter how much I hate it. The worst part is that the more the nation develops, the less freedom I will have. The beastmen don't much care how I act. They just respect strength above all. The elves, for the most part, are already used to how I act and won't care much. The beasts are just glad to be free of their situation and won't care yet, but probably will later. Chapter 12, 44. The humans that have joined us will absolutely care, and it will only get worse as more join. Given enough time, the others will be affected by them and will also start to care. Of course, things in the kingdom won't be as bad as other nations for quite a while. Mainly because we don't really have nobles. The closest we have is the chieftains. While they will probably plot against each other, they should still be nowhere near as bad as human nobles. I want to try and prevent us from getting nobles for as long as I possibly can. However, I am going to have to give the chieftain similar powers to a noble. Otherwise, I really won't be able to control the kingdom, but I can take steps to counter them. I was never a fan of governments and didn't study them, but I do remember some things. For one, I know that dividing power into separate groups can help control corruption. I am planning to set up a system of mayors and governors to balance the nobles. Or at least, that is the idea I am thinking of going with currently, but it is still a rough plan. This is a plan for the future, so I have plenty of time to make changes and improvements. Right now, the nation doesn't have enough infrastructure to need much in the way of management. However, that will change quickly if I end up conquering the human kingdoms. That is one of the main reasons that I am not leaning towards unifying the peninsula. It will be a huge headache and will distract me from more important things. That time would be much better spent getting stronger or building a golem army. First, I need to deal with Hollows. Then I need to finish unifying the Beastlands. Once that is done, then I will decide what my future course of action will be. These thoughts pass through my head on the long walk to the throne room. Harold says, "Greetings, King Ash. The Emperor and Empress are inside, but we are still waiting for all the high priests to arrive. Also, the court is with the Emperor. Thank you. I will wait until the priests are gathered. Please pass along to the Emperor that I believe he will want to limit who hears what I need to tell him." Harold says, "Understood. Please wait here." The herald gives me a bow and then enters the throne room, leaving me and the guards outside. A few minutes later, the herald returns to his post, and not long after that, nobles start leaving the throne room. Most of them don't look happy about it, but I doubt any of them are brave enough to argue with the emperor. Even once the nobles have cleared out, I still end up waiting almost half an hour. It takes that long for all the high priests to be gathered, but once they are, I enter the throne room. Am and his wife are in their thrones, and surprisingly, their daughter is with them as well. Off to the side of the room are a dozen men and women in robes. They should be the high priests. Out of them, I only recognize the symbol on the robes of one man. It is Hollis's symbol. Knowing that he is an enemy, I keep an eye on him as I approach the thrones and bow. Emperor Am says, "Greetings, King Ash." I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. Is there a problem? Well, that depends. Do you consider one of the gods in your pantheon, allying with demons to fight against my people, a problem? As I ask my question, I notice the face of the high priest of Hollows go pale. From that, I can tell that he is aware of what his god is up to, and that he is worried. The rest of the high priests go nuts when I am done talking, calling me a liar. Emperor Am yells, "Silence." Empress Atesh says, "Ash, which god are you referring to, and what has he done?" The peninsula is not unified, at least not yet. There is a small empire composed of humans, and Hollows has set up his church there. That empire is also infested with demons, which I recently made a move against. During the last battle that I was a part of, I watched one of Hollis's angels ignore a demon and attack me instead. High Priest of Hollis yells, "That is impossible. You are lying." "You are a heretic? Guards, seize him." Emperor Am says, "Guards, stay as you are." Empress Atesh says Ash is the ruler of an allied nation. How dare you speak to him so in our throne room? Shiro says. Ash has no reason to lie to us, but you are looking awfully nervous, Gaelu. Is there something that you are wanting to hide from my parents? Maybe the fact that Ash is speaking the truth, and you knew all about it? Holos's high priest's reaction makes the other high priests also start questioning him. While they are arguing, I try to figure out how I can prove what I am saying. If only I knew illusion magic, then I could show them my memories directly. Wait, I may not know illusion magic, but mirages are something similar. A mirage is created by heat and air, both of which I am fairly good at, so maybe I can make that work. While they are arguing, I do a few quick experiments to see if I can figure it out. The first part ends up being easy. I basically create a screen using heated air. The hard part is figuring out how to use light magic to make a projector. It takes me a few minutes, but I do eventually figure out how to make it work. It isn't going to be high quality, but it should work well enough to prove what I am saying. Luckily, the high priests are all still arguing, and no one is paying attention to me. So, I create a screen that covers a good half of the throne room and start playing my memory. The room instantly goes quiet as all eyes turn to the screen and watch the memory play. I started it from when I arrived, so everyone can see the Beastmen surrounded by humans. It is also easy to recognize Holos's people since they are all wearing his symbol. When the memory gets to the point of the angel being summoned, I notice the High Priest of Holos moving. He is trying to sneakily move towards the doors of the throne room. However, the guards notice his movements and quickly move to block his path. They are the only ones who notice. Everyone else has their eyes glued to the screen. That is because in the memory I have just cast the detection spell and revealed the demon. They all watch as the angel looks at the demon and then ignores it to come attack me. Chapter 12, 45. They also get to see just how easily I kill the angel, but I don't mind that too much. They are my allies, so them seeing a part of how strong I am isn't a bad thing. I let the memory play out until I kill the clergyman in charge, and then I end it. However, right as I dismiss the screen, I feel a presence appear behind me. Turning my head a little, all I see is 4 big, white, fluffy wings, so I turn my head a little more. That allows me to see a stunningly beautiful woman, and then another 4 wings. From the absolute silence of the room, I am guessing that I am not the only one who sees her. I admit that I am a little nervous. An 8-winged archangel is not what I was expecting to see. Also, if Lynn or Miria were to hear my thoughts as I look at her, I would be a dead man? Says, I am the prime angel of Lady Artlisa. At her command, I am here to verify your memory. How are you going to do that? Says, I will need to access your mind and view the memory directly to make sure that it hasn't been altered. You are only going to view that memory? I don't want you viewing any other memories of mine? Says, that is correct. I am only interested in that memory. Well, all right then. Go ahead. Says you will feel some pressure on your mind. Please don't resist. Before I can say anything, I feel her will trying to invade my mind, but it isn't painful. It also turns out that I have to let her in. She can't force her way into my mind. That is fairly reassuring, so I let her in just enough to view that one memory. As soon as I grant her access to the memory, I put up mental walls all around it. I want to make sure that she doesn't go peeking into any of my other memories. I especially protect all the memories dealing with Saronia and Chronotia. I am just going to have to hope that this archangel is not strong enough to see that I am their champion. Although, I am guessing that if she would have already said something. If nothing else, she would probably be being more polite when addressing me. Says, I have verified the memory? It is true. In Lady Artlisa's name, I declare that Holos has betrayed the Pantheon. As such, all clergymen of Holos and any follower who refuses to rebuke him are all declared as heretics. Emperor Am says, so the Church of Holos is to be destroyed? Says yes, absolutely and completely. My lady will deal with Holos. It will be left to you and the other churches to deal with his followers. Emperor Am says, very well, I will see to it. Empress Atash says, if we make it public that Holos has made a deal with the demons, that should be enough to turn most of his followers against him. Then, we will only have to kill the most rabid of his believers. Will Artlisa be killing Holos directly, or waiting until he is weakened? says killing a god is not a simple matter. First, my lady will capture and imprison him. She will not kill him for the time being, not until he is forgotten and weakened. That is fine. As long as he is no longer capable of messing with the peninsula, that is all I care about. By the way, what of his angels? Says I will be hunting them down and killing any who refuse to forswear him. All right, good enough, Emperor Am says. I can lend you some special troops if you need help on your end of things. Ash, no need. I have already sent people to kill the clergyman and start spreading rumors about Hollows. It shouldn't be an issue. Besides, most of the demons are dead by now. Emperor Am says, that is good. Let us know if you need any assistance. I will. Oh, right. How did the thing with the Northern Empire go? Emperor Am says. They took the bait. They rushed in and were ambushed by a massive army of demonic beasts, just like you predicted. I take it that they didn't fare well. Did you manage to take advantage? What kind of numbers did the demonic beasts have? Emperor Am says. Their expedition was almost completely wiped out. It will take them a while to recover from those losses. We didn't take much territory. Just like you suggested, we only took what we can hold. My scouts didn't get too close, but we estimate their numbers at over 100,000. That is a lot of demonic beasts, a lot more than I was expecting. What happened to the beasts after the fighting was over? Emperor Am says. They retreated further into the demon lands. They didn't chase after the troops who escaped the trap? Empress Atash says. No, they didn't. I also found that to be weird. It means that a demon was controlling them. Beasts would not retreat on their own. They would either chase the enemies or stop to eat the dead. Emperor Am says, that is true, but why would the demons have them retreat? Probably because they were aware of your scouts and wanted to set up an ambush for your troops as well. Or maybe they just wanted to preserve their number of beasts. All I know is that the demons have a plan, probably multiple plans. Shiro says, that is assuming that you haven't already ruined whatever plan they had. They might just be trying to stall for time. Emperor Am says, that is possible. Unfortunately, we don't really have any way of knowing what the demons are planning. We might. That high priest over there might have some information. You might want to ask him before you kill him. At least, I am assuming that you have someone capable of getting him to talk. Empress Atash says, of course we do. But do you really think he knows something? Well, Hollow strikes me as the type to want someone to complain to. As the high priest in the capital, I would assume that Hollows at least knows who he is. He might have vented to him. It is worth a shot, in my opinion, Emperor Am says. Well, we won't really lose anything if he doesn't. Guards, take him to the dungeon. The high priest of Hollows is dragged out kicking and screaming by the guards. The rest of the high priests also leave to set their church members to destroying Hollis's church. That just leaves me, the imperial family, and the archangel in the room. Says Emperor Am, I will leave his church to you. Do well, and I am sure that my lady will reward you. King Ash, should you need help dealing with any of Hollis's forces, you may call upon me.